And so January to July, and then July was a doozy, man. I found out about the shape of the earth. I found out that God had a proper name, that it wasn't God, it wasn't Lord. And then I found out that about the Trinity. I had a busy month in July 2017. And so I continue to pray and seek truth, because if I was wrong about the shape of the earth, I don't care. I just want the truth. But the globe doesn't make me feel special. It doesn't make my friends feel special. It doesn't make them think about God. But every time I come on Discord, I hear you guys talking about the shape of the earth and defending it. And then there you are making a difference. And people are coming to our creator through the shape of his earth, through the shape of his creation. They know that we are the center of the universe. And he gets a lot closer. He's not that far away. And so I try to conduct my life with the fact that, I want to be in the kingdom. I want to serve the kingdom. I've always been peculiar, and now I know why. And there's lots of books out there, but I don't hear of anybody, going through and making a covenant, any creator making a covenant and taking a people for himself and saying, hey, follow my instructions and you're going to be safe. I'll take care of you. I'll bless you. I will curse people that curse you. My life just has been so amazing. Like, I turn around and I'm making money. I mean, I'm not saying I'm rich by any means. I just worry about being the best person I can be, even when nobody's looking, and caring about people and talking about the kingdom. And life is just so easy for me right now. It's not a struggle. Sorry, that was kind of a lot.
Well, that's beautiful to hear, and thanks for sharing. And I'll never judge anybody if whatever works, for you. And I mean, great. Like I said, I'll never judge anybody. But you know what? I never heard of. What's that? The 7-day? What did you say? The 7-day? What?
7-day Sabbath.
Yeah, I know. I never heard of that sect or part before. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, sure. It's if you go to Exodus 20, I mean, it's the Sabbath. Here, I can explain it to you.
No, I heard about the Sabbath. I haven't heard about that. The sect.
Seventh Day of Adventist.
Yeah, yeah,
Seven
yeah.
day, yeah,
Yeah.
SDA, Seventh Day Adventist, and it's a sect, SECT, of Christianity, where they meet on Saturday instead of typical Christian churches meeting on Sundays. And I don't necessarily believe that the Sabbath is on a fixed day like that. But they do a lot of things right. They try to eat biblically clean. But they
That means
don't.
no pig, kosher. Is that what that
Right.
means?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And well, I mean, there's animals in Leviticus 11 that he made for food, and there's animals that, were not made for food. And he clearly calls out the pork that is not what he didn't make that for food. And it is a big staple because it's really inexpensive. But when I found out about that, because I was eating bacon, like a pound of bacon a month, because I was eating
It's
gluten
damn good.
free.
Come on.
My
Yeah.
the
I'm a
bacon? Are you
sinner.
kidding? I had my abs. I was super lean, and then when I found out, so that was in October, and then when I found out in um January, February, around that time, I was like, what? And the pastor was like, oh, don't worry about it. You'll get convicted when you get to it. I was like, I'm convicted. If the Bible says don't eat pork, I believe my creator. And then it was like 6 months later that I was like, let me just check out pork. Oh my gosh, it's so bad for us. Just like I know people aren't gonna like it, but crab, shrimp, lobster, our creator made
Yeah, those
these.
are cockroaches. Actually, those are the cockroaches of the sea, but they're damn good, man.
Well,
They
well,
taste
and
good.
exactly
I
the
know.
pig, swine is the cockroach of the land. I
Is it
mean,
really?
oh yeah. Well, it doesn't sweat. Oh no, it sweats through its feet. And see, the thing is that the creator made their digestive systems. It's all in the animal's digestive system, and so the pig digests its food every 24 hours, and a cow, for instance, I think like every 4 hours or something. Regularly that they're getting the toxins out and everything. So it's all about the digestion. And I'm not saying anybody eats that stuff. They're not going to get into the kingdom. I'm not really saying that. I wouldn't take any chances if it's an abomination, the same way that, same sex is to the creator. No offense, Rakia, if your physician, I mean, your therapist is listening. I have no problem with you whatsoever. I'm just going by the book.
Hey, don't
But the
mess
book
with
says.
Rakia's masseuse, huh?
Yeah,
Do not mess.
she's there now. I'm sure she's a very nice person. He's said nothing but amazing things about her and everything. But anyways, if he says that along the same lines, I'm paying attention. I know that I'm created, and I feel like we're all being called right now, especially if you're paying attention to the tip of this earth. I just think don't stop. Keep seeking, which I'm sure everybody is. Keep seeking. Don't ever stop seeking the truth. Because if you don't have the spirit of truth, you're not going to find it.
Y'all just
So.
ran off my therapist after 16 years.
Oh, I did not.
What are
I
y'all
hope I
talking
didn't. I'm,
She could
I'm sure
hear and
she's
I couldn't.
amazing.
No, she's
She's
like,
amazing.
you got to tell them, no, I'm not sensitive. Yeah, she's married. They're married and everything. Like,
Yeah, you
they're a
went to the
cool
wedding. I
couple.
remember you talked so highly about her. You love her.
No, I talk highly about her. I do love her.
Yeah. I hey,
No,
I have
I was
friends.
just asking her. I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to allow you in my house. Like, what does the scripture say?
No,
Anyway,
I mean, the only people that, like, my brother is supposed to be not a believer or whatever, and he goes, "Am I going to be in trouble at the end?" I go, "Have you cursed God?" He goes, "No," and I go, "Well, everybody's going to be judged on their actions, whether you like it or not. Every single person, even me, I feel like I'm going to be judged as well." And I just feel like maybe Messiah's blood's going to get me out of a lot of things that I've done in the past. And what I know now and the choices that I make, I'm definitely going to be judged on. And I just know there's a creator. Look out at his creation. You're like, how could there not be a creator? And I know that we're all special. We're at the center of his universe. Universe. We are that special. And I just think that people should keep digging. And, the thing is, do you want to know a creator? I'm not saying I have the creator figured out, but I'm saying if you love his creation so much, or you love this earth that we walk on, it's worth your time and your effort and your emotion to be in here defending his creation. Then how much time are we spending getting to know him if there is a creator? Like, I demanded answers, like literally, like a little brat temper tantrum. I demanded answers. And you know what? That night, I don't know if it was a demon. I didn't feel like I was sleeping. I didn't feel like it was sleep paralysis. But that night, I felt something, a gray cloud. I saw him. I felt like it was he didn't have arms, didn't have legs, nothing. But I felt him trying to pull me up. And my friend that told me about the seventh day, the Sabbath, he told me about like this scientist that had alienresistance.org. I think that's still in existence, that he didn't believe in the Bible. And he was interviewing and people that had probings and abductions and stuff. And he came to the conclusion that when people yelled out, Jesus is my savior, or a hymn or something, everything stops. The abductions, uh, probings, and all that kind of stuff. And so I knew about that, like you told me about sleep paralysis, and that people, would have dreams and they felt like they couldn't move and all that stuff. So he told me those couple of things, and it really stuck to me. So that day that I cried out for like 40 minutes, that night, I have this presence in my room, and I yelled out, Jesus is my savior. So the thing went away. It came back at me again. I did it again. And then next thing you know, I feel all puffed up. And I saw it squinch his eyes, and then it went out my French door windows. And I look up sleep paralysis because it had been years since 2010. I learned about it. And it said demons. And I was like, oh, that's what it was. It must have been a demon. So then I really didn't know what demons were. Like, now I think they're interdimensional, like angels or demonic, or like, I don't know, the residue, the spirits of the Nephilim. I don't know exactly, but I know they're not aliens. And so that next day I went to bed worldly, and I woke up and I was going to be a Seventh-day Adventist, because I was like, I felt I could eat again. I could sleep, and it was just like this. I just had this peaceful way about me. And I was like, and then I felt like I had a superpower. I'm not going to lie. I felt like I had a superpower, and I wanted more of that. And so I just kept reading the Bible and reading the Bible. My friends are just like, who are you? What are you? What are you doing? And I was wearing longer skirts. Like, I would wear like shorter skirts. Next thing you know, I'm wearing longer skirts. And then I read 3 weeks later that there's a verse, I think it's in Luke or something, and it talks about, hey, essentially, don't get all puffed up, because you can walk, you have command over demons, and you can walk on serpents. And I was like, oh, just be happy that your name is written in the book, or something to that effect. And so it is what it is. I've been a Bible thumper ever since, a truth-seeking Bible thumper. And I just want you guys, like I said on Friday, some of you that love the shape of the earth and defending it because you love truth and you don't like being lied to, we have a creator, and you're special. You're at the center of the universe. I just want to remind you of that. You're at the center of the universe. Everybody's
Well, you're
up.
not wrong about that. Even according to their model, we're at the center of the universe. So,
Yeah, well, of a fixed and immovable earth. Everything revolves around us.
Oh, the narcissism.
The narcissism? Oh, yeah, you're just such a thoughtful, sweet person, aren't you, Big Gambino?
Thank you.
I
Yeah.
was going to say who said that,
Who's the
but yeah.
narcissist? Who's the narcissist? Yeah, I'm such a narcissist. People in here are such narcissists. It's a shame that we have to share our testimonies, and then they just use them against us. But that's okay, because you
Pay
still
no
live on a
attention.
fixed and immovable. You still live on a fixed and immovable earth. Whether you want to use your senses or not, it's okay. You can continue on with the linear Greek mythology. I can't even say it now.
Satanism.
Does everything revolve around the earth, or does it revolve around you?
Don't be afraid to say it.
Does
The
it?
heavens revolve around you. The heavens above, they go around us. Yep.
But personally, what if it's your world? Are we in your world? Are you sure of all these physical properties?
Who's saying that? Dan?
Uh-huh.
What do you mean physical properties? You're a fixed and immovable earther.
Not really. I'm more of an AI guy. Or, I'm really more, not sure that of the physical properties that we're bound to. I don't think we are bound to the physical properties at all. I think there is supernatural stuff that you would attribute to probably God. You know, but even love energy is super powerful, and it's not tangible. I can't display it in a model or an experiment.
Were you ever on 24/7?
No.
Okay, I must have had you mistaken for somebody else.
You think the Earth moves, Dan? Did I get you straight, or did I hear incorrectly?
No, it's just that I wanted, when she says, you know, everything moves around us, is that collectively around us, or is that around each one of us projecting
Collectively.
what our world is? Because he made a great point, really, even though, you know, he's like, philosophically, that was extremely narrow-minded. It's like, oh yeah, it's all about us, and it's in our, you know, we're in his image, and it's just all, you know, humans rock. And I'm not sure of that. I mean,
Do you believe in aliens?
I think we're a young species that doesn't have a shit together.
Do you believe in gray aliens?
I don't know anything about that. But I mean, we haven't grown to be civil yet as people. Do you think we will? Or do you think
you
that
need to have the truth, Dan? If you won't grow until you have the truth of Jesus Christ. That's the point. Is that it's not about the shape of anything. Of course, that's a good, you know, turntable. That's a good redirection in life. But that is in no way or shape, pun intended, near the goal. There's a whole other level of reality that still has to be accepted, which is to repent in Jesus Christ.
I feel backed into that corner, and I don't want to be backed into delusion.
No,
I don't want to go.
No, it's truth.
I hear you though, but I mean, I get backed into that corner as like this is the way, and I'm not sure of it. It seems ego driven to say this is the way.
Well, bro, there's only one truth. That's the only thing that would ever make sense. Go ahead.
Why is that? Why is that?
Ego is not the right word.
Because
Maybe
the people
faith.
that have Jesus have all the truth. You don't even have. I mean, the people that have Jesus are the only ones that have truth anyway. That's the point. You don't even have an example otherwise.
Tell that to a Jew or a Muslim.
No, they admit it too. Yeah, when I show them my work and we sit down, they admit it as well that I'm right. So yeah, I already have.
Okay, what about balance and Mother Nature and something more Buddhist, like for instance, love energy being
That's Satanism. Yeah, that's not the truth. That would be self-worship. That would be back to worshiping self. There's no such thing as Mother Nature. There's Creator, God, the Father, and then there's creation, and we can give them a boy and a girl name. The moon is a girl and the sun is a man, or whatever. We can give them attributes, but there's only one Him, the creator of the heavens and the earth. And that word nature takes away from him as well. That's another psyop. We're still using words. I mean, Blaze was amazing, but she did use one word that still is wrong, that is still plaguing the minds of children. That's universe. That's actually not what people think it is. It casts a spell. When we say words like Saturday and universe and species, we're still casting spells of the world, unfortunately. I mean, people, and listen, Dan, the Christians are wrong as well. When you look at these Christians on the internet arguing for biblical truth and claiming that evolution is wrong, they can't even do that right. So trust me, if you're going to point out examples, I'll probably agree with the opinions of these worldly Christians everywhere because they suck. They can't read the Bible either. They don't know what's going on right in front of their face. They can't decipher what a species is or what they're still using Satan's term. Like there's no adaptation. People still teach adaptation like that's okay, including flat earthers. They're still greatly deceived. There's no such thing as adaptation. So the truth movement doesn't even understand basic biology. Thanks.
No true Scotsman fallacy.
None of them. They don't understand basic at all. Just basic biology. They can't get it. Yep.
But you do.
Yes, I do. You can check my channel for information. Yeah, all animals already have the ability to survive. There's no other option. Yep.
over the narcissism.
Wow. Yeah.
Everyone else is wrong.
I don't think Gambino is a great guy, but I
Yes.
think he's right here. I think he's right. You know.
Well, that's because you're still deceived, Dan. You still believe in these people that are
I hope you're
psychopaths.
right. I
Because
hope you're right.
I know. Well, you don't. That's my point. Is that if you don't understand basic biology, Jesus Christ is going to be a little bit more advanced. Got to be honest with you. Yep.
But adaptation explains all the things that aren't evolution. You know,
Nope,
so it's like,
that's not true. No, you're under a spell. There's no such thing. I'll give you $10,000 if you can just give me an example of adaptation in nature. I'll send it to your PayPal right now. You can't. It's in your imagination. Watch. You'll find out real quick.
the long neck of a giraffe.
Yes, thank you. That's already has that ability. It was born with the ability to already have a long neck. So there's so everything you name, you're going to be naming a feature that the creation already requires, that it already had to have from the beginning. So that's a psychosis to believe in adaptation. It's just as bad as it's actually worse than believing in a globe Earth.
Well, I tried to imagine the mammals going back to sea, for instance, the whales, and I was trying to look at how my nose would move from the tip of my head out to my back. And I had to really look at an elephant because it already had a long nose. If that were laid up on its back, it'd be like pretty much in the right spot. You know, so if I spend enough time in the water, I probably would adapt to it to the point where maybe my nose would fuse to my back.
Well, Dan, listen, Dan, you can be a comedian, and I'd pay for a show. If you're going to make jokes like that, I think you'll get people laughing, but that's a fantasy. And if that's taught in school, that's child abuse. That's not reality. That's Satanism. Literally, that's psychosis.
Okay, so let's assume the mammals went back to sea because of an ice age and a temperature stabilization problem, right? Let's just assume that it was already developed.
Okay, fantasy, Narnia, sure.
For land, that they were air breathing because they lived in the air, but they had to go.
What's air breathing? Well, tell me what we're talking about, Dan. We're talking about a fictional imagined creature or a real creature? Because you just name the creature. Is it a porpoise? Is it a whale? What are we talking about?
Yeah, there's only a few, right? It's like the sea lions and stuff for like dogs.
Oh, there you go. So, okay, just name one, and we'll talk about them individually, and just them existing.
Right. Compare
adaptation.
Compare a seal to a dog.
There's actually similarities.
There sure as hell is. They're the same shit.
Right. Yeah, the same creator made both the dog of the land, and he made an aquatic dog as well. Yeah, there's no in between. And we call them sea lions, right? But they are made that way from the beginning. The necessary antecedent of their existence. Yeah, I'm explaining, and you're getting scared. I'm sorry, I destroy evolution just by breathing. Just relax, Cupcake. It's basic biology that the existing creature already has to have the ability to survive, fully functioning from the beginning. It's called the law of life. If the living organism doesn't already have the ability, it does not survive. Period. End of story. No other example in history. It is so easy to destroy evolution.
Prove the creator. Prove the creator did that.
I am. I'm just going to actually destroy your religion for a little while. My channel does that. I can do that all day. Yep.
When do you start?
They started about 15 years ago, and if you look on my channel, you'll see more evidence than you'll ever even get close to. So it's on my channel, already recorded. Yep.
I see baseless assertion here.
Yep. Well, my video's on my channel. It doesn't have to be about me. I'll just hurt your feelings a lot more. If you want to talk about me, I'll just crush your soul. So my evidence is on my channel, Princess. I'm sorry. You believe in fairy tale evolution? I mean, if you still believe evolution, bro, you do believe in Narnia. So you have no business. I'm not going to talk to somebody. If you still believe in, I'm trying to help flat earthers wake up. I'm not going to try to help people that believe in evolution. Get a life. That's ridiculous.
So basically you're saying is if you don't agree with me, you're wrong.
No, you're already a psychotic retard if you believe in evolution. All these literal criminalistic mindsets could believe in something so psychotic.
Okay, but everyone's...
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. That's fine. I don't need to talk to anybody, but that's fine.
Well, I mean, let's not do that, please.
Yeah, let's not. If you believe in evolution, you're already hiding from reality. You have to hide from reality to believe in evolution. It's 2022. It's not 1963 with cartoons of finches with different beaks in a book, which magically means finches come from worms. No, I'm not exactly like my parents. That's called normal reproduction. So variation and change also disproves evolution.
Your mic's
Way too
fading
easy.
in and out.
I'm sorry, it's just way too easy. Yeah. So everything in nature, that's what you want to call it. Everything in nature, which is a design actually, everything disproves evolution because it already requires the necessary antecedent of being able to survive. I'm sorry.
I think if you believe in the Bible, then you're an idiot.
I know,
Is that-
that's why I have my channel with a
Oh,
lot of
didn't I
evidence.
just say
and you have
don't do that?
nothing.
Is that so different from what you said?
Yeah, he has no
Yeah,
choice.
and I
Yes,
told him not
obviously
to
I
say
have
that,
evidence.
Gambino. Come
Yeah,
on.
I have evidence on my channel, and you have cartoons and a computer screen that you jack off to every day. That was easy.
What? I'm
Right.
not offended that he thinks that about the Bible. I'm not offended.
Yeah, who
Is it a
cares?
valid
Yeah,
argument?
why would we care about his opinion? Thank you. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but the thing is, we're supposed to go out and make disciples and be nice and loving to one another. I mean, I'm not there
Right, but you
yet. I
can't.
try.
Yeah, I know. Well, you got a ways to go, and you're
I
doing
do.
very good, and you are beyond smart, and you get ahead of yourself because you pass people by, and you just got to realize that you're going to not find the truth unless it's in the Bible. And if anything is outside of the Bible, and if there's a group of people, whatever their name is, they can't have the truth because they're not allowed to. If it's not given to the Lord, it's not going to be given to his people. So there's only one truth, and you already know that.
Yep. And I got triggered a little bit, but that's not who I want to be. Like, let them come to the conclusion when they come to it. It's not going to help
Blaze,
if I'm
somebody
calling
has
them.
to get. I know, but Blaze, but you're not critiquing me, are you?
No. Well, no, I'm just saying, let's be
you're fine,
nice.
then.
No, I'm just saying, we could be nice about our delivery. You know, going around calling people Satan. I'd rather go around calling people, you know, like just evil in the world. I'm not really going to specify it to like one person's belief, because at the end of the day, when we get off this call, when we get off Discord, I don't really know their beliefs because there's a lot of personas going on. Maybe people are hired to be here. I don't know. I'm not sure. So I'm not God. And I don't want to be a stumbling block for somebody. So I have to remind myself that, you know, we're all humans and we have different beliefs. You know, some are linear thinking and some aren't. And I think a lot of us are trying to break out of that linear way of thinking.
Thank God. Thank God. If anybody agreed with me, I'd hate myself. Thank God.
Let me ask you guys, XO and Blaze, is there a possibility in your guys' mind that you may be wrong?
No.
I'm not
Too many
saying you are.
miracles.
I'm not
No,
judging.
Too many
Is it?
miracles. Too many
Sorry?
miracles.
Yeah,
I've
well,
experienced miracles all the time, bro. Go ahead, Blaze.
Miracles.
I mean, wrong
Too easy.
about what specifically? And of course, I'd always be wrong. What
Wrong
about
that version of the creator, because I believe in a creator too, right? But is it possible that the version of the creator you believe in is wrong, and there's another version of a creator?
Sure. I mean, I just haven't come across anything yet. Absolutely, I could be wrong.
Okay.
But it doesn't feel wrong for me, because it's the living word, and we're all called. I think, and a different. There's a lot of things that people. I had to give up some things. I didn't have to. I chose to give up some things for this walk. And I haven't always had this feeling. I was like, nobody was taking my weed away. I wasn't a big drinker, but I was a daily pot smoker. And I just didn't care about the things I do now. And my life works. And could I be getting it wrong? Yeah, I'm open to it. I'm absolutely open to it. But I feel like I have a foundation, a barometer that I could compare things to. But yeah, absolutely, I could have it wrong. Sorry, XO. I'm just going to admit that, because if I don't admit that,
Oof.
then I'd have to prove and it just like everybody's at their right and perfect place.
You're not ready for that battle. It's okay, dear. You're fine.
Well, I mean, the burden of proof, they're going to put it on me. How am I going to be able to prove my beliefs? It's called the living word. How am I going to be able to prove that to somebody? I
That's a
have to
tough
learn.
one.
Yeah, but listen, I've learned here, there's some really good debaters. Essie, I think you're one of them. Jeremy, Geo, there's so many, and even Kosho. There's
I
so
don't know
many
why
good
you said
debaters.
SE.
Because he
Yeah,
is.
why'd you say
He's a
Jeremy
nice,
for?
he's a nice boy. He is.
No, but you know what I mean by how I determine somebody is a good debater? Because they can keep their composure, and it's like they're not attached to being right. They're sharing the information. Yes, do we all get riled up? Everybody that I just mentioned? Yeah, every now and then, but rarely. And they keep their composure. There's a level of decorum, and there's other people listening. And that's what's important. We could be debating all day long with this one person, but there's other people listening. We're not going to reach the person that we're debating. We're going to be reaching the people that are listening, and they're going to be like,
That's
wow,
right.
behind their muted microphone, they're like, wow, I didn't even think about that. That's a good one. And maybe they want to say something, but they're too intimidated, because it's intimidating. But sometimes I'm just like, the spirit is like, I have to say something, and I try to be polite about it. And that's how we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be loving. And that's what our light is, loving in the face of no love. I
There's
mean,
the
I'm
book
more.
of Yeshua after the book of Deuteronomy, though, right, Blaze? So people have different missions, right? Like the man, right, the apprentice of Moshe, Yeshua, right? And this man obviously had a different purpose. And you would have to admit that looking at that story, maybe read the first page tonight, Joshua 1, you'll know that that man had no doubt, right? You would admit that if that's a true story, that man absolutely had no doubt. Could you agree with that?
Which man for what? Joshua, yes. What did he do? What do you
Yes.
what
Joshua was told by the Lord, he said, I will be with you the entire way with you, and no man will be able to even challenge you. And what I'm
right,
saying
be
is
strong
that
and
Joshua
courageous.
believed, right? Exactly. Be strong and courageous. That's where that term comes from. He told this directly to him. This is the special forces. This isn't even the basic army. This is the most elite special forces team in all of history. And this is literally, he met the savior with the sword. This is the military training manual. That is the forgotten book. Everybody was looking left, and that's how Satan hides things. He's very good. But this is really important, that you must understand that he knew he would never doubt God. He actually memorized the entire law.
Right,
So
but
he
listen,
knew it.
hold up. Messiah was not in your face. Okay? He was very calm. He was had so much decorum. He was the first egoless person to walk this earth, and the last. But he was not in people's faces saying, you know what? You better get out of this bar. You better stop having sex, and you better do this and that. I mean, and even talking to the Pharisees and the Sadducees, they would ask him a question. He would ask them a question that he knew that was going to show them the hypocrisy and why they were asking him. He was calm. We're supposed to have I'm not disagreeing with you at all on in our level of being followers and believers and all that stuff. Please, XO, I believe a lot of the same thing that you do, but we have to bring a level of, I'm okay with you agreeing with me and you not agreeing with me. Okay. And sometimes our passion gets the best of us, but we're to follow our Messiah's footsteps. He was selfless. He was understanding. He was compassionate. He walked in abundance. He was faithful. He was obedient. He is faithful. He is obedient. I'm just saying that while he was walking down here. I'm sure he's all those things still up above, and he will be when he comes back. But because of the scriptures also tell us that we're going to have to account for every word. So I don't want to be going around accusing people, because Messiah clearly says there is one accuser. We have one accuser. I don't want to be another one. I don't want to be in the same category as the one accuser in the scriptures. I just don't. And have I been? Yes. Will I be? Probably yes. I don't want to be. And Big Gambino, if you're still here, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get so twisted and mad, but he left. Huh?
It's okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it. There'll be
Never apologize to him. Never apologize to that dude.
Yeah, he's
Never.
one of the last guys. My goodness. Yeah, I just listen. There's some things that I know that I can't tell you, Blaze, and I can't tell other people. I can't even tell men. I can't even tell flat earthers. And there's things that God has given me that He's shown me that I can't even talk about, especially to this crowd. Look at the flag. I actually like Dan the Waterman. He was cordial and nice, right? If everybody could be like him, I'd have a different attitude, right? But let me just point this out. Most people you've seen me talk to over the years, it does get hostile because the Bible is the most attacked topic. And there are people in this room that have probably attacked, me personally. That's okay. We have different jobs. The reason I point out Joshua, which was actually pronounced Yahushua, which is identical to the name of God. Identical, is that this man actually went around and actually had to kill thousands of God's enemies with his hands with a sword. So there are different jobs, and I'm not going to do that. I'm talking about a man. I can't compare myself to Yeshua because he's the Messiah. So I can talk about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They got angry. They had issues. I can relate to that. I can't relate to a sinless perfection, and the only perfection that could be, as Jesus tells you, if you love me, keep my commandments. Well, only God owns the commandments. Exodus 24, you brought up 20, my favorite part of the Bible, the foundation of the Bible is right there. The very foundation written by the finger of Elohim with Moshe on the mountain. Yes, that was written by Jesus. And that's why there's different levels to this. There's different levels of understanding. And again, Blaze, I didn't earn any of it. He gave me the miracles. I can't show anybody, most of them. I have a channel that people get scared of. Just watching a couple of shots from 40,000 feet scares people to death. But we have to, there are some people out there that are going to be frontline soldiers that you have to understand that you can't understand them. You have to go, that's a different job, and there's different levels to God's army, and that's just how it is. You got to know that there is a reason for Christians like me, and they're going to be a lot more of them in the future. Trust me.
So, may I ask you a question? Do you have any disciples?
I do actually, and there are people. Yes, there are men out there that I specifically witness to that have to go through a process of me getting to know for a very long time. Anyway, there's some people out there that have, not only do I teach them, they teach me. That's the most shocking thing I realize is when you become a teacher of Yeshua, your students teach you as well. It's really amazing. It's such a blessing.
Yeah. So that's what we're called to do. We're not called to beat people over the head with our beliefs. We plant.
I've never done that though, but you can't. Don't accuse though. You can't accuse the apostles, even if you don't like what Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are doing. When they saw Paul, a lot of people were intimidated by Paul. He still had a heart after the Lord. The Lord had him write the Bible for a reason, and he was very similar to me. I will only, I can compare myself to men, and that's what he was. He was a man after God, just like I am, and people couldn't he's the most confused right person that people misuse back and forth on the confusion of the word of God. So we have to realize I can't, even if I don't like Paul. I got really mad at him one day when I read that he basically agreed with Stephen being stoned to death, right? First time I ever got mad at an apostle. At the same time, I had to realize that I've done worse. So they are an example either way, and they did get angry, and they were righteously angry after that. So there's a reason.
Well, I guess everybody has their own method. Sorry?
Well, yeah, and they got in trouble for it too. And yeah, and if I didn't have so much success in it, maybe I wouldn't feel this way. But the success, the blessings that God gives you, when you give it up and you just turn to Him and He uses you, when you know that's happening, when you're riding that roller coaster, you're going to go like, wow, this is my own personal journey with God. So people aren't going to understand your journey either, Blaze. They're not going to be able to put all of their understanding. We are different children with God, and trust me, He's not happy with this world. He's not happy with the truth movement either, because it's a disaster. Have you seen Jaron? This guy Jaronism? What a disaster this guy is. So I'm sorry, but evil's everywhere.
I'm not denying that. I don't think anybody in here is going to be denying that evil is everywhere. It's
Good.
getting darker and darker.
That's absolutely
But see, and that's why there's even more reason to be kind to people in the face of no kindness, in the face of no love, because that's how we are set apart.
Yeah, curb
So
your Christianity. Curb your Christianity. I mean, you're calling
discipline,
people
right?
out. You're
It's
calling
discipline,
people
right?
out.
Right.
You're calling people out.
Yep.
It's like, I gotta judge him too, you know. But I like the guy, and he's never done anything for you to qualify
We
him.
need judgment. That's why I've gotten to where I am, Dan, because I
But
was
that guy,
judged.
you
Yeah,
know,
because I was
if
attacked.
you're bothering to attach evil to that, that's highly unfair. Let me ask you a question though. Don't downplay, please. In this, you know, I'm sorry, I don't have faith. I'm sorry, but I have faith in the unused parts of our mind. So my question is, if I installed faith, wouldn't that empower me? And then I'm going to ask you, regardless of what I had faith in, I'm going to suggest that the religious man, you know, like a Hindu guy walking down the street, or a Jew, or you know, a Jew that's got it together. Sometimes you could tell somebody walks right, and it's because they're in balance. They're not out of balance with what they believe. But I don't think what you believe makes the difference. I think that you're powerful enough to take the strength of being solid, of being a solid guy, you know, and take that forward, and that's God's work within you. That's God's, you're now in balance, you know, and hopefully you know the difference between your conscious and subconscious and have a relationship. Today everyone's really separate, you know, like you said, in their porn screen and everything, they're really separate from themselves. But I think that in my relationship with myself is what you define as God.
So I don't know if
Well, I just got to say that I mean, he did direct that to me though, right?
Yep.
Or
No,
no? I'm
interested in the short version of, hey, isn't faith powerful to begin with? And let's just consider that, because I don't want to downplay the
I don't want
strength
to lose your ending, Dan.
of humans.
Dan, the thing what you said at the end, I just want to emphasize what you said at the end. You said, well, your relationship with yourself is what you think a relationship with Elohim is, or God, right? That's what you said.
To be in harmony with self.
Okay, I would say the exact opposite. I would say, because I gave myself up and started turning a different life and then changing my life and listening to the Bible, listening to the Word of God, going in a different direction, I have a relationship with him now, and he's not a respecter of persons, and it's actually not about me at all. He has given me many gifts, Dan, and many miracles that I could sit down with you and maybe even in reality show you some, but not over the internet right now. But I have a channel, so I can't be, this is just real life, right? I'm not talking to you like you're on the internet. I'm talking to you like, Dan, I just met you. I think I've brushed up against in the hallway once or twice. Nice to meet you. I'm a Christian, and there is a level of truth that the world isn't even close to knowing, and it's in the Bible, and it doesn't just come by yourself. It actually comes by giving yourself up, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. That if you can't admit you don't understand, or you can't understand, right? You can't understand God. That's when he starts helping you understand. When you give yourself up, Dan.
I get it. I'm not with you, but I get it. I hear you, and I'm constantly
Appreciate it.
in quest, you know, for what's going on, you know.
But doesn't that sound egocentric to you?
No,
I like, but
no.
yet.
Elaborate, please.
Him?
No, she makes a good point, you know, because it does sound that way. But I'm just suggesting that you and I together, touching in love, create an energy and are more, that's bigger than the both of us. In prayer group, you may have, I don't want to say results, you know, but positive energy. Witches may do the same thing by conjuring up shitty energy, you know. So calling
That's right. Yeah.
calling upon energy I'm going to look right now, like where I'm at as a flat earther too. I'm going to really be hot to say I'm looking for balance. I want light and dark to be in balance. I want good and bad to be in balance. I want electricity to be understood, and I want to live in balance because I think that's where God energy comes from balance. And I don't have any more or less like attachment to what you might call factual. I've had some fantastic things happen in my life, and I could blame LSD just as easily as God.
Satan can give you all sorts of good things, Dan. You know, that's don't make any mistake here. Satan can give you anything you want sometimes.
Jumping to Satan is a fanciful thing for you to do.
That's right. It's gonna.
You know what it
get used to
means?
it with me. Sorry, you got to get used to it with me, though. Yes, I
Yeah, but why don't you
understand
just use the
adversary,
word?
deceiver, but no,
Yeah,
no,
why
I
don't you-
respect the
listen,
adversary.
it's
I
biblical.
respect.
You see, there's levels to the Bible. If you're not willing to understand it, that's why it's in the Bible. Satan is the deceiver. He tempted Jesus even.
I
That's
got
the
it.
point. So yes,
I
that's
got
what the
it.
Bible's about. So Satan will give you things, and that's an absolute truth. You need to realize that too.
No, I get
Guys,
it.
is that Satan is going to give you whatever you want as long as you'll turn away from God. Absolutely.
Well, more importantly, adversity is important. So the adversary is important. Otherwise, life would be miserable. You'd never learn. So it's to be respected. It's not to be feared. You know, the
I
opposite.
had to give up a lot of pleasures of the world. I'm just telling you, Dan, I had to give up the pleasures of the world in many ways, Dan, and be disciplined and get rid of the world. I'm sorry. I could have had it at my fingertips, Dan.
That's
But the
true.
Lord just blessed me. I'm sorry. I had to give it up.
I hear you. I mean, a
Um,
lot of people are telling me, so I hear you. Trust me. A lot of people are telling me.
So Dan, do you believe that there's secret societies possibly running the world at all?
It appears so without my belief being a part of it. Yeah, for sure. Without
Right.
my belief being mentioned. It's documented, right?
Who do you think that those secret societies, who would be their adversary?
Each other. I don't
Okay.
think they have a good unified group. You know, there's obviously the Roman Catholic stuff and then the Jewish stuff and then darkness. You know, I mean there's a lot of military industrial complex. Yeah, I don't know.
Jesuits,
I don't think they all.
Freemasons.
Yeah, and I don't think they've divvied it up evenly. I think they fight for it all the time.
Who do
I
you
agree
think
with
is?
that, Dan.
Who do you think is? Yeah. Who do you think is behind, let's say, our monetary system?
Gosh, I mean, it really goes back all the way, right? I mean, what was it, Dutch originally as the bankers? So our monetary system. I would dare to guess that our monetary system is the end result product of a bigger name for something. The game, for instance, you're talking about the money, and I'm talking about the Monopoly board. Basically, they set up the game, where we play with their money. You're right.
Well, I mean, there's even things that are on the dollar bill, right? So what does it mean? Order out of chaos.
So we're gonna look for religious implications there, as opposed to
I don't know.
just power trips. I mean, there's power trips and ego that kind of complicate the religious.
Why are you making this a religious thing when I'm simply just stating what's on a dollar bill, isn't it?
Yeah. So what do you call that old symbolism stuff?
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Is anybody going to be able to use that word?
Probably one day.
Starts with an S. I mean, it's not a mystery.
Oh, it is. I don't know what you mean. Oh, Satan? You're going to say Satan.
I don't know what to tell you. What's the other option? If Satan is the god of this world, that's what this world is. Yes. And you're absolutely right, Dan. They fight amongst each other just like the population. Just like there's Democrat and Republican, globe earth, flat earth. All sides are wrong. Even Christians versus atheists on the internet, both sides are wrong. I'm a Christian, and all the Christians bitching out there are wrong, Dan. Satan is so good at his job. You nailed it.
it seems like they have, order out of chaos on a pyramid and everything like that.
Mhm.
And
Okay, I think you're onto something. You're right. You're onto something. Your
yeah,
gut
and so I'm going to
feeling.
post something right here that I learned a while back, and I was like, wow, isn't that kind of intriguing? And look at this word, chaos, cosmogony, you know?
Mm.
And this is what I believe has to also do with the shape of the earth. How they deceive people, right? They want to bring order. They're trying to tell everybody that the world was chaos, was void of anything, and now they're inverting it and bringing, order to things. So chaos, the void of refers to void state preceding the creation of the universe. So it's opposite of creation. So I'm just wondering,
Nice.
who these who these people are that at least are running the monetary system. Which a lot of us in here know they're running way more than just the monetary system. They're running the world. And this is what they want people to believe. This is what the new age is making, because there's nothing new about it. They're making a comeback. Don't worry, nobody's going to judge you. And the Pope is meeting with a bunch of different religious leaders. They're coming up with new commandments, and it's about Mother Earth. And I'm sorry, but what was wrong with the original 10 Commandments? And we have all this climate stuff coming. The world is getting smaller and smaller and caving in on us, and we're having to give up our civil liberties and our rights. And it's it's about the greater of everybody. It's freaking socialism. It's coming, and wear that thing on your face because of other people, and do that thing in your arm because of other people. Individuality is going away. And that's what I was kind of going back to. You are important, whether you want to believe it or not. All of us are very important, and our individualities are important. But now we're going towards a society where I have to give up my identity for the greater good.
You're expected to. You're expected to. Yeah.
You're right. It really is, because it's happening.
The next generation won't know any better either. They won't know that there's a norm. See, it used to be like you could tell your kids something like, hey, just go with your gut. Whatever you think, just go with it. And now you get out of the car, you park, and you look at the door and you go, is this the right door? Am I going in the right way? Is it still open? There's all these questions that linger in regular life now that don't allow you to set the norm.
Mm-hmm.
So it puts us off balance to begin with. It's sad.
It really is. And they want us to believe. It kind of goes back to the Garden of Eden, if you ask me. That the adversary really didn't lie. He planted doubt. And that's all he has to do. He doesn't have to really create anything new. Is the earth really fixed and immovable? Let me give you these wonderful little digits that we can create everything, and all these angles and all this and everything. Are you really fixed and immovable? Are the stars really flying over you? Or are they flying with us at the same time? The earth is a speed. See, it's doubt. Did God really say that, you would die if you ate that fruit? He's just afraid that you're going to become a god and your eyes are going to be open just like him. And that's the deception. Everybody wants to be a little G. Everybody wants to be their own god. Don't tell me what to do. And this is nothing new. It's in the Bible. People were a stiff-necked people. Father said, don't worship me like the other nations worship their gods. They had physical gods in front of them, whether it was gold, silver, a stone. I can't tell you how many times in the Bible. It's so funny. Does your idol, it has ears, but it can't hear. It has feet, but it can't walk. It has hands, but it can't move. I mean, it's like over and over and over again. And these people saw what everybody else was doing, and they wanted to be like them, right? They saw it with their eyes. And there was a reason God didn't want us to see what he looked like. He wanted us to feel what it was like to follow him and to be able to trust our senses. And even when we can't see him, because there's going to be a time when people aren't going to be able to go to churches, and they're not going to be able to see their pastors, and they're not going to be able to get advice. You're going to have to go in internally and know what the word is and what he said and the instructions that he gave us. So.
But if you lived in harmony, why would you need to know that? In other words, I was talking to what's his name? He's kind of like a famous ministry guy, and we were out in kind of like where there weren't a lot of people, and I said, if 150 years ago an American Indian lived here and lived a peaceful life and in harmony with the earth, are you telling me he can't go to heaven because he doesn't know Jesus? He said, absolutely. And I'm thinking, wrong. wrong. A person who lived well, you're going to say is going to be banned.
But by whose standards? Where'd you get the standards? Show me where you got those standards of living well. Because I need to see those. Who created those standards?
You doubt that that's possible? That a man can live in harmony with the earth?
No, the Bible tells us that bad people do good things.
Huh. Is that related?
Well, what I'm saying is, what's your level, your barometer?
Well, I was in an area where somebody easily could have lived off of deer and rabbits and other plants and things without ever communicating with other humans. They could have lived on their own and sat up there and contemplated their navel and talked to the moon and developed their own totem pole that they paid homage to because it was there when they already got there. So they paid homage to it because that's where they set up, because there was already a pole there, whatever the hell the deal is. But it just seems to me that to banish that person for lack of knowledge.
Well, so I'm going to read a verse for you. Here, I'll post it. So I think that we're told when we come into this world, I just posted it, that you are special and you are, created. And so it's poignant. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world and the things that have been made. So they are without excuse. For although they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks to him, but they became futile in their thinking and their foolish hearts were darkened. Oops, sorry. It was that verse that was supposed to be, they worship the creator, the created, as opposed to the creator. Hold on, sorry. But that was still a good one.
Mm-hmm.
So going back to what I was just saying is, we think, like my buddy's been sober for 3.5 years. Beginning of his sobriety, he's an ideas guy. Oh, I'm going to do this, and we can drink kratom, and we'll be able to, it'll be botanicals, and you can do this. And I was like, are you serious? There's a program that is proven. Why are you going to try to make your own without even trying this program that has been proven? So we have free will. People have great ideas, but somewhere along the line, we're just like, I don't, like you said, like our children, somebody said it, our children aren't going to know, like, that's what we've done. We've become cool, hip, working, and, oh, the Bible's antiquated. Oh, yeah, but you know what? That was for the Jews. We can eat whatever it is we want to eat. Oh, those laws, those were just for the Jews. And those biblical feasts, yeah, it doesn't matter. We don't need to know them. Those were for the Jews. When the Bible clearly says they are our creators. So I guess my point is, in closing, that is, we do have the free will and we do have creativity so that we're like, oh, I can do it better. I don't need a creator.
Do you eat shellfish, Blaze?
No, I sure don't.
Why is that?
Because the Bible says that he didn't make them for food.
Okay. Do you honor the sacrifices that you should make on the Day of Atonement?
No, because my Messiah, when he was crucified, he nailed the punishment that I deserve to the capital punishment. So like what you're saying is, if I sin, I had to take a sacrifice. That's no longer, the sacrificial system is no longer in place, because when he was here, he took that law and he it became physical.
How did you decide to not eat shellfish, but then you don't have to do the sacrifice? How'd you decide that?
Because there's no temple, and the Bible says, I'm pretty sure, doesn't it, that you could only sacrifice at the temple?
Right, there is no temple.
You could build.
No sacrifices. That's correct. I just want to point that out. Also, that means we can't stone people to death, even though we probably should be stoning people to death. We can't do that either. Yep.
You could just build a temple.
No, you can't.
Why not?
See, there you go. You proved my word.
No, Blaze. Tell me why you can't just build a temple.
Because show me what gives me any. Show me where it says I can build the temple, whatever I want to do.
I bet you can. I'm asking you, why can't you?
I'm saying, please show me in the Bible where I can. Your Bible study teacher.
Yeah, but here's my question. Like, do you just only do the things that the Bible tells you to do?
Well, I mean, I've been living my life without the Bible before, like, it'll be 6 years in January. So I
get it. I'm not criticizing you, by the way. I'm simply trying to ascertain, how are you deciding to do one part of the Bible but not another part?
I try to do all the Bible.
Well, then why aren't you doing sacrifices?
Because there is no temple, and if you knew the Bible in the front of the Bible, you would know.
I know the Bible.
Well, clearly,
not God.
No, you don't. Stop.
Jesus was the last sacrifice. You don't need a sacrifice anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I don't need a sacrifice, why am I not allowed to eat shellfish anymore?
You are
allowed to eat
shellfish. You're not Hebrew Israelite.
Blaze says that I am not allowed to eat shellfish.
Well,
you are.
You
don't even follow the Bible, so
I do.
Why should it matter?
I do.
If you would ever believe that, nobody would ever fool R.C. Meisty into thinking he follows the Bible. No way.
Why is that?
Christians are allowed to eat shellfish.
Says who?
Those are Old Testimony for Hebrew.
Says who?
Says Jesus in the New Testimony.
Okay, Blaze. So he says that I'm allowed to eat shellfish. Why do you say I'm not allowed to eat shellfish?
I have an interpretation of that I'm not supposed to. He wasn't really talking about.
Who's right?
That's up to you guys. Everybody has to take it to prayer. If you guys are feel that he changed what the purpose was of the animals, then that's up between you and Father. I'm just telling you my interpretation.
My question is, how do I decide? How do I decide who's right?
You don't even believe in up and down. You can't decide anything.
Okay.
So come on.
So Blaze, how do I know which one?
Well, I don't see the
also guy with the Hebrew name. If you can pronounce that, I'll shut up.
Rami, thanks for playing.
No, you didn't pronounce that correctly. You didn't pronounce that correctly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. You just lied. This is my point. You people are criminals. You'll say you'll stop doing something. When somebody schools you, you don't do it. You guys are criminals. That's my point.
You
Just got owned.
didn't
Yes,
you
that's how
didn't
you
even
pronounce. Oh, and how
pronounce
do you
that.
pronounce it? Oh, try to pronounce it. Go ahead. Try to
Not like
pronounce it.
that.
God
Not like
angry.
That's what I
that.
thought.
So Blaze.
Another perverted
So
liar.
Blaze.
Expose RC
So Blaze.
another liar.
Yes.
That's exactly what I
So
thought.
Blaze.
Scumbag liar.
So Blaze Pistachio
Yep, that
over
was
here
easy.
tells me that I'm
Crush.
allowed to eat shellfish. You say that I am. You said it's based on your interpretation. I would agree with you. How do I know which of the interpretations are correct?
Well-
Rami, that was easy.
Okay, so-
no. It's a hey. By the way, the R's are in the back of your throat.
Yeah, it's Rami. Yeah,
No,
on
you
Rami.
just-
Yes,
you-
I don't
you
think-
trilled
yes,
the-
it's
you
an
trilled
M.
the-
What? It's an
you
M.
trilled
the-
XL.
you
trilled the-
Criminal. You are slandering
trilled the-
the word of
you
God.
trilled
You're
the-
slandering Hebrew.
You trilled the
criminal.
front of
No,
your-
I will
you
not
trilled
the
stand for
front.
this perversion at all. That's how you say the name. It's
All right.
Rami. I'm sorry
No.
you can't read Hebrew.
You
are a
trilled the
sycophant
front.
psychopath. No, I'm
XO.
sorry.
You
That is
trilled the
absolutely
front.
disgusting. No,
Hold
in real
on.
life, just be tased.
I'm just gonna
Pathetic
have to mute you
This
for a
is
second, bro.
disgusting.
Oh,
All
man.
right. Let's not personally attack people like that. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So Bread. Blaze rather. Blaze. So how do I decide whether you or Pistachio is correct?
Well, I would say prayers, like I just said, and see what has changed, and read the whole Bible. And in Leviticus 11, he tells us what he made for food and what he didn't make for food. And so I don't see that he's changed the internal digestion of these creatures. And so we were talking earlier about swine, about pork. I used to eat bacon. Like I was going through a pound of it a month, about 4 months before my
A pound
little
of it a
spiritual-
month? That's not very much at all.
Really? I thought kind of a
No,
lot.
dude.
Just
that
myself?
a pack of bacon is like a pound. That's about 16 ounces. What you buy a pack for?
How are
I
you
don't
to
know. I was
judge
going
what
through
is
a
too
month.
much?
Maybe too much, like 2 pounds. I don't know, but it was a lot. I was going to
Who cares how
Costco.
much it is?
Yeah,
Honestly.
a lot. It's just a lot.
So that's my big question here is like who decides?
I was convicted because I saw in the Bible that he didn't make these for food. He created shellfish to clean up the ocean, the bottom of the ocean, and swine. He
I
didn't
get
create that
hey,
as food.
Blaze, you are confusing me asking for your interpretation with the simple question, how do I know how to make the decision of who interpretation is right?
I already told you.
Study and prayer. That's it.
Okay,
Yep.
so did you study and pray, Pistachio?
Of course.
Oh,
Did you
goodness.
study and pray, Blaze?
Yes.
You both came to different conclusions.
I'm under the impression that you're antagonizing people with your questions.
I'm not.
There's
I'm just
many
trying to
different-
understand their.
yeah,
I'm
there's
just
so
trying to
many-
understand their worldviews here.
Yeah, that's
There's
okay.
so many different sects and interpretations of the Bible.
So are they all right?
No,
So how do I know which one's right and which
you don't
one's
need
right?
to know.
What's
It doesn't
Let me
matter.
ask you this.
Oh, it
Let me
doesn't
ask you
matter.
You don't matter. Like you're not going to get some special angel visiting you so that you can believe it. It doesn't. You don't matter in the greater scheme. You have to do your own research and prayer.
Well,
So
can I ask
come
you
up with
this?
your own interpretation. You're comfortable with your own interpretation. That's a third one now. So now he's pointing out I got to weed through 3 interpretations
Well,
just to come to grips with you guys.
I keep it kind of simple. And I do appreciate the question because what did my Messiah do? I know my Messiah did not eat shellfish. I know my Messiah did not eat swine. So that's the way I live my life.
Hey, listen. Blaze, I 100% understand what your position is. I'm not asking about what your position is. I'm asking, how do I come to that position in a reliable way?
What did your Messiah do?
Okay, cool. So just judge by what the Messiah did. That's a cool standard. I think that's a reasonable one. Pistachio, why don't I just follow that standard?
Why don't you? That's something for you to debate as a devil's advocate.
Okay,
Do you even follow Christ?
I do.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
best of my
find that
ability.
hard to believe.
Why
I
is
find
that?
that hard to believe, based off your chastising questions. It's a question upon a question upon a question, man.
Sure.
Those are honest
We-
questions, and they're very important to me. So I don't think it's fair for you to say.
Yeah. So asking a question isn't really chastising anyone.
If you need help, find prayer. That's it.
Cool.
We keep telling you
I
over
pray,
and over
hey,
again.
my guy, I pray every single day by myself and with my family.
Obviously, it's not working.
Okay.
That's ludicrous for you to say that because he differs from you. He should go to hell. That's the way you're thinking, right? Something crazy like that.
Wait, who said there was hell? Like,
Who said he differed?
there's like a Sheol, and there's a resting place, right? Rest in peace. I don't know. I think hell was created. Now, I do think that there is going to be a lake of fire, but people aren't going to be burning in it forever. I believe that people are going to see the brilliance and what they could have had with the creator, and they're going to be so upset, and then they're just going to disappear.
Well, he pointed out that your beliefs were subject to interpretation.
Well, it is. It really is.
I mean, okay, so my question is then, if they're all subject to interpretation, how do I know which one is correct or not?
Okay, not everything's up for interpretation, but everybody has internal beliefs and views that they look out of.
I get that. My question is not whether they do or don't. My question is very simple. It is, how do I decide?
Are you seeking?
I am.
Are you willing to give up the fact that you're not a god?
Am I willing to give up the fact that I'm not a god?
Dan.
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah,
I never made the claim. I never made the claim.
I'm pretty sure I'm not a god currently, yeah.
Sort of a bizarre starting point too. It's like, why are you the queen? Where's the king? Isn't this about the king? You know, and really this does go back to what you're asking about who's in charge of money, who's in charge of things, and how sadly enough the church was the media of the day 500 and 600 years ago. It was the only place anyone got information. And it's sad. You know, it's really sad. The corruption within religion has soured me on it badly.
It was also the only scientific book and history book, and it was really important. It kept track of battles. It kept track of conquering nations. It wasn't just a biblical. It wasn't the Bible that we think about it today in hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
I just shockingly met somebody that was what we know of as the Christian Science Monitor. It's called Church of Christ, Scientists. And they came about in the 1850s and 60s when a lot of quackery was popping up and pseudoscience was popping up. And it was a religion that said, holy crap, let's get back to God's word. And they're the ones that also don't like medicine because they prefer prayer. And it was a trip to hang out with her because it was 100% faith-based. And that's where I have to separate from you in conversation, Blaze, because you're taking a story to fact. You're saying it's a matter of fact what the Bible says. And that's tough. It's basic history to me now. It's like, I can't tell how much of it is history, how much of it is parable, how much of it is myth, storytelling.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, but do you really care to find out? Do you literally, seriously, do you literally care whether it is, what it is, or anything? I mean, honestly.
Have you cross-referenced with other ancient stories?
Yeah, to the point where I'm spending the last hour entertaining it by talking to you about it? Absolutely.
No, like how much of your month? If you really cared about it, you would be. I mean, let's be fair. I mean, that question deserves an answer like this, because
well, except it goes right back to where we're talking about, is where do you put your faith? Where do you find a group, a book, where do you find, listen, this is how scientism happened. They just put their faith there. I mean, this is about where do you place your faith. And if you are looking to strive as an atheist, you would cling to science entirely. But it doesn't, I'm still going to suggest that faith is powerful regardless of what your faith is in. Look at dark people and dark magic and people that are dark. They run fine. They just run on the opposite energy. They do.
We know our enemy. We get him. We understand. We can read like I've read the Quran and the Bhagavad Gita and other major religious texts. That's how you come to a conclusion, is you read all the resources and things you can, and do it with as many data points as you can. And in your head, you got to come to a conclusion.
Now, Pistachio, that's a reasonable approach, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, oh man, you guys are being incredibly unreasonable. I think what would be good though is just simply saying, because it's the same thing an evangelical claim that they make. It's the same thing that a sola scriptura person makes. They all make the same claim as, here is truth. Why? Because I read the book this way. But then they all disagree.
Sure. And when you hear say someone review Harry Potter, the third book, is it not until you're finished the book yourself that you can come to a proper conclusion about the book?
Yeah,
but you can read a million reviews. Yeah,
my question is not can we get an interpretation from it? That's obvious to me, right? That you can get an interpretation.
Yeah.
But the question isn't what is an interpretation. The question is there a correct interpretation? And if so, how would I know?
Oh, well, it's consensus,
Ooh.
Yeah.
You just lost me on that one.
If a million people read the Bible and come to a way of living and a good natural order, and then the average interpretation of when those million people read the Bible, it's the average of what the human comes to. It's kind of like guessing the number of gumballs in the machine. Yeah.
Do you adhere to the Nicene Creed, Pistachio?
No.
Okay. Because one of the big problems I have with the Nicene Creed is that it's literally that they're okay, let's go out here and let's define God based on. Anybody hear it? Yeah, consensus. That seems to be a bad way. In fact, every single warning I hear in the Bible is probably not consensus. Everything but consensus. In fact, most of the time. These people do this.
How do you think? How do you think? I know you're asking dumb questions and having your own dumb answer as well. And I'm coming up with a dumb answer.
You feel like I'm dumb?
You're asking dumb questions, yeah.
Why are they dumb questions? I feel like they're the most basic questions.
You're asking how do I come to the conclusion that it's true?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a dumb question because obviously you can't.
You can't?
Yeah, obviously. You live on Earth you're a human.
Wait, just because I'm a human means that I can't come to a conclusion about what's true or not? Are you a Christian?
Unless the end times come, it's all up to faith and belief. Are you do you not understand?
Oh, I definitely don't agree with
that. Unless the end times come, it's up to you to believe.
Do you feel like this is all based on we can't know
belief,
anything until
faith?
You don't think that any of this can Like we can't know any of this until the end time comes?
It's all belief and faith. You have to believe and have faith.
I get what belief and faith is, but that word that is used in the Bible, that word is used in the Bible has nothing to do with blind assent to something. What it has to do with is like actually exercising
You're asking
trust.
how do I know? You're asking how do I know? And the only thing that's gonna let you know with 100% certainty is a divine intervention or the apocalypse.
Huh.
Yeah. So it's up until then. All you have is faith and belief, and blessed are they who believe without seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Otherwise, you would just default into heaven. You would just have the belief. You would know there would be no point of your existence.
I think that you really misunderstand the word belief. Like the word belief is not. I think like you think you have this idea of it's just like, oh, I just believe something to be true or false, right? That's not what belief means. Like belief, the Greek word pistis comes from is the idea of loyalty or trust that you have in God. And I don't know how you could trust something that you just simply believe exists, right? Like I know and I believe the devil exists. I know and believe the devil exists, right? But it doesn't mean I believe in the devil, right? I don't trust the devil for jack shit, right?
Sure.
Okay. So like almost in
even the disciples didn't believe Jesus was the Messiah until he resurrected and appeared in their living room and they were like touching him.
Yeah. No, right? I get you, but I just think that you need to differentiate between this idea of like, oh, you can't know anything versus like, no, you actually trust God. And like that's not belief is used in the second way in Scripture, not in that first way that you're talking about.
May I ask why you referenced a Greek version? Of faith?
because I speak Greek and because that's the word that's used in the New Testament to describe faith.
What about the in the front of the book? Because in the front of the book, like I've been talking all night, seems to be the theme. We have been taught this Greek linear way of thinking and learning.
Greeks don't think linearly.
You don't think so?
No.
Hey.
Have you ever read Aristotle?
I do.
Have you ever read Aristotle? Have you ever read any of the church fathers like Irenaeus or somebody like that?
Yeah, didn't they try to change a bunch of things and they changed, I mean, it seems like they actually changed who the creator is and the Messiah.
I mean, do you know who Irenaeus? I think if you read Irenaeus, you wouldn't think that he did that. I don't even believe with everything that he believes, but I still recognize he didn't do those things that you're accusing him of right now.
Most of them did. The early church fathers, they did. And
have you read them?
I studied them? Yes, that's how I know about them. And they changed.
I mean, have you read what they've written?
Not every single word. No.
I didn't say every single. Have you ever read like a whole book from not their commentary of them?
No,
but like read what they actually read. I would suggest you do that.
No, I could care less what man has to say. What commentary? I'm not into Greek. Yes, I do look at the Greek words. I'm more into what it meant when my Messiah walked this earth. And yes, he did probably read Greek, and the apostles did write in Greek. Yeah, I'm aware of that. But faith in Hebrew is more like faithfulness. It was more how your behavior was.
That's what I just said.
Because we can say all day long that we have faith, but
I don't think you were listening to anything I was saying, were you? Because I was literally just explaining that.
Well, it didn't sound like that's what you were saying.
Well, could you repeat anything I said?
Well, I mean, you just said it was kind of hard to explain faith.
I didn't say it was hard to explain.
Hard. Okay, then what did you say?
I said that faith is an abiding trust and loyalty that we have with God because of the interactions that we have with Him.
Only with Him?
Yeah.
No, that's not true. Faith is not only with Him. Faithfulness, it's an action as well.
Yeah, that's what trust would be.
People have faith in gravity, but they don't know what it is.
But you can have faith in its effects.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And I just want you to know that God's effect upon me and my life has been in probably of equal abundance to all of you, with full ignorance of my relationship with the Creator in Christ. So I don't know what that refutes, but it does suggest that if God lives within me and God lives amongst us, that my negligence of that shouldn't be of bearing upon how I walk of the earth. If I'm in balance, if I'm doing God's work by my own.
But who told you He is in you and walks among you?
I'm appealing to your deity.
No, that's not the God that I serve. That's not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's not pantheistic. He's not everywhere. First of all, you do have to believe in His Son, and you have to invite Him in. You have to follow Him, His instructions, and even if you don't,
he's dead.
Who's dead?
Well, you're talking about dead. Jesus, right?
He's risen. He was dead for 3 days.
Okay, I'm not sure what Jesus you're talking to, but I am sure of my reincarnation. I feel it in my heart. So I feel that the journey of the soul is greater than your understanding of that book.
Well, maybe you just had some really good dreams and you're remembering some of those dreams. So how can you prove your reincarnation?
Because my wisdom didn't come from things I learned in this lifetime. And I think anyone that's had children can tell you that their personality, some are fussy, some are happy, but they're entirely intact when they're born. Their personality is entirely intact.
So their surroundings have no effect on them?
No, some kids are troubled to begin with, and some are happy to begin with. And people's journeys aren't always as I know someone that had 4, my friend was part of family of 4. Both the boys turned into drug addicts and both the girls didn't. And the parents, would have to assume they went wrong. The father would have to assume somewhere he went wrong. As a veterinarian, he was too busy. And I disagree. I think the boys had middle class problems, from too much comfort. And so there's a lot of culture involved here. And if you found a different book in a different era, I think you would apply the same faith and gain the same power from the strength of your belief alone. I think it's great then when people get together and believe the same thing, but it doesn't make it rock solid. Otherwise, there wouldn't be all these religions.
Yeah, listen, not every person believes the same thing. What was it? Pistachio. He and I were believers, but we just clearly showed you that we don't believe in the same thing. And Meisty, he's a believer. We don't believe in the same thing. I think that religion has the biggest conspiracies within it.
I know 2 people right now. Like one girl thinks she's decoded the Bible and that she's Jesus, and she's about to release her book that's already finished, right?
Oh my!
And the other one just put out this website, Non-Orthodoxy. So both of them claim to have religious, like they're really into the Bible, but their interpretations are so different. And these are people I know personally, you know, and so they're both thinking, yet still they've found the right interpretation. And that's tough, you know?
Well, I would say they don't know the scriptures because Messiah, it's not going to be a secret. Him coming back, he's going to be like every eye is going to see him, and we're warned and told to test every spirit. I have a spirit. You have a spirit. Messiah had a spirit. Apparently, God's a living spirit. So we're supposed to test all these spirits. So these people take so many things out of the Bible and create these doctrines of men and these doctrines of demons, and they just run with it. It was very simple. They had one doctrine. Messiah taught one doctrine. It was the Torah. His disciples had one doctrine. It was the Torah. The disciples simply... No? You don't believe me?
No. Yeah, they're all of his disciples believe different things about the Torah.
Really? Or do you think that those letters were expressions of how to unfold
Paul and Peter believed different things.
What are you talking about?
Peter didn't think that they should go to the Gentiles. Paul did. They disagreed about it all the time.
No,
James thought that they shouldn't circumcise people who got brought into the faith. Paul thought they shouldn't, and then James thought they should.
No, in Acts, 13, 18, it talks about, look, just do these 4 things until they get comfortable. They keep going back to the and listening to the person on the Sabbath.
And they disagreed.
They did disagree a few things, a few small things. Absolutely. Yep. They did debate.
Not a few small things. Thomas straight up disagreed that Christ rose.
Until
Paul was a Sadducee. Paul was a Sadducee.
What does that have to do with anything?
Matthew was a publican.
What did their...
They believed completely different things about the Torah.
At one point, they all had the same interpretation.
Incorrect. There's no evidence of that.
Okay. Well,
in fact, all the way into the third to last book of the Bible. Hold up. All the way up until the third to last book of the Bible, you still see Peter and Paul disagreeing about things. Paul deferring to Peter about certain things, even voicing his disapproval.
Well,
Peter criticizing Paul for the way that he is writing because he's being unclear as he's writing the Ephesians.
I stand corrected. There was a few things that were different because man-made traditions were superseding the written instructions.
They weren't traditions. They were straight up different interpretations about how to preach the gospel and how the gospel should be lived.
And
you're whitewashing that fact by simply going over it and saying, "Oh, it was just according to man." According to who?
They were on the same level.
These were straight up apostles of the Lord Jesus Christ who had seen him in the flesh as a resurrected being, and they still disagreed about things.
Yeah. Then why did Peter tell everybody, warn people about Paul's writings were hard to understand? Because he knew that Paul was an attorney of the word. He knew, and it was hard for Paul Paul was really smart.
Okay, and that was not my point. I didn't say that Paul was dumb. What I simply said was Paul and Peter disagreed about quite a few things.
Not that many things. No.
Quite important things. Who should be able to? Who should be able to? Oh, here's a good one, Blaze.
In context, don't just give me a verse. Give me it in context. I want to know the beginning of the verse and the chapter before it and the chapter after it. That's how you study the Bible.
I'm happy to do that, Blaze. So do you recognize, though, because you said, yes, you stand corrected, you do recognize that Peter and Paul disagreed about things, right?
A few things, because Peter was told to go and eat with the Gentiles, and then he was like, oh my gosh, when the other Hebrews came along, he was trying to act like he wasn't with them. And Paul did reprimand him and say that, yes,
Other way
they're one of
around.
us. The Holy Spirit was on them as well.
It was the other way around, but yeah.
No, it wasn't.
But and then also,
Wait, hold on. Wait.
How did Paul feel?
No. That was
How did Paul feel about that Peter was asked to kill and eat unclean animals?
Yeah. Well, do you understand in context that he was talking about humans, beings, not animals? If you continue reading, this is like such a typical. Yeah. Then you'll know that he was talking about humans, not animals.
We should kill and eat humans.
It was an example of what he was saying. Read it in context. Gosh.
I did.
And then you sit there and say that Peter, it was the opposite of what. No, it was not the opposite of what I said earlier, because Peter was also, yes, to the Gentiles. He was eating with the Gentiles, and Paul was supposed to go out to the Gentiles.
Yeah. And how did Peter feel about that?
He was a little embarrassed at first. He was fine with it until the other Hebrews, because of the man-made traditions that said that you shall not eat with them.
But he didn't actually think that it was man-made traditions. He thought it was a correct interpretation of the Torah.
Hey, do you remember when I said, hey, wait, I stand corrected? And I said about the traditions?
It was to Peter, it wasn't a tradition. He called it the nomos. He called it the straight-up law. He thought that Paul was actually trespassing the law.
For what? Paul was trespassing the law for what?
Actually going to the Gentiles the way that he did.
No. Nope.
And writing to them the way that he did.
Okay, well, start providing in context give us some pretext to the verses that you're going to provide for us.
Sure, I can do that. Let me get some of this stuff out. Let me get some work stuff here done.
Satan worship, yeah. You know what that is? That's just evil worship. I don't even know if I have that anymore. Oh, I might have saved it. Hey, North Star. Did not take it.
What's up? I heard you guys speaking about Peter. This get up, rise, and kill and eat, right?
Just don't keep reading.
Well, all of those things he's seen was rolled back up and taken back up into heaven. So did he rise up and kill and eat? No, he didn't. And so while he was sitting and contemplating on the vision, then these three men, I think it was three men that came up, and what was it? The Spirit said to them, here they are. So they didn't have ham sandwiches in their hand.
No, they didn't. How can you mute? What?
He accused me of muting him.
Oh. I've got a message from him too.
I can't.
He means well.
He
means well, but
I have no evidence of that.
I know, but I guess I just want to believe he means well. He's just super passionate, and it just always gets sideways, and I can't do that. I don't want to do it, and I don't want to get sideways with you. And I feel like I kind of was just getting like,
listen, Blaze. If you can tell, I'm not that worried about it. I'm not trying to be adversarial with you. And
no, you're not.
If somebody wants to get worked up about it, it's not my issue. I'm not trying to get worked. I'm not trying to work people up.
I know. I still have a lot of debating skills to learn.
Maisty did say something interesting, though. You did say something interesting that caught my ear when you were talking. Yeah, when he was talking about the Council of Nicaea,
Mm-hmm.
and he objected to the, and I agree with him. He objected to they chose the books upon consensus.
Council of Nicaea didn't do anything about choosing the books.
What were you talking about? Which maybe I misunderstood.
Council of Nicaea didn't have anything to do with choosing books of the Bible.
A lot of people think that,
Council of Nicaea was responding to the Arian heresy and about the nature of God, and it decided upon the homoousios, the one being, or the homoousios, the like in being debate that was going on between the Arians and the non-Arians in the church. And so my specific issue with Nicaea is that it makes claims about the nature of God based on consensus, not based on revelation.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Maybe I misunderstood what you were talking about, but you did say about the consensus, and I agree with you. Now, on the other hand, though, what? Sorry, did I?
Yeah, my specific thing is it's not so much that consensus is worthless; it's that when talking about the nature of God, I believe that God needs to reveal His nature. It can't be. We can't, as humans, decide on God's nature based on His consensus. Based on our consensus.
Okay, fair enough. So you're against making decision based on consensus. I agree with you.
No, that's not what I said. What I said.
Because you know what I'm going to say next, right?
No,
because you know what I'm going to.
No, Montreal. I would like to be fairly represented. If you're going to levy a criticism or a thought against what I'm saying, what I'd like you to do is admit that what I'm saying is that I don't believe that man, based on man's consensus, can decide upon the nature of God purely based on their consensus. I believe that the nature of God is something that needs to be revealed, but is not something that man can simply sit in council, debate, and decide based on consensus.
Okay, fair enough. Then let me ask you another question, if I may. When they decided on the books, which books are going to go in the Bible and which will become eventually the Apocrypha, right? The process that was determined, do you agree with that process?
No.
That was a process of consensus, correct?
Yes, and I don't agree with it.
Okay, perfect. But somehow, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but somehow you believe in the current scientific community when they decide things upon consensus. Somehow you believe in that? It's a question mark.
No, I believe in conclusions that are based on evidence when it comes to science.
Okay, fair enough. So you're against the consensus panels.
Say for or against. The consensus can be with the evidence or against the evidence. I don't care. I'll always go with the evidence.
Yeah, but does a council decide what the evidence is, or is the evidence self-evident? I mean, the proof.
I think you answered your question for yourself.
I think you answered
the question for. I think you answered the question for yourself.
How so?
You said, "Is the evidence based on consensus, or is the evidence self-evident?" Well, the answer would be the latter.
Yeah, but yeah, you see, this is tricky because some people think that evidence is not proof. In other words, you can bring a bunch of evidence to establish a proof. So are you saying evidence alone is something that establishes a proof?
A proof is either done in logic or in mathematics. In logic, it's using premises and using sound logic to come to conclusions, or in mathematics, using sound theorems in order to come to conclusions.
Agreed on both terms. How about in reality? Can we prove anything in reality?
Proofs are specifically, in a technical sense, reserved for logic and mathematics.
How about science?
And science? No, I don't think that science is out proving things.
So there's
Science,
no such thing as scientific
science is about gathering evidence and creating sound conclusions that are based on that evidence.
So no proof. You can't prove anything in reality.
I didn't say you can't prove anything in reality. I said that science is about gathering evidence and reaching sound conclusions based on that evidence.
So how would you prove something in reality then?
You can use logic or you can use mathematics.
Only those two means? Logic and mathematics?
Mathematics and logic are the things are things associated with proofs. Evidence and conclusions that are supported by that evidence is what science does.
So science cannot prove anything, according to you?
No, you use science for conclusions and evidence, and you use mathematics and logic for proofs.
So we cannot prove anything in science?
Well, you can reach conclusions and sound conclusions in science. And I think that's just as valid as proving something inside of mathematics.
Is there any exception that you will accept a consensus-based opinion for proof?
A consensus is simply a survey or an observation based on how many people agree with something, right? That doesn't make it right or wrong.
I agree with you. So the current scientific consensus, the way they do it, is rubbish, right?
That is not what I said.
With me?
So, SE Montreal, you need to stop putting words in my mouth. That's not a good faith way of having a conversation. And you'll listen to the answer then. So
okay,
putting words in
always.
my mouth is not a good faith way of having a conversation. The way that you actually have a conversation is asking me what I believe, and what that is that consensus is fine. It's only consensus, though. If consensus is supported by the evidence, then great. But that's just an observation.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Maybe I was presumptuous. I apologize. Do you believe that there's any way to do science using a consensus-based proof system?
No, consensus doesn't prove things. Mathematics and logic prove things.
Perfect. All right. So you agree that using consensus in science is not a viable way to prove things. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Perfect. We're good.
Yeah, but please don't, this is recorded, and I'm sure that you can actually listen to what I said and not do what you did, 45 seconds ago and restate what I didn't say as if it's what I said.
So you didn't accept my correction of rephrasing the terms which you found
no, I told you what I thought. What I think is that proof is for mathematics and logic. Science is for evidence and conclusions based on that evidence.
Right, but then I asked you
consensus can use evidence to get sound conclusions. Consensus can use mathematical or logical proofs to come up with a populace-based conclusion. That's fine. But consensus is more about an observation that one is making about a populace on a sociological level.
So now you're changing your statement.
I didn't change my statement. I didn't change my statement. I didn't change. To refine my statement is to share my ideas with you so that you cannot use what I said in some type of unclear or falsified way.
Why would you presume I would do that?
Because you did it 2 minutes ago.
No, I didn't. I asked you a question. Maybe I didn't form it correctly in your liking, but I did rephrase it.
No, what you did is you presumed to speak for me and said and restated something as if that's what I said when it's not what I said. So that's
Right.
why.
And when you brought it to my attention, what did I immediately correct myself and restated the statement?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your beef?
My beef is that if you've done it once, you'll likely do it again.
Right, gotcha. Uh-huh. So let's be clear on what you said. You, R.C. Meisty, said that you don't think that science should be done by consensus, correct?
Not what I said. Not what I said.
Oh boy, here we go. Okay, what did you say then?
If I've said it 3 times at this point, Montreal, if you can't actually listen to what I'm saying or internalize what I'm saying, I'm probably not going to have very much luck.
Hey, whatever, dude. Whatever makes you feel good.
I mean, I feel just fine. My point is that if you're not going to listen to me, I'm not going to repeat myself 18 times.
Well, you shifted every time I asked
I haven't shifted any time. You've asked me different questions.
The last time I asked you, you added 2 things. So,
Didn't
would
add
you care to
anything.
make a clear statement on it?
Didn't add anything either time.
Yes, you did.
No.
You added clarity, remember? You added some clarity? Remember? Hey, if you're not comfortable with that statement, no problem, bro. You can take it back.
I already made my statement. If you want to roll the tape back, that's your deal. Since you don't know how to listen.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Everybody heard what you said, so.
I know.
And everybody heard what I said.
You kept trying to change what I said every single time. It's a dishonest, asshole way of having a conversation, Montreal. That's why people completely tear you apart.
What?
Oh, now you're going to take personal digs on me. Gotcha.
I'm not taking a personal dig.
Hey, wait, I've never heard anybody tear him apart. So sorry, my
you probably haven't heard. You probably haven't heard Blue Marble Science then lately.
That's somebody with a profile. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a real person.
Yeah.
No, I certainly haven't, and he can hold his own. I don't know. It just like I felt like he was having the same kind of conversation that I was having with you, and it was like, no, I didn't say
Blaze,
that. I just said that.
Blaze, if you didn't notice how he would consistently say something in return of what I said, and then say that's what you said, and say no.
He's genuinely trying to learn, and
he was not. Blaze. He's full of shit. I've known SC Montreal for years. He's full of shit.
He's when it comes to this topic.
Yeah,
he's very humble.
No,
and
not even a little bit.
Okay, that could. Well, I don't understand when it comes to the Bible and religion and spirituality. Like, if you don't think that he's humble about it and that he says it all the time, he prefaces it before he speaks.
We weren't talking about religion.
Okay, it was a spiritual topic, the Council of Nicaea. You know,
we were talking. He added the science part in there because he was trying to extract my theological approaches to things and how I think God reveals himself versus how we know things through science.
You see, he got triggered because he knew I was going to tie his disagreement with the way that the consensus is done with religion. He knew I was going to tie that with science, and before I asked him the question, he got triggered and he started being antagonistic.
So,
he's not an
Montreal, if you notice, I've kept this exact same tone the entire time. No one has been triggered but you. Okay, and the point is that. No, I don't accept consensus and declarations of God's nature. Just like I don't accept, like, if all consensus came out and said the earth is flat, they'd be wrong about that because the evidence doesn't show that.
You see, you had to tie it to flat. He couldn't say science. He's being dishonest, you see? He can't say it. He can't bring himself to even say it.
I know, Montreal. Now who's triggered again?
It's fixed and immovable. Okay, forget the flat part. It's just we know that it's fixed and immovable. We're not flying around out in space.
I know that you believe that.
With my senses, Yes, I do. And I actually believe the scriptures, what they say. I don't know how many times does he say it's fixed and immovable? I mean, a lot. And I believe him. I mean, he's not giving us an example of, how to follow the instructions and how severe it is. He's literally telling us about his creation. And you know what? Shame on me for believing him literally.
Like I said, I have yet to meet one person who believes the Bible literally.
Well, it all depends what you mean by literally. I think, this is how I came into the conversation.
It's almost like you need to interpret the word literally.
Well, I mean, I looked it up before I joined in, and it talked about literal examples of the law. Literal example. And like I said, it was a law.
All forms of communication have to be interpreted, whether they're literal, figurative, or anything else. That's literally the nature of communication. It has to be interpreted.
That's my entire point.
Okay. I get it.
So declaring something as it needs to be interpreted, therefore it isn't literal, doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say it has to be interpreted, therefore it isn't literal. It's not what I said.
It is what you said with your statement. No, you might not have realized that that's what you were declaring, but
no. Hey, Bob, I'm pretty damn good at listening to what I say.
Well, try saying it correctly.
How about you listen to what I say then, Bob? It's pretty darn easy.
This time, okay?
Hey, Bob, I know that you're triggered by the fact that you can't get around this idea of everybody likes to say they're a literalist until you put it to the test.
Okay, maybe we need another.
Everybody doesn't like to say that. I know that I'm not. Okay?
Oh, me either.
At least not in the way that you're using the phrase. I know that's true. I'm absolutely not, according to the way you're using it. But you're saying it incorrectly. That's absolutely true. You need to change the way you're saying it if you don't want to sound so stupid. That's why you're having
Bob, the great thing about it is that I'm not trying to sound smart to Bob.
Well, hold on a second. Could you let him finish what he was just saying?
If you would change the way you're saying it and say it correctly instead of incorrectly, you might not be having so much trouble with these guys talking to them and having a conversation.
I'm not having any trouble with it.
Well, you obviously are. I mean,
clearly not. If my rhetorical goals, Bob, were to try to convince them of something.
It's obvious to anyone that's listening that's being logical and
reasonable. If anybody's having trouble, it would be them. I'm not having trouble.
You're absolutely struggling to have this conversation. It's easy to tell.
I'm not having
any difficulties.
That's
an insane claim. He's been making sense for over an hour.
He hasn't. No.
He's triggered everyone because they don't want to challenge. They don't want to think. They want to run with what they're thinking.
Because he cuts us off.
He is struggling. And all I'm doing is I'm suggesting to him that he change the way he say it to say it correctly instead of incorrectly so he doesn't struggle so much. I don't see why that hurts his feelings so much.
Hi, Bob. By the way.
Hello.
So can we just take a pause for a second? Rakia's back. Do you want to give us an update with your massage therapist? Did she quit on you? Is she mad at me? Rakia. Anyways, try to bring a little levity to the conversation.
You know what I noticed? It's funny. It's funny how RC he looks at consensus in religion one way, but when it comes to science, he views it in a different way. And when I point that out to him, he gets all triggery, and the hate comes out. It's funny to see that.
I have not expressed hate to you one time today, Montreal.
What?
And
you know what you just called me before?
And the only thing that is despicable about what you're saying is the fact that you continually try to mischaracterize what I said in order for you to make an argument about a straw man that you have in your mind about what I'm saying. I've already made clear, Montreal, that my approach to how God reveals himself and the limited knowledge that we have within scientific inquiry, there are definitely two different approaches. I have never denied that, and I won't deny that. Because the idea that God can reveal himself and the idea that we have the logical and the like physical faculties to explore the world around us, those take two significantly different forms when it comes to epistemology, and I'm comfortable with that. That's all right.
Fair enough. Why can't you say, though, or can you say that scientific consensus is wrong? Can you bring yourself to say that?
It's only wrong. Yeah, I understand that you want to be on my case about something, but like you would have to have permission to be in my space right now.
No, you think I'm on your. Well, maybe you see
and the point, Montreal,
instead
is
of
that like
the question,
scientific consensus is correct when it uses evidence and sound reasoning to get to its conclusions.
See, you can't say it. Thank you.
And
I proved my point.
And my point about religious consensus is that unless God is revealing it as such, then I don't put a lot of stock in religious consensus that are, to quote our friend Blaze here, philosophies of men.
You, sir, are a hypocrite.
All right.
What did you just say?
Your evaluation of it has very little to do with the reality, Montreal, just like your view of the world.
I've been enjoying it for some reason, for perverse reasons. Because I want to know what's up with religion, and more so with God. Forget religion, because religion's been crap from the beginning.
Exactly. Thank you.
So,
no, not from the beginning. Well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, and that's why they go, oh, well, just go open up your own church. It's like totally accepted. Just go be funky somewhere else, And it's like, okay, so I'm going to have my own church. That's psychotic in itself. I'll just go have my own church. So I got to ask you, RC, because you've been so calm and so patient and really accurate, in your delivery. You're not trying to sell anyone. You only had questions, and all of which I appreciated. But I noticed that you're coming from a Mormon background, and they don't even have a Bible, right? They never even found this guy's work. So I'm like, I'm tripping. Am I just enjoying you because you're going after other religions from a Mormon perspective, or is that not part of it?
I don't believe
he's a Mormon?
I don't even believe that I brought in like my own personal theology once to all of this.
That's why I was asking if that was a hidden agenda or not on the.
Oh, not at all. I'm not as you've heard this entire time. I haven't brought up what my personal theology is at all in any of this, and I didn't really even plan to, because I don't have any agenda when it comes to that. I'm just trying to actually understand other people's approaches to this. And if there's going to be blatant inconsistency about it, then, well, I'd probably want to discuss it. Just like Montreal was trying to suss out what he thought was potential inconsistencies, and good on him. Fine, whatever. He can do that. Like, I'd expect to be able to do the same thing. But no, I don't have any agenda. You never hear me bring it up because I really don't have an agenda to.
I'm not sure it's hypocrisy for you to rely upon one thing, belief for religion and science for science.
Well, I don't rely on just belief for religion and science for science. I do believe that they're ultimately compatible. I do think that their knowledge is limited as to how and why they're compatible in a lot of instances. But I do also know that our faculty for gaining knowledge is multifaceted. Sometimes we can use logic. Sometimes we can use evidence. Sometimes we can use straight up revelation from God. And all I'm doing is recognizing, those are three very different modes that we can get to true knowledge about things. And I believe in all three of them the same, but that exact same way. I don't pretend that they're all the same.
Well, I must admit that you sound relatively healthy and not too dogmatic.
I'm not, which is why, I believe what I believe, and I believe very strong with what I believe, right? But you don't hear me, sitting here peddling, Mormonism or anti-Catholicism or anything else when it comes to a lot of these things. Now, if somebody asks me about it, I'll do my best to give a very honest and straightforward answer about it, but I don't sit around and, talk about my personal beliefs unless somebody asks me about them.
Could you get away with being a flat earther in your church?
No way.
I was actually introduced to flat Earth by a guy I go to church with.
Is he still in the church?
Not openly in church though. Like
right.
I mean, like we were literally sitting in Sunday school.
No, but I mean,
we
the
were talking
pastor
about it.
would throw you out. The pastor would still throw you out, right?
I mean, no, in the LDS church, we don't have pastors per se. All of us take turns about every 3 to 5 years. My current bishop, he's a software engineer, and I think he's been in about 2 years, and probably like 2 to 3 more years, somebody else will take it, and then somebody else will take it.
You got flat Earth as a hobby, so I'm going to ask straight up: is it conflictory or congruent with Mormonism?
I've never heard anybody say it's conflicting or congruent with Mormonism.
I'm not sure we have a lot of Mormons in the community. So
I mean, here's the only thing I can say about it.
I know one.
Because it's the only thing I know is that there is one guy, and it's the one who taught me that people believe in the flat Earth, because he believed in the flat Earth. I talked to him last year, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm less convinced these days."
Ouch.
But he was probably 22 at the time when I met him, and this was probably 6 or 7 years ago. And he's older now. He's like, "Yeah, I don't so much subscribe to it anymore, but I have my own questions." We didn't spend a whole bunch of time, but we spent a lot of time talking about it when he first brought it up to me, because I was just fascinated with and we were good friends anyway. We had enough of a trust to, if I thought he was wrong and he thought I was wrong, we could sit and joke about it with each other, but also be open with each other. And he's one who told me about it, and we were literally sitting in a Sunday school class one time when he leaned over next to me and said, "Yeah, just like the domes," because somebody mentioned the firmament at some point. He's like, "That's a solid dome, right?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And so we got into that conversation. But yeah, I mean, I've known there. Now, do I think that there are a lot of flat earthers? No, not so much, because there's a lot. I mean, the people who I go to church with, most of them are engineers, pilots, stuff like that. And we've talked about a lot of science stuff, and none of them have ever talked to me. And I've even talked about the fact that I've talked to flat earthers before, and none of them brought it up to me. And we're all pretty good friends.
All right, so it's just a hobby. It's not part of an agenda. It's not part of your spiritual journey?
No, it's not.
Cool. Most everyone else it is.
I've noticed that.
You're interesting.
Yeah. It's definitely would go against a Mormon cosmology, the shape of the earth. That we believe fixed and immovable. Doesn't seem like you guys actually would believe that part of the Bible.
Why not?
Well, if you believe in a heliocentric model, then that would be going against the fixed and immovable earth.
I mean, what do you mean by I don't know of any statements other than potential we do have a lot of allusions to the fact that God's creation is expansive and unfathomable. The fact that this is not the only place that he's created. That this is not the only place he's created where humans dwell and all that kind of stuff.
Where'd you get that information?
I mean, we have lots more scripture than just the Bible. We use the Old Testament and the New Testament. We have the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, Doctrine and Covenants. We have about double the amount of scripture a run-of-the-mill Christian evangelical has.
Okay, so then I would ask you, how do those line up with the 66 canon that we have? Because I do believe there's scriptures taken out for sure.
Well, yeah,
but
I mean,
I'm just
we
wondering.
believe that they're all congruent.
So I'm just asking, like, these verses right here that I posted and Apocryphon posted. Let me see if I don't know. It says, he fixed the earth firm and movable. Psalm 93:1.
Yeah, I mean, like
earth.
we just look at this as these are just metaphor. I've heard, I know all of these verses very well.
Okay, but here's the thing. This is Discord. We all have to have a level of decorum. You walk all over us. Can you just take a breath for a second? I'm not saying I don't do it and I've not done it all night, but take a breath for a second.
I've taken a breath.
Can I hear you? Because you just walk. Can I just hear you? Because
I've taken a breath.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take one as well. Okay. So he fixed the earth firm and immovable. Thou didst fixed the earth on its foundation so that it never can be shaken. So, I mean, I'm going to take that one literal, meaning that's part of creation.
Why?
Because it's fixed and immovable. I know what fixed and movable is. If I, screw down my desk, it's immovable.
Okay. When it says, it's funny that you actually you trimmed out the first part of 1630. It just says, all earth, like the actual earth, tremble before him.
All earth. It doesn't say earths.
No, it just says all earth tremble before him. So it's saying the ground is moving, and then it says that the world is fixed and immovable.
Okay, but so earthquakes? I mean, earthquakes happen.
So
right?
apparently it's not all that immovable, right?
It's not moving out of its foundations. Wasn't that the last one that I just read? Foundations.
Seems like you're negotiating with one text.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna post a few.
So Blaze, would you like to hear what I actually think about these, or you just want to just like read them all out?
No, let's go to the scriptures then. Since we're having an all-night Bible fellowship here, even Dan's joining us. Apocryphon got here.
So check this out. He says, in 1 Chronicles 16, he says, ascribe to the Lord the glory due to his name. Bring an offering and come before him. Worship the Lord in the splendor of his holiness. Tremble before him, all the earth. The world is firmly established. It cannot be moved. Let the heavens be glad and the earth rejoice. Let him say among the nations, the Lord reigns. So here's my
tremble.
So here's my question here. Who's the earth in the world that's being talked about here?
RC, you know the language, right? You know the Hebrew, right? So the tremble there is not like an earthquake tremble. The tremble there is a fearful. The people like let all the earth, meaning let all of creation tremble. Not like whoa earthquake moving. Tremble meaning like out of a fear, which is healthy. Which is
actually so the verb here is hilu. So he says hilu milapano. It's the idea there is it literally means shake yourself.
Exactly.
Yourself. There you go.
RC, don't try to maneuver around people because they might not know the language. But you know what? I did study in the Greek and in the Hebrew, so that's why I jumped over here because I knew you were going to do this. But I'm glad I brought it up because it actually proves the point that she was making. Blaze is telling you that it says that after that part that you said she skipped, but there's a reason why we skip it because we know what that's saying. We're focusing more on it saying it's unmovable, and you even repeated that the foundations are unmovable. So, anyways, go ahead.
Here's the word that I want you guys to look up a little bit. Tebel. You guys know what tebel means in Hebrew? It's just the word for world, right?
I thought
And
it was
so
Eretz.
what's that?
I thought it was Eretz was earth.
Eretz is the word for land.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's why there's some in the
so here's
land and earth, and there's two different. There's two. We were just
can I finish my thing here?
Yeah, go ahead, RC. Go ahead.
So when it says the word tebel, this is the word that is typically used to talk about people that are on there. So I can say, oh yeah, and the whole earth looked up at him, right? Just as you see down in the next part of the verse, let the heavens be glad. Now, is this the air that is like, so, or it says, and let the earth rejoice? Certainly it's not the physical earth or the physical sky that are being joyous and being glad. It's the idea of these are the people here.
Like creation.
And
In
so
other
when
words,
he says the world is firmly established, he's talking about people are here on this earth. They're not going anywhere, right? They cannot be moved, right? It's this idea that like God created people here and they're going to stay here.
You mean like we can't go to the moon?
Yeah, exactly. Like Elon Musk saying we're going to Mars.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Sorry, you're right. I'm so sorry. I'm
just gonna say, Blaze, like you don't live into your supplications too well.
I know, and I apologize.
All right, so the whole point here is like trying to say, okay, this means that the entirety of the physical earth does not move. Then you apply it to that part of the verse, but then say, oh, okay, well, then I guess we're talking about the rest of the physical earth in the first part of this verse, yet it's literally moving. Well, I'm going to give you one other way of looking at this. It's not talking about the physical earth. It's talking about the people in the earth.
Can we talk about the earth itself in the scripture? How about he sits above the circle of the earth and the heavens are spread out as a tent? Sure. And I would like to ask you, and if I could have just a little dialogue with you, what is that circle? Is it the earth as a ball, or is it a circle somewhere on or in creation? Is there a location for that circle? And does the text describe it as such?
Yeah, so typically when a Jew or a Hebrew speaker is talking about a circle, we actually have this phrase in English too. It's your circle of influence. It's the idea of everything that is known, right? So when he says the circle of the earth, what it's actually talking about is this idea of like everything that we know about that is influenceable by God on the earth. So when it says like my circle of friends or my circle of influence or the circle of the earth, what it's talking about here specifically is the place or the things that we know about and that God has influence over, right? If you look at divine Hebrew cosmology, or is more specifically the pantheism of the ancient Israelites, what happened is that they often thought of Jehovah as their God who was protecting them. That other gods definitely existed, but they were, Jehovah was the number one, and they were the one. Jehovah was the one that was protecting us, Israel.
Just a minute. So I would like to go a little further with you in the text and show you where that circle is exactly according to the text. But you said something kind of important there. You said two things that I want to touch on. You used the name Jehovah. You know what Hova means in Hebrew, right?
Hova? Hova by itself is nothing. It means Yod He. It's Yod He Vav He.
Okay, well,
He Vav He is not a root in and of itself.
Hova in Hebrew means mischief or wickedness.
That is not correct.
This is what it means. Yeah, yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does. That's the Hebrew.
In Jehovah, no, it's you're thinking of the word Have, which is
no, I'm not. I'm not speaking of Hava, and I'm not speaking of Have. I'm speaking of
I didn't say.
Hova.
I said Have. And
RC, he's talking about if you want to look it up. You have your Strong's Concordance. Look up 1943. He's talking about ruin or disaster. That's what it means. Hova in the text. That maybe I'm just.
It is. It's 1943. But this is the thing. So when you go to the text or you're studying the language, right? And you hear everyone say the tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He. That would be number 3068 in your concordance.
Yeah,
And it would
if you're
tell
just
you,
looking at
let me finish. Just please let me finish. So all these people are studying the language, correct? So when you go to 3068 and it tells you it's the name of the Father, and it tells you it's from 1961. Now, when you go and you look at 1961, that is not Hova. That's not the spelling Hova. It's not the pronunciation Hova.
because it's not the same root.
Just
They're completely different routes north. You're on a completely wild goose chase right now.
No, it's not really a goose chase. Hova has a meaning, and Hova in the Hebrew, as you said, it has no meaning whatsoever. Hova actually means mischief, ruinous, and wickedness. And this is what people say when they're saying this so-called name of the Father.
This is not the root of Jehovah. It's not about disagreeing or not. You don't know anything about Hebrew.
Oh, really? Okay.
No.
So we can both disagree, and we can both study language, and everyone in here can study language, right?
You haven't studied the language.
No one in here can study Hebrew, as the
you
other
have not studied Hebrew.
Can I get someone to moderate as I'm speaking? Because I'm going to kind of get triggered here in a minute.
I know.
There is no moderator, so.
Oh, there's no moderator? Okay, so if he's just allowed to talk over me, I'm just going to leave in a minute. But I'll just tell you this. I'll say you gave this illustration of this is the way Hebrew people speak when they say search. Okay, guys, I'm out.
Deuces.
I would implore you not to leave because that's probably what the enemy wants you to do. But I do want to jump in here too. RC, I know you speak different languages and you've made that very clear. I mean, I don't doubt that you have studied and learned and speak it fluently, but he asked you about Hova and you said that doesn't even exist, and that was
what I said was that
and I think he's muted now. So
what I
I'm
said
going to
that
respond to a couple of things he said.
Hova
So
is
anyone
not
in here
a
can study
root
the
in
Hebrew
Jehovah.
language and find out what I'm saying.
You said,
so
hold on. Let me talk to RC real quick. RC, you specifically said Hova by itself means nothing. Literally, this is recorded, right? This is you could go to YouTube right now. You told him Hova by itself means nothing, and he said yes, it does. And you said no, it doesn't. You don't need Hebrew, or you don't know Hebrew. Then I pointed out, Blaze posted it in chat. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen to the actual recording. What I said was
Hova
is not in the root of the
when
word
you're studying this,
Jehovah.
and you can get a concordance or you can study it however you want. I'm just giving you one example. You can go to a concordance. You can go to number 3068. It's going to tell you it's the proper name of God, and it's going to tell you Yod He Vav He, and it's going to tell you it's from 1961. Now, when you go to 1961, tell me 3068 is from 1961, or is it really from 1943, which is really Hova, which means mischief and wickedness. Now, the other thing he said was this circle, the influence that is around you, and the influences you have around you, and all these different things with the Hebrew people. When I was speaking of circle in the text, I wanted him to give me an example of using Hug and speaking in this way. And also, I wanted to take him and show him in the text where the circle is. The text, according to the text in Proverbs 8, verse 27, wisdom is speaking. Wisdom says, in the beginning, before the earth was, before there were fountains of the deep, says, I was with him when he drew a compass or inscribed a compass or a circle upon the face of the deep. So there is a circle upon the face of the deep. And Job 38:30 tells you the face of the deep is frozen, and the waters beneath it are hid as with a stone. So we have the face of a deep. Now, could you carve me a circle in the face of any kind of material, please, R.C. Meisty, and tell me what that would look like?
Your question is completely nonsensical. What I told you here, that circle is talking about, and also you talked over me if you go listen to the actual tape. What I said was, and what I mean is, that Hova is not at the root of Jehovah. It's Haya at the root of Jehovah. Okay? You are mixing up, and I have heard people try to make this claim before. They are not the same root. You're missing the freaking yod at the beginning of it that even makes what Jehovah is. And so you trying to bring in this particular 1943 here with Hova, you are completely off base with that.
I think you're missing the implication, because just like Yeshua, right? Shua, if I said, what is Shua in Hebrew? Go ahead, answer me. What is Shua in Hebrew?
It's not
Shua.
It's Oshua. It's Oshua.
You don't know Hebrew. You don't know.
Okay. So a Shua is what? Let's put it together right now. What is a Shua?
It's
to you.
Oshua. It's Oshua.
Okay, what is it?
It's part of the salvation route for the word for God is so Jehovah. The yod at the beginning of it stands for Jehovah or Yah. Okay, and then the Shua, Oshua, is the root for to be saved.
Jehovah.
Okay,
Jehovah.
then Shua is one part and Yah is one part, and together they make Yeshua, right?
Is yes, exactly. Is that Jehovah is the Savior?
Okay, and so notice how you take Yeshua, which just means salvation by itself, and then Yah, which is the God, I guess, for lack of better understanding, and then
Jehovah.
but together, Yahushua makes God our salvation, right? Or Yehovah or Yahweh, whatever name you want to throw in there. But together they make something. What he was pointing out is that if you then go to Yehovah, okay, Yahovah, right? Like he's just pointing that out, that there is just same way there's Yahushua, there's also Yahovah.
And what I'm trying to point out to you is that Yod He Vav He does not have the same root as the word for disaster.
we also know that that's also not even the name. We know that that's just what they filled in to replace the name, and that's why we even say it that way. That's not even the real name, like, because it's even written that he took it out. He said, don't be like your forefathers who made my children forget my name, right? So we know that that's not even the name.
Quickly, man. So Raymunda's Martini is where you get the name Jehovah from one man.
You're making this up, North.
He's a monk from what Dominican? Where was he from?
No,
it was one man. His name was Raymond. One man named Raymunda's Martini. This is who gave everyone the name Jehovah.
North, you are completely making this up.
Everyone look into it. Raymunda's Martini. A monk.
This is
one
actually
man
just
gave you the name Jehovah. One man. Not
North.
One
North,
man.
The reason you're just repeating yourself and being
Martini.
Triggered is because
you keep talking over me, and I'm not going to stop because you keep doing it.
I see that.
You guys,
talking, right? Raymunda's Martini gave you it's not in the Hebrew. No, it's not.
And so
mischief and wickedness. And when you put Yah with wickedness, what are you saying? So David praises Yah. Who do you praise? Jehovah? That's interesting.
North, you have been sold a bunch of complete lies by people who don't know Hebrew that have been perpetuated for a couple of decades at this point. And you bought it. Hold set. I know, North. I know.
You don't know the difference between Hova and Hava.
And
so it's strange if you tell me I don't know Hebrew and don't even know Hebrew words that we're speaking
And you
of.
buy it wholesale, North,
It
because
doesn't
you
exist.
haven't actually studied the language, my guy.
You say Hova doesn't have a meaning in Hebrew, right? That's what you said. I'm not gonna let you live that down.
What I said was,
Yeah, what
North,
you said was it doesn't mean anything.
that this is not at the root of the word Jehovah.
No, what you said was Hova doesn't have a
Okay,
definition. It
North.
doesn't mean anything.
So
That's what
since you're just going to freak out, I'm going to go get some work done. Okay.
Yeah,
and
you need to.
your point here that you have just bought
Make
wholesale
that work.
a bunch of
Make that work
lies,
study on some language. Hebrew
from
language.
someone
Hey, that
who
kind
you
of
just
sounds like a
flat out
baller.
believed.
That sounds like a
Guys.
baller. They bought a bunch of lies. I mean,
Right. So
you
make
bought
sure.
heliocentrism. That's a lie, and you bought it in wholesale, and now you distribute it. Now you set up a shop, a little flea market, and you give it out wherever you're at for free. You don't even charge.
Okay. Hey,
I would like to go back to scriptures though, because I wanted to point out he's taught. I actually did a little in-depth study about the circle, right? The Hebrew word circle. Hebrews, they understood what a circle was, and it is in the scriptures as far as a circle. And they're not talking about, oh, the circle of our community. No, like they knew the difference between a circle and a ball sphere. And actually, it is even written in the scriptures of about a ball, about something that's round, right, in shape. They knew what a ball was. They weren't stupid. And in their writings, they had a very clear understanding about what a circle meant and what it was. And for some reason, people such as R.C. Micey love to try to take away the meaning of the context of it, and then that's why they have their ball belief. That's why they can deny the scriptures of pointing to it not being a ball, because all they have to do is just say, oh, it's not a circle, meaning a circle. So like I was going to tell you, North, you should have told them about the scripture about like a ring to the clay, because that would naturally make a circle, and it's a flat circle, has nothing to do with community, it says and the land was as its embossment. So like that scripture right there is just another slam dunk to anyone like RC Meisty.
That would
Especially
be my third one. Yeah, that would be my third one. But my first ones will always be Isaiah 40:22. He sits above the circle of the earth, and the heavens are spread out like a tent. And then we have to define where this circle is. Is it the earth, the entire earth, or does Proverbs chapter 8, verses 22 through 36 give us an idea of where the circle is? And then when we get the idea of where it is, what does that look like? Then we have to go to Job 38:30, which tells you the face of the deep is frozen, so it has a circle inscribed on it. Now, does the dome or the firmament sit down in that track? I've speculated about that, but the circle carved into the face of the deep is there for a purpose. So
yeah.
I mean, you guys, his spiritual beliefs are never going to have him believe in the real shape of the earth. And
True.
I'm just looking into Mormon cosmology. I mean, they would literally have to walk away from their faith. And
that's why he walked away.
And they literally call, it says, Odysee presented by God the Father, Elohim, with Jehovah, the premortal Jesus. So they're calling Messiah Jehovah.
Yeah.
Wow. Here, I'm going to post this. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, even though he said himself, like, the Father, right? Like, hey guys, the Father, be one with me as I am with the Father. Like, like he very no one knows the hour but the Father. So not even I do. Like there's a very, very clear description of about the Father and the Son, right? The ransom sacrifice. Like there's it's weird, but hey, I don't know. That's what doctrine will do to people.
Mm-hmm.
They ignore.
And I feel sorry for them. I mean, I was a blank slate, probably like SE, blank slate, and then I was like, well, wait a second, I believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, but I believe, I just believed it was Father's Spirit in the front of the book. And then when I found out what people thought the Trinity was, I was like, what? People literally think that God came down and became man, became his own son. Like, what? And then I went around telling everybody, like, did you know that that's what the people believe? And they're like, you better be careful. You're going to blaspheme the Holy Spirit. I was like, oh, what? And then I looked at that, and then that didn't mean that. It's just, oh my gosh.
You know, one thing that I just recently kind of started thinking about too, because I was rereading Revelations, and remember when it says that then only one was worthy enough to open up that seal, right? To open it up, and they cried, like he said, he cried, when he saw him, and like that is the Son, that is Yeshua, right? That is the ransom sacrifice, the spotless one, right? But like once again, that's showing like there is a difference, because then that would have been the Father walking up to open it, but it's clear about who it's not. You know what I mean? It's not saying it's the Father. It's saying Yeshua, and he's coming up because he's the only one that is worthy to open up the scrolls.
Here's another one. Here's another one for you. So Messiah has a title that the Father cannot have, and the Father has a title that Messiah cannot have. So the Messiah has this title that's he which was dead, and which is alive forevermore. And the Father's title is he which was, which is, and which is to come. So never has the Father died. The Son has.
No. Right.
Yeah.
But I said this a couple of years ago. This topic is like the globe all over again. People research everything, but don't research this over here. I got it all figured out. And so much. No, yeah. Wait, what? I don't know what you mean, but yeah, it's getting around idolatry. But there's just so many different doctrines out there. And that one, like, I didn't know a lot about Mormonism. I thought are they the sect that are supposed to get their own planet or a star or something?
I have no idea. I just know that I just thought they lived out in like the Midwest or something, or the Middle Earth or something. I don't know. Middle United States. I forgot where they're all at, but that's really all I knew about them. I really never looked into them, like what they believe, what they follow. I just know that they have their own Bible, and it's like an addition to something like that. I don't even know. I could be wrong about that even. I just never looked into it.
Well, I mean, there is something the scriptures do talk about something about the Mormons, don't they? And I was like, what does that mean? I mean, in no way, shape, or form do I believe that it was some guy that just totally created the Mormon as it is church now. I don't know what it is. Do you guys know what it is?
I honestly don't. We need RC to let us know.
No, I wouldn't trust him. Sorry if you're listening. I wouldn't trust you for that answer. I mean, there's got to
Are
be
you
some.
saying that the word Mormon is in the scriptures? Is that what you said?
It is, but maybe it doesn't mean that in Hebrew. So I'm going to look it up. Yeah, it says Book of Mormon, I think.
Well, again, they have their own Bible, so like I would imagine that their name is in their own Bible, but I just never seen that word in the scriptures at all.
Let me see if I can find it. That would have been a good question. Not really to him. Let me see. Mormon. But that was in the King James, so maybe it was a misspelling. Book of Mormon, King James Bible.
Yeah, like I'm looking at Strong's, and I don't know. Yeah, there's no Mormon in Strong's Concordance. Maybe if there's somewhere else, but needless to say, I was just gonna say, like, he obviously has a doctrine that he's he's in, and he also has another religion. So right now he's serving two masters, right? He's serving science and he's serving his Mormonism. He's serving God and serving science. But it says man can't have two masters, and he's believing the heliocentric religion, and he's mixing it with his religion in the spiritual side. So he can't see it. He can't see the flat earth, quote unquote, proofs in the scriptures, because he's serving two masters. So it's stopping him from seeing that. I think that's why a lot of Globers that I do talk about the scriptures with, and I tell them, like, you're believing science over, you're believing man over the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't. That's why you can't see it. That's why you don't see, because you'll find Globers like, oh, they've been a Christian all their life, and they swear that it doesn't talk about flat Earth in the scriptures, but that's because they're just blind. They can't see it, because they're serving another master. That's science. That's their new religion, and they don't even know. They don't even realize it. They don't even see that.
Well, I think there's a difference between being right and wanting to get it right. And truth doesn't fear any investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So the Christians or the Bible believers, they have it packaged in a nice little package. Like they get that part already figured out.
Yeah.
I can't find it. I could have sworn I saw a Mormon in the...
Yeah, well, you might have seen it in the Mormon Bible. Like that.
I
That would
don't
make
read
sense.
a Mormon Bible.
Yeah,
I've never even seen one.
But I mean, I looked in Strong's Coordinates, and honestly, I've never ever came across that word, but I might have missed it. Like there, I mean, I don't know. But there is a lot to say that when you read the scriptures, and certain things just stick out and point out, they just stand out to you. And it's interesting because someone that does believe in God and does know the word and does study and does have a relationship, they know that the Spirit is what gives you that gift of understanding and discernment, and that logic and reason, that will open up your brain to realize what is being said, the truth, if you will. It'll let you see the truth. There you go. Because there are people that are blinded to the truth, and it is he that keeps that from them, right? It says in the scriptures, it's he that keeps that from them. It's not something that we're doing wrong, or we're not saying enough words, or we're not explaining it right. We could explain and exactly how it's supposed to be explained, but if the Spirit is going to keep that truth from them for his purposes, I mean, that's just the way it is. It's recorded in history in the scriptures, and it happens multiple times when he has kept the truth from certain people. And I mean, it's just what it is. So that's why I tell them now. I'm like, hey, maybe you're not meant to know the truth of even where you live, let alone other truths. Who knows what other truths they don't know? But if they were meant to be stuck in heliocentrism and that doctrine of demons, if you will, that religion, that new age religion, then that's their place. Then maybe they're made for that day.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're absolutely right. Okay, hold on a second. I believe you're right. And we don't know that, so we just have to keep sharing what we learn and sharing and planting seeds, shining our light, trying to.
Yeah. No, definitely. No, that's because that you could even use that scripture, like it's Paulo that plants and I water or whatever, like but it's he that increases. So no matter what we tell them, like maybe not today, but maybe a year from now, maybe that little seed that and then Father could have grown that within them, and then finally they're getting it. Then finally that seed took roots in that soil. Maybe right now they're not good soil. Maybe their soil's not ready to be planting seeds in, and we're just casting them by the wayside. And it tells us not to do that, but even still, we do that.
SE asked a really good question earlier. He said, "Do you think you could get it wrong?" And I was like, "Sure, I could have it wrong. Doesn't feel wrong, but I could be wrong. But like, I haven't come across any other kind of scriptures that feel right."
Right.
With history, with me, living word, like that's what it says. I feel like there is one living God. So,
well, I don't know what when you can read something and it is just as clear as day, and then to be told that is wrong when it's been revealed to you as truth, then I would not. I would just. I mean, at that point, you just gotta be like, "Get behind me, Satan," because I know in my heart of hearts that this is what is being said. Just like RC tried to tell North, like, no, that's not, a circle. No, it just means the people. Like, dude, get out of here, man. Get behind me, Satan. You right now, you're the adversary. You're speaking for the enemy right now. That's all he's doing.
yeah, I mean, I don't think that I have it wrong. I don't feel that I have it wrong. I just think that it was the correct thing to say at that moment, because maybe I don't know. It doesn't feel wrong, but I feel like I have to leave some level of humbleness. So if somebody brought something to me, that I would have to take it to the word and have to do a bunch of, studying. I just felt like it was, because I can't prove anything. It's a faith situation. So I don't know. I mean, I know what you're saying. I'm firmly planted, I believe. But, even like Paul, I don't want to take that for granted. Paul thought, hey, he didn't want to be a castaway either. We got to run the race.
Yeah. Just real quick, I want to point something out. Akuma, you commented they're talking about heliocentrism as a religion for demons. I think you misunderstood, which is okay because it happens a lot. A doctrine of demons, that just means the demons taught this and you're believing something. Not saying that
I know
religion
what
is
you meant. I
for
probably
demons.
phrased that wrong. I know what you meant. I probably phrased that wrong, spitting it out like back to somebody else.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's like this. All the demons are heliocentrism. No. That's that. I'm just saying that I have a firm belief because heliocentrism not only started in the church, it was, or should I say, it was advocated and pushed by the archbishops way back when, out of the Catholic Church itself, out of and it's interesting because it makes sense that the enemy would destroy from within, or at least try to. And so, if you look at these great, originators of heliocentrism, if you look into them, they were devout Catholics. They were archbishops. They climbed, like they were that was their title in the church, and they were I don't know why people don't know this. Like, it's not secret. You learn it in school. You learn about these people like in grade school, or in middle school, should I say. But you have these people who are pushing an agenda that it actually goes against creation. It legit takes away from the creator, because in a infinite vast vacuum where 25 trillion light years away, there's creation over there. Yet he was very, very clear in Genesis how, about Earth, of all of the creation, how he the stars are in the firmament, right? And the firmament's like a tent around us, protecting us, covering us. And if he says that he looks down upon us like, grasshoppers, and he sits at the circle on top, like, well, then what circle then? Because here's the thing. That means that he's in a position, okay, above everybody. But in a ball, well, above America is not above Australia, right? So now you have this you have to struggle with your own words at that point, because now that doesn't make sense. That's not that you can't say he sits upon the earth and looks down upon everybody at once like grasshoppers, yet it's a ball. Well, I can't look at a basketball where it says Spalding across and I can't see underneath it where I have to put the air inside of it. Like that's not even logically, that makes zero sense. So I don't know, but again, that's what's been, taught. That's what's been passed around. But again, it's just taken away from Creator, from our Father.
I don't really agree with that 100%, but I don't
That's
see how
okay. You don't have to.
I don't see how it takes away from the creator when it can still bring light to a creator. So I don't get that.
Well, okay. If you're believing that we are building rocket ships to land on Mars, and I want to remind you, there's a story in there of people trying to build a tower high enough to get to God. And he struck it down. And matter of fact, he even had his prophet write down that no man will ever know the heights or the depths or the lengths. And the day that we do, he will take man out of Israel, meaning he will destroy us. So last time I checked, there's people still living everywhere. So
yeah, it gave me a really good reason not to take the Bible literally. I mean, I'm not a Christian,
just saying,
but I
he
used
says
to be.
that no man will ever know the heights, depths, or lengths. And that is a literal, I mean, when he says, go and find one good person, go ahead, go into Sodom and Gomorrah. That wasn't figuratively. That was very accurately, like, go find one. That wasn't a figurative, speech. That was a very direct speech. There's certain things in the scriptures that are very literal.
Yeah, it could be certain things that are literal, but yeah, that's something like that. Well, I would never take literal though.
Well, but see, that's the point though. That's the problem. You can't pick and choose just to fit your agenda or your doctrine. You can't say, okay, he said no man will ever measure the depths, the heights, or the lengths. You know what? I'm not going to accept. That's not figuratively. Nah, I'm not going to put that there, because that's going against another man telling you, hey, I know the depths. Hey, I know the lengths. See, that's a contradiction in your heart. So
not for me. That's a little different for me, but okay.
Well, okay.
It's not about listening to any man telling you this or that, period.
Okay. I'm just pointing out that there is scriptures that are very, very forward, and there's stories to back it up. If you're thinking that we're now flying out from the firmament and we're landing on these things that he placed in it, well then Walt Disney's proud, because he's one of the founders of this imagination creation that he started.
Depends on what you think as the firmament. Some people just see the firmament as an expansion, not really as a containment for the earth. So I guess it depends on what you think the firmament is.
No, well. Hold on. So, in the scriptures, it's very clear of what the firmament is because he says it very clear. But hey, maybe it's figurative, right? I mean, we could always take that route.
Well, I'm saying,
But it's very clear.
I've
He
seen a lot of
says
people
he
describe it as an
stretched it out.
expanse.
He said he stretched it out, covered, right?
Yeah,
And then he put the stars and the sky and all the wandering stars. He put them in there so we can know the times and seasons. Now, if you're saying that you believe in the heliocentric model, then let me ask you this: do you believe that scientists say that the Earth is expanding still to this day, and there's it's just like trillions of miles of they call them what do you call it when the stars what's that called, the distance to the stars, it's a trillion miles for one or something like that. What is that? It's just every
about a light year.
A light year. There you go.
Oh,
So do you believe that the universe is expanding light years every day, every second? Is expanding. Is that what you believe?
Not really. I don't really care about everything outside the solar system.
Okay, well, because that is generally what they have taught in school. They teach about.
I don't care about what they taught in school. It's about what I can figure out here myself.
Well, this is where that whole Big Bang comes from. They say everything's kind of just drifting away from each other or one another, and everything's just kind of like right now the sun is zooming through the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is zooming away from the next galaxy next door, the neighbor, but everything's zooming out. So with that logic, in your own belief, that would mean that if everything's moving away, that means it's expanding. And it's so right now they're saying like, oh, have you ever seen that famous picture where they show all the stars in the universe that they've mapped using the Hubble telescope and what they think, what they say it looks like? And they're like, it's like 108 billion light years.
Yeah, but all of that fits if you make the firmament the expansion of the universe. All of that fits still.
No. It actually, no, actually, that doesn't fit because here's the problem. Because in the scriptures, on the seventh day he rested, because on the sixth day he said, "It is done." So to say that there's more creation still being made, then that is negating. That's going against what the scripture says.
There's no more creation to be. There's no more creation to be done. He is done. Well, I mean, I don't understand. It still fits.
But scientists are saying there's more creation being made every day because
there's not more, depending on what you see as creation. Like according to thermodynamics, matter and energy isn't being created; it's just being transferred. So maybe it's not being created and it's just being transferred to other things. All the creation was done on the seventh day.
Okay, so look at I'm in my backyard, okay, and I draw a circle, all right, and I put all a bunch of oranges, okay, in the circle, okay, and then I drop like a heavy rock in the middle, and it hits all the oranges, and they bounce out away from that circle. Now, that means that there was more creation, more land, more backyard for those oranges to even fall out over my circle. That means there's more area outside of that circle, right? Because now I'm saying, well, these oranges flew out of my circle. And that means that there has to be more land outside for them to fly out of my circle. So this is what I hope I'm like painting a picture for you visually, because when God says this is what he created and then it was done, but now science is saying, oh no, there's more. It's expanding beyond what was created.
There's more for us to discover. The creation is the expanse itself. So as it's expanding, that is a part of the original creation. Nothing was added. Nothing is being created or whatever. It's just the expansion that was already there. That's what the Big Bang is anyway. I understand what you're saying, But I'm saying how it's still possible from both sides to say that the Bible talks about their version of Earth. Instead of
Again,
just saying it promotes just one, both sides can literally say that. I mean, could say that the Bible promotes both their sides. I mean, it don't.
no. I'm not. I'm trying to point out that heliocentrism is based upon this theory that space as a whole is still growing, and it's still
It's the
it's
expanse,
still
the firmament.
exactly the expanse, right?
Yeah, the
But
firmament.
but no. You
Some
see,
people will see that as the firmament.
yeah, I know, but that contradicts though the word. That's what I'm trying to say. Saying
Doesn't
it's
only
an
if you take it literally.
saying it's an expanse that is continuous would be contradictive to, again, if I built something, I said, okay, I'm done, guys, I'm gonna go inside. But all of a sudden, these oranges are now leaving what I have built. But wait, but that was all the backyard I built. Where did
Wait,
all
but
the
I
other?
just want to ask you one question, Apocryphon. Why
Yeah.
are you saying that there's a limitation to God and what God created? How do
Well,
you know that it isn't an
I'm saying,
expanse
well,
and that there
I'm gonna
isn't
go.
something that is eternal, that's a loop-de-loo, and like there is no escaping it, and it is always and forever, even within the
I'm going according to what Scripture says. So I'm not saying that
okay?
he's. I'm not saying that he's limited. I'm saying that what he has told us, that is okay. What if he tells you one thing, and then man comes along and tells you another thing, and you choose
So
to
what?
believe what
Okay,
that
wait,
man
hold on,
said?
wait, stop right there, stop right there, stop right there. So God tells you one thing. Okay, so how did God tell you one thing? God told you something through man. And then
Correct.
you can say, therefore, through Jesus, right? But still through a human being.
Correct.
And so you were told these things through man, but you can't believe what man says because
Right.
it's God's
No,
word. Like that
because
in
in the,
itself
hold
seems
on,
like to be
I have an answer
contradictory.
for that. Hold on, I have an answer for that.
Go ahead.
The Scripture is very, very clear that says that the Scripture, which was inspired by God through man, and there's a whole Scripture dedicated to that, to telling us that the prophets, right, and those that he used, and his disciples, and everyone that he used, that the Spirit inspired to write these things. Now, when you say another guy comes up and says this, well, guess what? That other guy isn't Isaiah or Joshua, or the other guy isn't Mark or John, like or Luke. Like, these guys that you're talking about are not from who God the Spirit inspired to tell me these things. So that's where I would say, yeah, you're right. I'm not going to believe any other men, but the men that
Other
wrote
than
it.
any other men, but by the men that said that God inspired these men, then therefore these are the men that you should listen to, because we are proclaiming that God is the one that says that these are the ones you should listen to.
We even believe it?
You even have the name of Apocryphon, where the books of
Yes,
Enoch and like
Apocryphas.
other and then exactly, so other books that are not even allowed within the fucking context of
I
the
know.
canon of the Bible are not allowed,
I
because
know.
don't listen to those men, we can only
No,
listen to these men. So which
no.
men are we supposed to listen to? You know what I mean?
But
I'm
once
playing
again,
devil's advocate here, like
but,
really, like gotta
but
tighten
what?
up the argument.
But once again, though, those in the Apocryphas, you're still dealing with people that were inspired by the Spirit. But now, again, when they canonized it, right, at the Council of Nicaea, when they did that,
Wait, hold on. Why are there only certain people that can be inspired by the Spirit? Have you not read something where you're like, wow, that was something that like that touched me? Like that was something that was like, that is like, why is it only these certain people at this certain time were the only people?
Okay, so if somebody,
I don't know.
Okay, if somebody wrote something today and it contradicts what
There are
from
many
what
contradictions.
from the people that before wrote it and were inspired by God, and if they
There are
wrote
many
something,
contradictions with what happened with what was inspired by God within the books that are not allowed within it, that were people of God that you have in your fucking name. There are
I
contradictions that
understand
aren't
you. I
allowed. So
understand
it's
what you're
all a
saying.
contradiction.
I
You get,
understand what you're saying.
you get my drift?
For instance, but it's contradicting a narrative of today, which is why Globers believe it. For instance,
No, it's
Enoch.
not.
That's not what I'm
Yes, it
talking
does.
about.
Yes, it does. For instance,
That's not why we
Enoch.
believe it.
And I wasn't even
Well,
talking about Globers. I was just
okay,
talking about like the
okay,
word
look.
as it is.
Okay, look. So the Book of Enoch, right, is considered like they took it out, even though it's written in the scriptures. The Book of Jasper took it
Yes.
out, even though it's mentioned in the scriptures. But the reason why is because those books they talk about things that would destroy heliocentrism. It would destroy it
That's why?
because they're
You think that's why?
what?
You think that's the only reason why?
Absolutely.
There are many
or
contradictions. Hold on,
or it'll make
Apocalypse.
the
There are
Bible not
many
believable.
contradictions. There are many contradictions exactly that make the Bible where people will be like, oh, this is like a fantasy story. There are many contradictions that take place. And the fact of the matter is that when I listen to people that are believers in a creator and believers in a God, and they listen to people that and read these stories that were written by these men, spiritual fucking enlightening shit, why can't people deal with contradictions? Why is it not okay for there to be a fucking contradiction? Do we not live in a world of fucking paradox and contradictions? Like, is that
Okay.
not the world we live in, of a world of balance and contradictions?
But if it spark
Like,
but
we
if
should
it
be able to cope
sparks
with that.
but if it sparks a doctrine, then people can run off with, and then you take away from the truth of God and even God Himself. For instance, now you have a whole group, religion, if you will, in itself, even though they hate religion. They're called atheists. They don't believe in a God. Maybe so. Somewhere down that road, when they
God in
started,
itself is a religion.
so yeah, exactly. So
It
somewhere
is a
down the
religion.
road, somebody was like, I don't believe in a God. Really? How did you get to that point? Well,
By not
obviously,
improve.
someone was teaching something that was going against what everybody else believed at that time. I mean, there's how many gods were there? And to say that there's no gods, it's very, very interesting because every family,
all
every
faith-based.
household, way back then, believed in a God. Yeah, they were different,
Not
but
everybody.
still, you had a belief in something, in a creator. It might have been a blue creator, a
Yeah,
cow
and
creator.
wait, hold up. Now we have people that have a belief and no God. They still have a fucking belief. They're still in a belief matrix, but they believe in no God. That there is no God, that you can't prove that there is a God. Therefore, we believe that there is none. Since you can't show us proof that there is
Yeah,
one,
and
you're going to believe that there is. So it's
gave birth
still
to
a
that.
belief structure.
You know what?
And there still is a belief.
You know what gave birth to that? Science, man. A new religion called science gave birth to someone saying, "Well, I can't mathematically, or I can't do any, I can't science science this thing. Then I won't believe it because I can't touch it, smell it, taste it, because science is what's going to prove my reality." That gave birth to people that
So
don't believe in God.
that doesn't change the fact that it still is a belief system. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. It still is a belief system, and there still are men that are saying things that have this is the difference though, right? Okay, so let me fucking drive your mind with this. So when it comes to the Bible and the books of the Bible and who is able to speak for God and who isn't able to speak and who they allow in the canon and who they don't, because they're not allowed contradictions. Guess what? Within science, there's fucking contradictions every fucking step of the way, but people believe in it even more than they believe in the Bible today. Why can people of the Bible not fucking manhandle contradictions? Of course there's going to be contradictions. We live in a fucking world that is built in a paradox. There
Do you
is a
have a
balance
list of
between
those
good and evil.
contradictions? Shines, do you
There
have
are
any contradictions you can share with us?
Okay. Well, let's start with it. Okay, so why did we not allow fucking oh my god, I just brain farted when she came in
No,
here.
it's okay
Why do we
because
not
there
allow
are some.
there are some. Wait, hold on.
But
But I'm
we
not
don't
talking about the
understand it.
canon. No, totally. And I'm not talking about the canon. What I'm talking about is things outside of the canon. The Book of Enoch, all the things that are the aeons of Sophia, of all these other things that still have to
The
do with
agnostics.
all of these different, all of these
Gnosticism.
scriptures that were written that should have been in the Bible but are not allowed in the Bible because they are contradictions. Well, in the world of science, they don't care. They're like, yeah, allow all the contradictions. We're going to show all the contradictions. And this is us saying that there is no God because there is contradictions. And I'm here saying We live in a world of paradoxes. God created a world where there is a balance of good and evil, and you cannot escape anything. Everything is arguable, even that statement.
I don't
Again,
understand
hold
where
on.
you're getting the balance of good and evil.
You don't think that there's a balance of good and evil? That
No,
as
I
bad
think
as
evil's
things
running the
is
world right
as
now.
good as things get?
I
As
think
God
bad as
created
things
good
good
and
is
evil. Of
as
course,
good
it's a
as things
balance.
need?
I don't think
There
it's
is
a
a total
balance.
balance.
I think that evil is
Of course, a
ruling the
balance.
world. So there's out of balance.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that there is definitely a balance of good and evil. When I hold my son in my fucking arms
No,
and I
no, no,
look
no.
into his
I'm talking
eyes,
about
that is one of the greatest goodness I can ever experience. And it is absolutely beautiful. When I look at the family and the friends that are coming together over the horrors of this world, and I see people coming together, that is a balance. That when I see people uprising and fighting and in these back channels that aren't being seen, but still are there, that is a balance between this good and evil. And the paradox is that no matter what, you can't escape it. Like everything is arguable, even that statement that everything is arguable. You can argue that everything is arguable. No, it's not arguable. Well, now you're arguing that everything is an art. There is always a paradox. There is always going to be contradictions. What the winning side has with science right now is that they are embracing the contradictions. They're like, oh yeah, who cares that they're like, if people were to embrace this stuff, embrace the things that aren't canon, embrace everything that is good and holy in this world, embrace the balance, embrace the paradoxes, I think we would have more people on our side than we do right now. Like, I think that this
what
whole
side
like
is that?
church kind of
Well, like what
the
side are you
goodness,
talking about? And I do believe there's good in
the
the world,
side of good and
obviously,
truth,
but
the side of good
obviously
and truth and honesty.
evil is ruling the world. Evil has a
Yeah, and
grip
it has been,
on
and
the
that is my point. That is my point, is because the people that are on the good side are like, oh, well, I need to listen to these people who told me I'm not allowed to read these books and I shouldn't
yeah.
listen to these men. And
I
there
think
aren't any contradictions. And, we should just like blatantly
nobody's
just
telling
not.
Okay,
you
so what do you do? Okay,
They,
so listen. Okay, so
you
listen.
guys are
So
right
what do
now.
you do? So what do you do when there's a contradiction? What do you do when someone's telling you something opposite of what this other scripture is telling you? What do you do then? What's the solution? What's the answer? So
dig deeper.
so yeah, and when you dig deeper, you're going to find the truth. And when you find that there is an earth that is not movable, and that it's not what ballers are saying, it's not an expanse that's forever in an infinite vacuum spinning ball, and all these other balls and all these galaxies and beautiful pictures coming from telescopes that are capturing it, and just all of it's nonsense. But that is the contradiction, though. So what do we do with them?
Nonsense is a matter of opinion. Just because it makes sense to somebody else and don't make sense to somebody else, don't mean it's nonsense to everybody. I mean, it might make sense to somebody. I mean, nonsensical is not a way to go for an argument of whether you think something's real or not.
All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna get in this conversation over here. So good talking with you guys.
Likewise.
But yeah, I gotta make a phone call.
Oh my
We'll talk
God,
on this later.
it's
We'll come back
hilarious
to
how
this
you do
later.
that
But I
shit.
gotta go.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Hey guys, I got something to ponder,
Hello.
and I don't know if you guys have heard it before, but speaking of the written word, there's like a challenge that's been presented to people a while back, and it was to see if you could write a genealogy, and the number of words must be divisible by 7. The number of the letters must also be divisible by 7. The number of the vowels and the number of consonants must also be divisible by 7. The number of the words that begin with a vowel must be divisible by 7. The number of the words that begin with a consonant must be divisible by 7. The number of the words that occur more than once must be divisible by 7, of course.
What?
And so we could go on, but do you think you could create a genealogy story for me by those requirements?
Man, I would prefer 3 than 7. Why 7?
Well, that's what Matthew does. So if you could do that in the Greek and not copy the text, that would be great.
Yeah, no,
Just to show that
I would
no man,
prefer 3.
it's been argued that no men could actually, come up with that or do that, and that, no computer could actually help you do that either. So just look into that. It's pretty funny.
But that's not okay. I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna say that sounds very nonsensical. I mean, it has to be divisible by 7. Why not 3 though? I don't know. 3 is more. You have more numbers divisible by 3 than 7. So like I don't.
Well, then it would be harder to go with the 7 then, right?
Yeah, a lot harder. It would
Would
really
that
just
not be the
it don't make
point?
no sense.
Would that not be the point though? That it's not man who did it. This is inspired. So yeah, if you could try to, follow those requirements and
No,
see if
I
you could
mean
do that.
it's impossible. And words are created every single day and stuff like that. And it's like it doesn't. What language at that too? What language are we using for this? Are we using every single language? Are we using one
Just
language? Is
use
it
the Greek.
Hebrew? Is it
Just,
English? Is it Arabic?
just
Like
use the Greek. Greek. Just use the
Aramaic?
Greek. Greek. Just use the Greek. Try it.
Just Greek. Man, why it gotta be Greek? That don't make no sense either. It's like it's so much stuff with that, especially when it comes to language that man makes. It's just
You
I don't
asked
know.
what language, right? So I gave you an example. Use Greek. I mean, what was I supposed to say? Every language and expect you to
No,
do it,
I thought
right?
you would have
I
said shit.
can't
I
tell
thought
you
you would
every
have said
language and expect you to do it,
no.
right?
I
I'm
thought you
just
would
gonna
have
give
said
you a hard one. I'm just gonna give you a hard one to do it with, right?
no.
That's what I mean.
I thought you would have said shit. I don't know. That's what I was expecting to hear, not one language. But
I would definitely not try all of them at one time.
no, I wouldn't either. It's nonsensical. I really think the whole thing is nonsensical. That's the reason I'm asking the question. Every word
Oh,
divisible
can
by
I ask
7.
you? Can I ask you something then?
Yeah, go for it.
What do you think the difference is between the mind and the brain?
One's physical and the other one's, I guess, psychological or more on a psychological type of topic than a physical topic.
So more of a non-physical, right?
Yeah,
So
pretty much like consciousness.
yeah, so what is that? Can you describe it? Like, is it eternal? Is it just came into being? Where does that come from?
Can't say. We can only ponder it. We can ponder it comes from somewhere else, or we can ponder it just a spontaneous creation of the universe. We can ponder it being a lot of different things, as a matter of fact, but we don't for sure know. I mean, it's just speculation, so neither one of us is gonna be right or wrong, but
Do you ponder with your brain or with your mind?
both.
Both? How so?
Do you think the consciousness of a blind person is the same consciousness as a person who's not blind?
I do. I just think
Yeah.
our thought processes are different, but yeah, I think it's the same. I mean, you lose a physical sense doesn't really
Well, that affects
change like
what?
consciousness.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way. They're going to be. I bet people trip on the mushrooms is more coming up with the same thoughts than born blind people that have
Oh yeah.
never seen. There's no way they all see the same thing.
No, I mean your consciousness is still the same. Your thought process and all that stuff will be different. Yeah, your experiences are different, but your consciousness is still consciousness. It's not
It's a
like a super
question.
consciousness or something. I don't know.
That's the
So your
question if
mind
your reality affects your consciousness or your awareness.
your mind is the same as my mind, you're saying? You
I
said the
think
mind was consciousness,
on the
right?
basic
So,
level, yes,
so
away
is
from the
everyone's
physical, yes, I
mind
think so. But I think all the physical stuff makes you like, okay, we absorb two different things differently. Like we'll go through the same situation, you'll come out happy and I'll come out depressed. I mean, it's the
wait just
same
a minute.
consciousness, but we just go about things differently because of the physical as well.
So
That's just what
when
I
we
think.
talk about the mind and I asked you what the mind was, you said the mind was consciousness. And
Yeah,
you
mind,
said that we
the
all
brain,
wait
yeah.
just a minute. You said we all have the same consciousness.
Consciousness, yeah.
Now if I'm to equate mind with consciousness and we all have the same in your opinion, I don't think we all have the same mind. I think that's why we're on Discord. And that's why you think things are nonsensical when
I think
others
we have
think they're quite intriguing,
okay when it
right?
comes to brain and mind. I think the mind represents the consciousness and the brain represents the physical. But when it comes to like what consciousness is, like when it comes to the spirit and all this stuff like that, I think it was all pretty much the same. I think the physical, which affects the way we learn and all this type of stuff, affects the way we look at stuff, and then how we might go through something and accept it as different than somebody else. I think all that is a part of really just like your brain, the way you think. It kind of makes up your mind and your personality. Not
Are you saying that the mind and consciousness and spirit all came from the same source, and that being the same source, or are you
You know what I'm
saying they're
saying?
all the
Yeah, I'm
same
saying that it
spirit?
could be possibly the case, at least for my religion, then that's the case.
Okay, so all people have the same spirit and have the same mind or consciousness, or do they have it from the same source and there are different spirits or different
I would
mindsets?
I would say it all comes from the same source. It all comes from the same point
But we
source or
have
the
different
main
but
consciousness of the
we,
creator or whatever like that. We're all part of the creator. It's all part of one.
but we have different mindsets, right?
Yeah,
So
we
we
can
have
absorb things differently. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's a kind of mindset. You can, yeah, part of the physical things that make us. Yeah, I guess you can call it that.
so there are different spirits. Spirits are
I can't
distinguished
speak
thing,
on
right?
I can't speak on that one because I don't know if spirit and consciousness would be the same thing or not. And it
What
all
is it?
depends, I
What
guess,
is a
on
spirit?
religion as well too. Like if some people believe in spirits, some people don't. Like me, I think we're all part of the same consciousness. Once we die, there's no point in having a spirit. We all link back to the same consciousness, which is the creator.
So you believe you are the creator?
No, I believe we're part of the creator.
But if we all are put together, kind of like Transformers or something, then we all become the creator.
No, I wouldn't say all that. We're just part of the creator. Period.
Do we all have to die so that the creator is whole again?
No, we're a part of it. We're a whole right now. We're a
So
part of
if
the whole
that
right now.
goes, yeah, that goes back to everyone is the same mind or the same spirit, which I believe
It
it's quite
depends.
evident that they're not, right? I
I
believe it's
don't know
quite
about that.
evident they're
It
not.
would depend. For me, I don't know. For me, it
Well,
depends.
you didn't make up your brain to come in, right? You made up your mind. And so that's the spiritual aspect to it. And we have different mindsets. So we're different spirits, for sure.
Well, if you say so, I think we'd all be part of the same. And remember that? Hey, have you ever seen that episode of Ricky and Morty where Marty got trapped inside of the game and his consciousness split into every single person? They were all different people, but still part of the same consciousness. In that sense, they all lived their own individual life. Some people hated this and some people liked this, but they were all part of Marty's consciousness. I'm kind of meaning in that sense.
Yeah, it's kind of nonsensical to me to,
I mean,
watch
it's
propaganda
religion.
cartoons.
I mean, it
No,
is
it's,
religion. A lot of it's gonna be nonsensical to somebody.
yeah, propaganda cartoons are nothing but nonsensical to me.
I mean, well, I think a lot of religions nonsense. So, I mean, I don't mind
It
that
is.
opinion.
It is. It surely is. The traditions of men are surely nonsensical.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that opinion. We're all welcome to have an opinion. How many non-Christians do we have here? Or how many theists that we have that aren't Christians? Nobody?
Yeah, I'd be one of those.
Hmm. So I'm guessing it's either atheists or Christians here. Nothing in between.
Come again?
I identify as all the books that could be written or ever will be written.
I don't know what that means. You have to find a name for that. That sounds interesting though. I like talks about religion. I don't know. I just don't like when people talk about them like they're like definite facts. But I do like talking about 'em.
I think a lot of people these days are speaking more along the lines of a relationship instead of a religion, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't mind religion.
there still are a lot of religious folks, so I get what you're saying. And
Yeah.
it turns your stomach, and it does mine too. So, yeah.
I don't know. Ain't nothing to me. There's nothing bad with religion. It's whatever the individual makes out of it. But religion itself, to me, isn't necessarily bad. It can lead people in the right way as well as corrupt people. I mean, I think it's a
Well,
pretty neutral thing.
well, now you're contradicting yourself. You said it was nonsensical. So it's
I
not
mean,
productive.
there are nonsensical things
Nonsensical.
that can lead people to good things. Like I see nonsensical stuff that make me laugh and have a good time all the time. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
I relate to you how you say, like it's cool to talk about it, but people shouldn't be overconfident.
Yeah, yeah, definitely that. Yeah, I think people should always keep an open mind. Always realize that you could be wrong, and the person you're talking to could be wrong, or the person you talk to could be right. You just never know. And I think it's always cool to hear people for what they say and just kind of not criticize them for it. I guess.
Thank God I'm finally unmuted after 100 hours.
Don't you hate that? You get put on mute and forgotten all about.
I'm sure it was for a good reason.
I don't think it was.
Yeah, you would say that though, wouldn't you?
And who might you be?
I'm Globus.
Are you a flat earther?
You could say that.
I'm here to definitively say that the Earth is round and
straight to the beef.
I'd like to congratulate you on that. You're welcome to your beliefs.
Is it
it's
really a
not a
belief?
belief.
Though?
It's not a belief. It is a fact. So I'm
If you
yet
believe
to find any empirical evidence for a flat Earth.
keep searching.
If you don't know about the littlest, tiniest ball particles, you can't know about the big balls.
Ball particles?
So they find the small balls, you don't know about the big balls.
How small are these balls you're talking about?
Don, is it true consensus attracts consensus?
Okay, it's not about consensus. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is. It's about fitting in and getting along.
I'm not sure how familiar you are with sociology, but in the study of sociology, when you live in a complex society, right? Like, if you live in the West or if you live in a first world country, it's considered to be a complex society.
Okay.
With many different fields of knowledge, and certain fields of knowledge require a substantial amount of training, study, and research. And
Cooperation and correlation during this complexity. I understand.
Because of the length of time that is required to become an expert in certain fields of knowledge, we implicitly apply respect and acknowledgement to those who have dedicated their lives to these fields of knowledge, and therefore we respect their ideas and their theories and their explanations for certain phenomena, like the Earth being round. This isn't consensus, but it's more about acknowledging, right? People that have dedicated their entire lives studying space, astrophysicists, physicists, who are much more well versed than you and I on the topic of the shape of the Earth and the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about consensus. It's about acknowledging the fact that these people have dedicated their lives to provide us with this explanation. For you to sit there and say it's wrong is a disservice.
Right. Yeah. Do you want me to talk about it, or are you just comfortable with your belief system?
This isn't a belief system. We live in a
Oh,
complex
yeah,
society.
it is. And let me explain it to you. Okay? What you've done now is described in perfection what we call, forgive me, scientism. You've put all of your faith and you've put utmost of honor and faith in what you believe, regardless of now outside influence. Now, I'm posting something in chat right now, and it's about logical analysis, and it sure enough has one of these physics guys you're talking about, and it points out how shocked the host is that they can't get any logical arguments out of him. They're all fallacies and emotional outbursts. And
But Dan, you're calling it a religion. I base my understanding of my reality around me on my own observations. I can't be lied to about it. The government didn't lie to me about the globe. It's the way I experience my reality that makes me understand that I'm on a rotating planet.
if I was to say, hey, are you a violent guy? And you're like, no, I'm a normal guy, right? Do you know, as Americans, as normal guys, we're very warlike people. And we're in the business of war, but we don't recognize it because the media doesn't, it really guides us about, we're full of distractions known as sports and entertainment. And in the meantime, dumb comedy. We're filled up with quite a bit of input. And I believe we've been misled by that input. So I believe your whole life you've been well trained prior to what appears like free will. And I think what they've done perfectly is give us the illusion of choice, because that's all you ask for. That's your freedom. That's your life. So by giving the illusion of choice, let's say the Republican Democrat, they've done their job. They've fulfilled your need to feel on one side, on the side of your choice. So I think you got mind fucked. I think you got mind fucked, is what I'm saying.
The problem with that statement is you believe that somehow you, as a person who is part of society, is somehow awarded privileges. I'm here to burst that bubble and let you know that you as a human being, you don't deserve anything. Okay? You don't deserve freedom because you haven't fought for freedom. You don't deserve for a two-party system. You don't deserve anything. And the only thing that you should be focusing on is yourself. And I know you have a hard time of doing that, and that's why you put all your attention on the government and somehow proclaim that they are corrupt.
Same argument can be applied to your whole premise with the scientists that gave their lives. They're not entitled to anything. Why do I owe them shit? You did.
No, I said, if let's say, for example, you dedicated your entire life to woodworking, okay? And then I came along with absolutely no experience. Maybe I've opened up a few books here and there. And I tell you, hey, this is how it's actually done. Is that not an insult to your character?
What if you had modern tools?
No, I didn't have any modern tools. I've never worked with woodworking. I've only read a few books. And I come along and say, you're doing it all wrong. Is that not an insult to your character?
If they brought new tools and showed you the efficiency of those tools.
I just told you I never brought new tools.
Well, the flat
I've actually brought archaic tools that were discarded because of their lack of efficiency.
Should we disregard a belt
I'm
sander?
I'm gonna use these archaic tools that are no longer being used and show you how to do woodworking. Is that not an insult to your character? You have the better equipment. You have the access to the resources. You have the better equipment.
I say we represent progress, and you're saying we don't, right?
You're archaic. You're archaic.
That's not
in your
true, though.
belief
That's
system.
your perception.
You're archaic in everything.
That's your perception.
That's
your perception.
You are a false representation of conservatism. Conservatism isn't about utilizing archaic concepts and methodologies. It's about upholding values. Right?
Hang on a sec. Are you juxtaposing woodworking with something that has practical application with astrophysics?
It's not a juxtaposition.
You are. You're comparing both of them.
It is an appropriate comparison.
They're not comparable. Like I
they
said,
are
one
comparable.
has...
It's an appropriate comparison, and I'll explain why.
Yes, that's good.
Woodworking requires significant amount of dedication, effort, time to be able to hone your skills and become proficient in woodworking. The same applies.
Can it be done without those skills? Could it be done with the tools alone? Can it be done with the tools alone?
In order to become proficient. Yeah. If I come along with archaic tools and practices and tell you you're doing it all wrong, you should be using these archaic tools.
Yeah, you haven't inverted, man. We don't have archaic tools.
Yes, you do.
Please be concise. Satan, I worship. Please be concise with your statements. And I didn't say that you were comparing it to physicists. I said astrophysicists. I was very specific.
And plus, he doesn't know me, and you lumped me together with a perception of what a flat earther is, correct?
It's an archaic belief system, and you have to agree.
But I'm here to tell you that's not the case.
It is. It's an archaic belief system.
It is in your perception of such. And I appreciate the horror of that. I apologize for not being able to give you a better perception of flat earthers. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you tell me, during the time where humans believed that the Earth was flat, can you tell me what their IQ level was? Can you tell me the type of technology they had? Let me finish. Tell me what IQ they had. What was the average IQ at that time? Tell me what technology they had, and see if it's comparable to today's technology. And then also tell me if they had any thriving society with clean water and jobs.
You are an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment to your entire belief system. I appreciate you though. You're perfect.
Do you know which era has clean water and food safety and security and a thriving society? It's the society that believes that the earth is round. It's a society that believes in science. Okay? Now, with your archaic belief system, okay, you will destroy society with your archaic belief system. You will destroy it. Your archaic belief system will destroy society.
You can keep quoting YouTube all day long because everything flat earth comes up with that archaic line. Okay? It's not archaic in any way, shape, or form.
It's an archaic representation of the earth.
It's not.
Okay? It's outdated.
Well, you think so, don't you? You think so, don't you?
No, I'm an ex-flat earther.
Listen, I dare. All right, then I appreciate your patience. Then, thank you.
I'm an ex-flat earther.
Right.
I used to be unintelligent, like you.
Okay, but the citation you made today.
I've actually studied a little bit of astrophysics, and I can say that I'm confident in the astrophysicists and the
Well, that's
scientific
an
community.
embarrassment. That is
And
an
the scientific
embarrassment.
community
You
to
cannot be
explain
confident
certain
in what they
phenomena.
do. You cannot be confident in what they do. First of all, they rely upon artists most of the time. So half of their work is subbed out to artists, right? Then they're mostly theoretical physicists. They're not really astrophysicists. You have heard the Wakey interview. And when you described people that have what you called deep levels and long years of education, in fact, they become quite narrow in their field. Now, I just want you to know that. I had online, I have a 5-hour talk with a man who runs an observatory. He's an astronomer, runs an outreach program. The first thing he told me to do is not talk about NASA, because he wanted me to know that astronomy was around long before the space program. So there was an entire part of the discussion that we were not able to have because of the narrowing of his field. Now, I understand that. I just want you to know that it's a narrowing and not a broadening of information. And you've confused academia with applied science.
I disagree. Academia comes first, then applied science. Without academia, there is no applied science. So this idea that somehow academia and applied science exist in separate domains is ridiculous. Okay? Applied science has a direct dependency on theories, theorems, on academia. It's academia that comes up that provides the service to applied science. So this notion that you have, somehow you can separate applied science from academia is laughable.
Well, if you could take 2 minutes, I just posted a video explaining it. I'm sorry. You can
No,
laugh.
I'm not going to watch your videos.
Oh, well, everyone else can, because in 2 minutes you'll be laughed away. Now, when you do get the balls, I want you to watch any portion of the video above, because this man is a physics professor, and he is literally making no argument for 4 hours straight.
Okay, if a professor has come out and said, has somehow become a flat earther, that's a disgraced professor. That is not a professor anymore. That is someone who has clearly going through something mentally. I'm not quite sure what's going on with him.
So you're incredible. So you won't watch the 2-minute video. Then you assume that this person in the other video has changed to flat earth, because this is important for you to maintain your paradigm and thought. You're not thinking clearly. You're taking a position. I don't mean to be an asshole. I appreciate your position. I do. But you're not. You're as blurred as you were when your mind.
No, I'm saying if a professor is willing to have a conversation with someone like yourself for 4 hours, they are not a professor anymore. Okay, they are someone who has been completely disbanded. They have been disregarded, and they're no longer they're no longer welcomed in the scientific community, because they are using their knowledge.
They're outside of consensus, you mean?
It's not about consensus.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It's about acknowledging the fact that when you dedicate your life to something, right, you have more experience and knowledge to share than some of us like you.
But
so you have to.
Yeah, I hear
You don't have to acknowledge scientists. You can come up with your own theories.
Oh, but you have to acknowledge scientists, right?
But again, you don't have any empirical. I'm still waiting for empirical evidence for flat Earth. I'm still here waiting.
What if I only need to supply a reasonable doubt, like in court?
That's what I'm saying. Your It's just the Flat Earth Institution is not even really an institution. It is a.
So, one of your
it is an embarrassment to the first world.
An embarrassment to who? To what?
The modern society.
Well, from your position, I do understand.
Can I ask you something? Can you show me 1 millionaire or 1 billionaire or someone who is, wealthy or has wealth that is also a flat earther?
What you're calling a flat earther, or people that come here and talk about it
I think
publicly?
flat earthers. There's a correlation. There's a correlation between flat earthers and low income.
It's a couple of high income people that are flat earthers. I can only think of a small few.
I highly doubt it. If they are probably trying to somehow garner enough followers from that community to be able to then exploit them for whatever reason. Maybe it's because they want to.
Dude is an NBA player.
Sell merchandise or whatever. But
no, this dude is an NBA player. He don't need no merchandise.
I know exactly who you're talking about, and he has been he has been suspended multiple times for a variety of reasons, and one of them was quite recently actually for being anti-Semitic. So again, that person is clearly not mentally. That person is clearly not mentally capable. And
why do you say that?
I don't agree with him. But he's high. He's okay. He's rich. He don't really have too much of a problem. He could do what he do because he's rich and because he's so good at what he do. I mean, I don't agree with him when he say the earth is flat, but he is somebody of a high statute. I mean, on a high level that says the earth is flat and has money.
Regardless, hang on. Regardless, this is a complete non-point. Someone's socioeconomic status has nothing to do with their cosmological beliefs. Like,
yes, it is. There's a high correlation between economic status and flat Earth.
You can make all the correlations you like, but it's still a non-point.
That's bullshit, mate.
The correlations matter because it demonstrates that the poorer you get, the more likely you are to latch onto conspiratorial theories.
Okay, how about this? For instance, for me, I don't think it's the fact of how rich they are. It really depends on how much time they have. People like Kyrie Irving's, Kill O'Neal, B.O.B., people who have a lot of money and rich but still say the earth is flat are usually people who involve themselves in either sports or arts. So they have a lot of time to reflect on other things, whether or not they're properly researching it. They have the time to research this stuff, and like somebody who's probably rich because they're in a business who don't have time to look this stuff up, who's just focused on that business. I mean, it's different.
I disagree.
Of course you do.
I think the reason why I disagree is simply because there's a difference, right? There's wealthy people that you're labeling. Sorry, not labeling. There's the wealthy people that you're pointing out. They have a history of mental illness. You can
of course, having low income causes mental illness, right?
I don't think B.O.B. has a mental illness.
I'm saying that typically it's the mentally ill or the low income that attach themselves to conspiratorial theories.
Okay, so you refuse to put your eyes on anything I put in chat, but I just want you to see there's several hours, 7-8 hours of us talking with a quantum physicist, right? Now, of course, you're saying this man must have lost his mind to be spending time and talking to flat earthers, right? There's no way that this guy could be doing this. But yeah, he's a real guy. He really is. And yeah, it took us 3 hours to convince him that we weren't faking NASA videos, that we were showing him real NASA videos. But when he came back the next time, he started to listen to us. And we started to scold him to stop pointing at the sky and saying, imagine. Because we weren't here to imagine. And in reality, you'll find that his title that they gave him of quantum physicist is theoretical in its entirety because he's only a mathematician. But they were ready to groom a new guy like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan and Michio Kaku and what's his name in the wheelchair. We've only heard science from 6 people for the past 50 years. This guy's being groomed to be the next guy. We met him because he was hired to be in the Flat Earth film as an expert against us. And at the screening of the Netflix film, Sasha went up to him. My friend went up to him and said, "Hey, have you ever met a flat earther?" And he goes, "No." And she said, "Would you like to?" And these are the real talks. And this is what happens when a real physicist listens to real flat earthers and comes back for more. And this is real because he's fascinated by the minds of people whose minds are working, whose minds are seeking. And you can't expect that from a school of fish or a herd of sheep. People and it's a new authoritarian world where people like flat earthers are going to be incarcerated and medicated before we know it. And you're in supportive of that, and that's why I don't like you.
But I don't know if I really agree with that statement. You can get that from just normal schools of fish as well too. Like me, the reason I'm into flat Earth is because I'm interested in the way y'all think. Y'all ask questions that I normally wouldn't ask. I love that.
He says we're crazy. He says we're stupid, poor, and crazy, and that's why we're archaic.
Well,
but real people don't think that. Only bottled up people. You're real people. You're a real person. This guy is locked in his head. You're out in the world still.
But still, he has every right to be, just like flat earthers have every right to be in their heads as well too. It's just the fact is, I just like both sides. Even though I am a glober, I like to understand where flat earthers come from and what's y'all point and why do y'all think the way y'all think. I love it, but
why bother? Why do we think at all? Yeah, I get it. But it ain't old fashioned. It doesn't make us old fashioned. Right?
No, I don't think y'all old fashioned. It's just
all right. Thanks. You're the man.
Dan, don't take everything that Satan I Worship says too seriously. He has been known to troll, and
I'm not a troll. Don't go there, bro.
I said you have been known to troll.
I'm not a troll. Okay, that's basically you're trying to downplay everything I'm saying, right?
No,
and that is dishonesty. You're being a dishonest interlocutor.
I kind of crushed everything you said anyway. I really crushed what you said.
I don't think you have. I think you're a little bit lost.
You weren't interested in looking.
You have a well-known history here in this particular server and in others. So that's why I say for people not to take everything you say too seriously into heart. Because you have these qualities about you.
He was pleasant.
And to sit here and deny them, it's just it's further trolling.
Really? Further trolling?
Yes, really?
That is despicable.
You said you used to be a flat earther. I don't think I've ever seen or heard of you around.
You've never heard of me?
I don't think so.
No, it sounded like a bullshit story. It really did.
It sounded like a bullshit story. Really?
Yeah, because
I'm not saying that at all. I had a genuine question. I was trying to figure out who you were and maybe hear a little of your story of why you went back to the globe.
Exactly.
I went back to the globe because I realized that how ignorant I was on the topic, and I educated myself, and I realized quickly there is demonstrable, empirical evidence for globe Earth, and there is none for flat Earth. And so you should realize this. You should be aware of this. There is no empirical evidence for flat Earth.
Well, if I needed to get along like you needed to get along, I would have to say that as well. And I would have to go back to the ball as well.
What?
And I would use words like archaic. And I would accuse people of being stupid and old-fashioned, just like you. I would. I'd be right with you. But I'm self-employed, so I don't have anyone to say, shut up, stop doing that. There's no wife here telling me, stop thinking that. So, I've gone out and done observations over water, over land, over ice, lasers, mirrors, infrared photography. I can't find the curvature of the Earth based on the measurements that you give me.
Oh, really? Maybe you shouldn't go for measurements. Maybe you should just go for the shape first and then figure out measurements. I mean, that's what I did.
Well, I advise that you pick up a book titled An Introduction to Modern Astrophysics.
Okay. So, and I advise that you observe a distant sunrise or sunset.
Oh, those are
Oh,
all.
Dan, that's one of the worst evidences. I mean,
yes,
no. Pick up.
Earth.
The book is titled An Introduction to Modern Astrophysics. Have a read through. I know there's a lot of math in there, so it's going to be a little bit a difficult read. But if you're comfortable, do a little bit. Brush up on your math. Work on An Introduction to Modern Astrophysics, and once you completed the book, come back and we can have a discussion. Then you will realize how ridiculous flat Earth is.
And if you need some help, if you need help with math, I will tutor you. I do tutor people in math all the time. I'm just pushing.
Well, the reason I asked, Satan, I'm also a Glober. But I've been in the community for, I don't know, 4+ years, and I'm a friendly Glober. I don't tend to insult, and I don't really put a lot of pressure on anyone changing or anything. I like the other gentleman mentioned. I'm interested in how we can look at the same thing, make the same observations, and see it so differently between people. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's totally interesting. You're right.
I'm with you on that.
So, Wakey got an interview with really famous astrophysicist, and it's pretty good listen. I just put it in chat, and when he got down to explaining, asking questions about space, about how things work, she had no idea. She literally admitted that all the images we see and that the assumptions they make from spectral analysis are broad assumptions, and that's the long and short of it. Is that industry of astrophysics is bizarre and unaccountable. And like I said, I did an interview. I have 7 hours of interviews of talking to someone who, even though he is a consultant, Jet Propulsion Laboratories, when we said, hey man, can we go there with you? He goes, I've never been there. He goes, maybe I could use you guys as an excuse to go. In other words, he's a front man for space. And he's been hired to be a consultant in films on behalf of quantum horseshit. And he's become labeled a quantum physicist, but will admit to you that he is just a mathematician, that they gave him that title. They gave him the title quantum physicist because it sold good. It sounded good.
I don't know. Mathematicians sound better than me. Well, that's because I'm a mathematician, but mathematicians sound way better.
So it's weird how real life goes down, because he'll never get checked on that, because a theoretical physicist don't need a real degree. A theoretical degree is fine.
That's not true.
I'm about to say that can't be true.
Think about it.
I mean, thinking about it, that just don't make no sense.
You can assert it, but you pack in the hours that those guys do behind the desk and in laboratories and study. It's brutal.
It's speculation. Everything they do is spec. It is absolute speculation. They're
not absolutely okay. You do realize that gravity is a speculation, and yet it's being applied in applied science everywhere, in every industry.
I'm sure you think mass attracts mass too.
There's nothing wrong with that.
They do. They track mass, they track gravity, they track everything. So, again, you are ridiculous. You're brainwashing vulnerable people by telling them it's all speculation. No, it isn't.
I'm going to tell you
You
how much
don't
I
think
appreciate you because we were not fighting. You know, I do appreciate that a lot. And I'm going to ask if I could read you something that I use like as an intro for people like yourself that ask.
No. You, sir, have confirmation bias.
Well, I have
show me more of your light.
I mean, I have an actual statement I'd like to make, you know, if you'd allow me. It says, many people are not aware that the quote flat earth movement and our obsession with understanding our home is not about the geography and topography. The term flat earth itself is a catchphrase for knowing we're not on a spinning globe. It's not a belief, which would be faith-based and not scientific at all. Flat earthers do not claim to know any more than the fact that we're recovering heliocentrists. None of us have explored the outer regions of this realm, much less proven its physical reality. Flat Earth is about being alert and having a sense of self amongst a sea of followers in a corrupt society with a culture of money and war. Sadly, Flat Earth has no community, no school, no church, no center, no curriculum, no leaders, no political affiliations. I don't know any Flat Earth. We know that real science is observable, measurable, and repeatable, and that it's not easy being different.
You know, can I say something about that? It's really when I, like, if y'all saying y'all don't have no community, y'all don't have a school and stuff, that's because y'all choose to name it after the most geometrically impossible thing to exist in our universe.
It's a default term. It's unfortunate.
It's not default. How's it a default term? Y'all could have named it any other conspiracy. Why did y'all name it flat Earth? I mean, it's of course y'all not gonna have many people going after it because the Earth ain't flat, and you could easily see that. But for the people who can't see that, y'all are like brainwashing them into a certain degree to the point where they don't even understand how to go out and do things logically with mathematics because they think mathematics is this abstract thing that can't result. I mean, that can't happen in reality. It's y'all are doing more damage than good.
Mathematics is beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful languages in the whole universe.
I love math.
It's one of the most beautiful languages ever. Okay, it's a universal language. It exists. You can apply it. So I know flat earthers say, "Well, math is ridiculous. Math is abstract. Math doesn't exist." That's nonsense.
Exactly.
Math to me, remember being back in college when I really got into it. I went back to school at 35 as a freshman, but it brought visualization to concepts that were before only numbers. I could actually see, what the numbers meant. And yeah, you say it's a beautiful language. I agree with that.
When I was young, I didn't really understand why I'd need a variable. So I checked out, when it came to complicated algebra, I was kind of done. And later on in life, I realized, for instance, let's say I'm missing something, that I often use subtraction. I figure out where it's not to deduct where it is. And it made me realize that the key that I was missing in math was order of operation. And how, if you're going to tackle something, there is a methodology to it. You got to do the right thing first, or you're lost. So that's what I missed about algebra when I was young.
Fascinating. Thank you for sharing that.
Logic, right? In other words, logic. I don't feel that I'm a conspiratard or a religitard. I try and be a logical flat. And it's not easy because what you were hitting on is that flat earthers are an emotional wreck. It doesn't make us stupid, and it doesn't make us broke. As a matter of fact, you might have the order wrong. we had emotional individuality thrust upon us. We didn't have family mold. We weren't molded well, and we weren't sculpted. See, most kids should be sculpted, but instead they get put into a mold usually that matches their family and their culture, and flat earthers kind of didn't have a good mold. So we found that we had to learn certain things from the neighbors, certain things from our friends, maybe extended family. Not a lot of brothers and sisters, not a lot of solid family. And we ended up finding that we had to pull an average of other stuff to gather a belief because we weren't really crammed into a belief system. So
Dan, who was it? Dan, was it Akuma that said the broke people? Who? That wasn't you, Akuma. Who was that said that?
Satan.
That was me.
Yeah.
Yo, dude, what about like the Vatican and the Pope? They're like the richest people on the planet, and they're the flat Earth leaders. Like,
I don't think they are. If you question the Pope, he would say the Earth is round.
okay, you say so. They would have the telescope. They would know. He would really know. So I don't care what he says. Like, he got the book. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, bro. They would be the number one organization out of anybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know how you try to turn and be like, yo, there is a group of flat earthers that do it because they stand behind the Bible. Okay. So out of
but
that
the Bible
group,
doesn't
who would the leader
explain
be?
the Bible does not describe the shape of the Earth. So
Whatever. All right, whatever. They were telling you all day how it does, so they do it all day.
it doesn't. It doesn't.
Why are we still focusing on this non-point?
No. Someone brought it up, and I said it doesn't. It doesn't. There's no passage in the Bible explaining the shape of the Earth at all.
No, the correlation of economic status with cosmology. That's a complete non-point.
It's not a non-point. It's actually a very relevant statistic, and it actually demonstrates an important fact. And that important fact is the less access to resource you have, the more likely you are to be ignorant, and as a result, attach yourself to archaic belief systems that are considered to be archaic and to be destructive. And that there is it's an important correlation to make, because we need to provide access to resources, access to knowledgeable people, to the deprived individuals, because they're clearly lost and they need guidance.
Can you provide an example of that resource that you speak of?
What's that, sorry?
Can you provide an example of the resources that you speak of?
Resources to professionals, resources to professional help, resources to, maybe
Professional help? What does that have to do with cosmology?
adult tutoring, perhaps, provide people who don't have access to specialists in certain fields of knowledge.
So why do you think flat earthers are flat earthers? Let me ask you that.
Is that a question directed to me?
Yeah.
I think flat earthers are flat earthers because of their economic status.
Shut the fuck up.
Because of their societal placement, because of their lack of societal identity.
Wow.
Purpose.
I'll give you free time, but fucking economic status, brother.
So what happened to me? What happened to me then? Am I an exception to that rule? I've been well off all my life, fortunately. Still am, with access to unlimited resources, and I don't believe in a globular Earth.
Okay, again, there are exceptions to statistics. Okay, that's why it's statistics. It's not a definitive form of measurement. It is an approximation, okay, that provides us with the best guess. And
so hang on. So if I have access to all these resources, how did I come about my cosmology?
Again,
because your point was that the lack of
95% of people are poor.
as you mentioned, you are the exception. You mentioned that yourself. So again, there are going
why
to be
though? How's
exceptions
though?
in
If I have
statistics.
access to all these resources that you say should point you in a different direction, then how did I come about my cosmology having all these resources at my disposal?
I mean, there are a number of factors. You know, it could be
For
because of,
example?
it could be psychological. It could be to do with your, you know, mainly to do with it's mainly psychological. You know, it has to do with your childhood upbringing,
Oh my
your mental
God.
state, etc., etc. But
That's
if
so
you're someone
vague.
who's well off, and you are a flat earther, then I would suggest that, you know, maybe you should visit a professional to seek out, you know, what's going on with you mentally, because if you're well off and you have access to all these resources, you should be doing the right thing and reaching out to professionals to seek answers instead of listening to a bunch of random poor
Wait,
people.
what is happening right now? What is happening right now? Who is this person in here? I hope Glover is not flatter. Like, who are you? Satani
I'm a
worship?
Glover, yes.
Yeah, well, duh.
You
And
can
you're
say
saying that we
Satani.
need to seek out fucking professional help. Everyone in
I was
here,
talking
even
to
Glover's.
no. I wasn't
I don't
talking
care
to
who
you.
you're
I was
talking
talking to
to.
someone who was well off.
I don't care who you're talking to.
You're talking
Saying
about
that
the reason.
anyone needs to seek out professionals, that we can't figure shit out on our own. We need to go to professionals to figure out things for us. I mean, there are certain instances when this is the case, right? Like there's
Make
a
it open.
broken dishwasher, right? You have a broken dishwasher. Yeah, I'm going to go to that. If you're talking about spiritual stuff or things that are blatant within this world, like I'm pretty sure that many people can figure things out on their own if they actually took the time to research and think for themselves. But instead, they turn it over into, oh, I need to go to the professionals. I need to listen to what everyone else says. I don't
Okay.
have any logic. I don't have any
Okay.
sound
So,
reason.
if anyone ever tells you do your own research, they are setting you up to be destructive. Because do your own research is probably one of the worst statements I've ever heard in my entire life. Simply because when people tell you to do your own research, they typically provide you with a confirmation bias, and then you go ahead and do the research with the confirmation bias, and you only look at sources that confirm your bias. And it's a very dangerous statement. I would never recommend anyone to do your own research. I would actually seek professionals and ask them open-ended questions. Do not do your own research, because typically, if you do your own research, you will only look at sources that meet your bias.
But I don't think there's nothing wrong with doing your own research. It's just the fact that do you understand if you yourself are biased with the information you take in? If you know that you can do something unbiasedly, I see nothing wrong with doing your own research. But if your emotions will get in the way or what you believe is going to get in the way, then I suggest you do it with somebody who holds the opposite values that you do.
And seeking out professionals still comes under the same umbrella. It's still doing your own research. You're researching.
No, seek information.
Absolutely it is.
No, because they are doing the research on your behalf. That's the difference. But most people, like flat earthers like yourself, they do research with confirmation bias, which is very dangerous. Okay, because what happens is you pick and choose information that confirms your bias. You then spread that information to others. You know, with this confidence in your voice. You know, you say, "Look, I've done the research, and the research says this," and people will listen to your confidence and say, "You know what? Because you've done the research, I'm going to take on that information." And then you start creating this destructive force in society with your fake and false information and your confirmation bias. So no, don't do your own research. Listen to the professionals. Do not do your own research.
I don't know.
You are a troll, right? Like even Glover's disagreeing with you. Like,
I say you could do your own research as long as you know you aren't biased. If you know how to question every bit of information you get, including information that you agree with, then you shouldn't have no
But
problem.
here's even the deal with that though. it takes you having bias to even learn about the biases, even when you know that you aren't supposed to have bias. You still are with bias, and then it's like, oh damn, I still had bias on that. And so sometimes it takes these lessons to be learned, and people going out and making mistakes, having actual conversations with other people, not just relying on other people to feed you information, but actually having logical conversations and being in what they used to call salons like this, where people congregate and they have conversations and your ideas are tested time and time again. And you have to then therefore say, no, this is what my argument is. And then somebody would say, well, your argument is lame because of this. Like actually having, they've taken that away. Now you're just supposed to read articles, read 150 fucking, segment tweets of this and that and whatever, and just believe everything that you're told. No, what we need to be having are these conversations. And you saying hold on. What he is saying right now is not logical. It is not sound. And we can debunk you time and time again that we should be thinking for ourselves and not just blindly believing what some other person is freaking telling us.
Nobody asks you to blindly believe anybody. I mean, nobody in science or school should be doing that. They should not.
He's saying.
Oh, what
Exactly.
he's saying.
Yes, what he's saying, not what you're saying, Akumo. Like, we're on point. Yeah. We're on point. I'm talking about him. What he is saying. Like, no. Like, me and Akumo will go head to head all day long about what he thinks and what I think. And, he'll come out like, oh, sometimes we're at an impasse. Sometimes we leave it. Sometimes we're like, oh, yeah, that was a good idea. It depends on the conversation, right? And then there are other people that will chime in. And then you're learning constantly. And that is how thoughts grow, is by the community and what works and what doesn't, and what logic is sound and what logic isn't sound. Blindly believing in, whoever these leaders are supposed to believe in, that's poppycock. Excuse my French. Yeah, excuse my French. It's fucking poppycock.
Well, I mean, I disagree. I disagree. And
okay, do you have something more than that? Or do you just disagree, or do you have something to actually explain why you disagree?
That's it. We've debunked everything he said, and he doesn't care.
I disagree because
hang on a sec. Satan I worship. Have you ever applied any critical thought to anything you've read?
Oh, absolutely. You're forced to in the scientific. If you've done any form of scientific study, you're forced to consider what you are studying.
Okay,
because you are given exercises, you are given scenarios, you are given difficult questions where you have to sit there and think it through. So absolutely, I don't sit around watching YouTube videos regurgitating some weird crazy flat earther that I watched on YouTube.
Okay,
I sit there and I think.
All right. So earlier you said that we should, for example, you mentioned that book, Introduction to Astrophysics. You said that we should just take their word for it, because who are we to?
No, I never said that. I said
you absolutely did.
Absolutely.
He might have said that, but I don't think he mean that. What he means is take their advice, and then most likely they're going to have you test what they say. They're not like anybody from a college level ain't just tell you to believe them. They actually give you lab and stuff to test what they say. So
exactly, you can do they give you they say, hey, look, this is how we proved it. We're going to give you exercises so you can do it yourself, and it will show you the exact same result. That is how science works, bro. And then this idea that you have that just pick up the book and believe it. That's not what I said. I said pick up the book, learn a little bit of math, learn a little bit of physics, and you will understand where globe Earth is coming from.
Yeah, but you said who are we? You said who are we to? Hang on a sec. Sorry, just
go ahead.
If I can carry
no,
this
go
on.
ahead. Go ahead, Globus.
Yeah, you said who are we to question the professionals? That's what you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Who are we to question the professionals?
Okay,
absolutely.
okay, but now you're saying that we should critically think about. So that is questioning. If you're critically thinking about something.
Wait, this is a major point here, guys. This is a major point. He's acting like we weren't Globers to begin with. Like we didn't study physics books and everything that had to do with everything that was globe up until the point that we were like switch of mind frame. Now we're researching this. Like to act like we never knew anything. To act like we never knew anything about any of this at all, and just act like, oh,
Okay,
you should
look,
pick up a book to
I'll give
understand
you
what
guys an example.
the globe is.
I'll give you an example of how scientific consensus was actually destroyed. So back in the 20th century, there was this phenomena called the cat drop phenomena, where if you dropped a cat, they would somehow were able to change their it had to do with angular momentum. I'm not sure how you guys are familiar with angular momentum, but essentially, when you drop a cat, right, it lands on its feet, right, and the scientific community realized that this was actually against one of Newton's laws, right, and so there's actually a time in history where people were against Newton's laws. So this proves that consensus changes. Okay, scientific community will openly go against consensus if there is evidence to suggest that this is wrong or the scientific phenomena is wrong. They're happy to change their mind. We're happy to change our mind. But this idea that you have that somehow flat earth is real and you still don't have any empirical evidence is insane. That's all I'm saying.
Scientific evidence doesn't deal with consensus. It deals with deductive logic.
No, they're saying that the science deals with, the science today is just purely consensus. And I said, what?
Yeah, that is exactly what your side is fucking saying, is that it is a
No,
consensus.
it's not.
It is the status quo. We just see Research Flat Moon right now just said the sphere is the status quo, which is the consensus. And they are saying this is a science is a consensus. They have been saying it in the headlines for fucking years now. And now we have people in here like, oh, they've never said that. Yeah, they do. Science has legitimately been saying that forever.
I mean, it's subject to change depending on if somebody can explain the phenomenon better. That's why they say it doesn't prove shit. If you want proof, go to math.
Still, it's a consensus.
Science doesn't
So if you
prove
don't believe
anything.
what we believe,
If
oh my
anyone
God, the
comes to
riddles
you,
y'all speaking, it's amazing.
If anyone comes to you and says, I have proof of anything, that's pseudoscience. Because science isn't about proving anything.
Or it better be mathematics.
So if anyone, only in math, there's proof. In every other field of science, there is no proof, okay? And if anyone comes to you and says, I have proof of flat earth, or I have proof of this, or I have proof that the earth is not a globe, that's pseudoscience.
The scientific method absolutely deals with proof. And pseudoscience
No, it is not.
It is, and it's not proof. It's disproof.
Well, when you disprove something, you prove something else.
Yeah, but the science will try to explain it when math is the proof that you need.
Math is merely a tool. Okay, it doesn't prove the existence of the universe. It's a tool that is used
to make predictions and describe reality to a T. But math is where the proof lies. There's mathematical proof of stuff.
So now, have I convinced you to come back to Globe Earth?
I don't think you're gonna convince anybody there to come to Globe Earth. Just like they're not gonna convince us to go to Flat Earth.
So they're going to remain willfully ignorant.
No one's listening to you, mate. No one's taking you seriously. You act as if anyone is. You're full of shit.
I'm full of shit.
You're condescending. That's all you are.
I'm not condescending. I'm just educated. That's the difference.
Nah, bullshit.
Nah, you are slightly a little condescending toward them. I mean, I can understand where they're coming from.
No, when you're educated, you appear condescending when you're educated, but it just appears that way because you're just ignorant.
I could also understand your point too and where you're coming from. I understand both of y'all sides, but it's just there's other ways to rearrange your words to be more sociable with. people who you don't see as intelligent as you.
I disagree. I think you should be
Oh
yourself.
no. Oh, there's plenty of ways to rearrange words to make it sound less condescending.
No, I think it's important to sound condescending because I'm in a position of authority and they are not.
There you go.
I hate authority so much, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I could see your point too, but I definitely see their point as well too. Mainly because I hate fucking authority. And knowledge to me doesn't put one as a higher authority figure than another. We're all balanced out somewhere in the world.
I'm a firm believer of Jesus Christ.
I don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Why don't you believe in Jesus?
I don't believe in the Bible. It's just
And why
a story.
don't you believe in the Bible?
It's a storybook written by men. I don't trust men to start with. Why am I gonna trust a book written by men? Come on.
You yourself are a man.
Yeah, I'm a believer in God, just not of the Bible.
Akuma is a deep thinker, dude. Let him be.
So Veronica, is that your name?
Who, me?
No.
Oh, talking about her.
My name is not Veronica.
What is your name?
You could call me Veronica because you don't care about real life anyway.
So Shines, you sound like most truth seekers.
Her name is actually.
Generalize. You
Wait,
sound
hold
like
up.
I can
Hold
generalize.
up. What do I sound like? Yeah. How are you going to generalize? What do I sound
You
like?
sound
Tell me. Who am I?
You sound like most these flat earthers. Like you sound like a flat Christ.
Hey, her name
I
is
sound like Christ?
Nanya.
Did you just tell me I sounded like Christ? I sound like a flat earther. I sound like Christ. Is that what you just said?
So that you
Wow.
sound like most flat earthers. Like you just
Yeah, and then after that, you said you sound like Christ,
no.
and then you
Like
didn't
you
go on.
say,
So
like you say the same points that I've heard a million times from flat earthers. Like
really, what points did I make?
you guys proclaim to be critical thinkers,
What
but then
points
like
did I make?
I hear the same. You
What
guys are just
point
regurgitating
did I
the
make?
same
I'm having
points.
the same issue right now with Research Flat Moon up in the chat. He said that I made some kind of claims of proof. He can't even respond to it. He just had to go on to something else because you guys have nothing. What did I say? What did I say?
No, you sound like
You
you
use
just sound
use a
like a
point of
flat
reference.
earther.
You can't.
I don't
You
think
have nothing.
It's his position. It's his predisposed position on
It's
everything.
amazing.
Everything flat Earth, he already knows. He already knows. Because
might be parasite.
he
Like,
was
you
a
know,
flat Earth.
parasite.
He was a flat Earther, but then he found out gullible and stupid. Now he's elevated in reverse, back the truck up to where he was, and it's like he thinks that's a position of strength. He even thinks it's a position of authority. He told us he has authority.
As I said earlier,
Well,
guys.
the most amazing part is when they're going to call people out their name and then say that you're some type of thing, and then not even be able to say what type of thing you are. Like if you're going to say something about me or anyone in here, like at least back it up with something. Don't leave me hanging.
I've climbed the steps, and I'm on level 33 now. And,
oh, are you? Okay, 33.
I'm a
Yeah,
genius.
gotta have that number.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I see. I see exactly what you're doing. I hear you. I see you. I know exactly what you're doing. Keep going.
What am I doing?
How far you can go.
You're being as
You're on
delusional.
level 33. You're on level 33. Like, I come on, dude. I know exactly what you're doing.
I've climbed the
You're
steps,
no
and
new. You can't out troll me, dude. Keep going. Try harder.
I've climbed the steps, and I've gained enlightenment. Now I'm on cloud 9.
As I mentioned earlier, guys, do not take him too seriously.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm saying he can't out troll me. Like I know exactly what he's doing.
Yeah,
it's funny to me.
What exactly am I doing?
Well, if you're on Cloud 9, you're doing the hokey pokey. Evidently, that's what it's all about.
No, I'm actually on level 33.
Okay, Grand Mason, keep going.
Like for your building
You're
apartments.
indoctrinated to 33. Like, come on, give us more.
It's my lucky number, 33.
That's
all it was.
favorite number too.
Yeah.
It was Scottie Pippen's number. That's the number I use in basketball.
Pippin. There you go.
I mean, my name
See, at least
is
Akumo can be honest.
Satan I worship. That's my name.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
I like Satan.
Yo.
Does it scare enough people away to give you some elbow room?
Hell, Satan.
Yes, hail Satan.
Yep, PT, you are correct. It always does get stupid. Doesn't it ever? Rinse, recycle, repeat.
Says you, bro. You sound like you're reading off a script.
I do?
Satan to the pits. Satan to the
You
pits.
know what? No, I'm not reading off of a script. This is just exactly what takes place. Are you new here? Like, this is exactly what goes down every single time. This isn't a script. We're just so used to it. We know every single thing that you're going to say. We've been here before. It is the same old, same old. It is Groundhog's Day, day in and fucking day out.
Okay, give me
Period.
empirical evidence for flat Earth.
Empirical evidence.
How about what you could see outside? Does that count for anything?
Nope.
Nope,
Why
that
not?
it wouldn't count for him. Water
not?
being level wouldn't count
Yeah,
because then
none
they're
of
going to
that
say that it
shit matters.
curves
They're quick to
and that
because
straight
you could
lines
be
are
seeing it.
curved and the
You could
level
see it
is
on the
actually
globe.
curved and blah 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 blah. We've been
Yeah, that-
here. It's been years of this stuff.
Have
We're
you
used
got
to it.
empirical evidence for flat Earth, yay or nay?
We just described it.
That's not empirical evidence. I hate to say that.
Line of sight.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Let Akumu go. Let Akumu go. You know, he got banned off FED. Let's give him a platform here. what would be empirical evidence, Akumu? You have the floor. You got it. What would you want to see?
Something that can happen and something that we have in reality that's impossible on a globe, but possible on a flat Earth.
Water.
That would be no
that is
doubt.
water level. Water
No, it
being
is not.
level.
No, it's
yeah,
not.
it is. That
The
is
reason
exactly
it's not.
it.
The reason it's not because
Show
both.
me water. Wait, hold on. Show me water level actually curving where you've actually seen it curve, and then you can say that that is actually what is happening, other than somebody telling you that that is what is happening.
If I was able to show, if I was able to show you, if I was able to show you that on a small scale, then I would be disproving the globe.
Okay, perfect. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient?
No,
Because we
that's
can
not
show that
convenient.
on the small
It's just the
scale
way it
and the
is.
large scale.
You
No matter
wouldn't
how
know
which
that.
scale. Hold on. No matter which scale it is, we can show it on the small and the large. That is as above, so below. As
Well,
everything is everything. Water is level.
According to quantum mechanics, gravity doesn't work the same on a quantum scale
And
as it does on a
you know what would
cosmic
be
scale.
amazing?
Quantum
Then
mechanics.
you know what,
is that.
Akumu? If you were good at arguing, you know what you'd do? Is you would say a dewdrop, but you didn't do that.
No, I'm not.
And then
gonna
we can
do
have
a
an argument
dewdrop.
about a dewdrop, and then you can show that, oh, look, water isn't always level. It can be a drop of something of dew on a leaf, and then we can have the argument about that. And even
No, I'm not.
then, we can
That's a
argue
stupid.
surface tension and whatever.
That's a stupid
Because
way to go.
water level is
That's a
level.
stupid. That's a stupid way to
How
go because
stupid?
level water exists on both flat Earth and globe.
Mm-hmm.
So even just going the route of level water does not make sense because it exists on both.
So a dewdrop wouldn't work for your argument.
No,
So
it
not
would
even
not.
you're
We're
saying
talking
not on
about
a micro.
levels.
So not even on a micro scale does the micro scale of water, where other globers use it as something, and they say, oh no, look at this dewdrop where it's it's half of a circle on a leaf. That's how you can see that water can curve and that it is curving. Blah 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 blah. So other globers use that. You're saying no, I would not use it. So
That
why wouldn't
only
you use it
works.
again?
That only works if you would have told me water doesn't curve. Then I could do that. But you said level water. That's different.
Yeah,
That
level.
exists. Yeah. And after what I said at that too, one that
hold
is
on.
not possible on a globe, but possible on a flat Earth. That
Wait.
exists on both models.
It doesn't.
Stop.
You're just saying that.
Stop.
No,
Wait,
I'm
hold
not.
on.
I'm literally saying it works on both models.
Hold
Level
on,
water
hold on,
works
hold
on
on.
both.
Let me get this straight.
No,
So
it doesn't.
level water. So if there is something standing on top of that little dewdrop, and as it was going down to either side of it, would it not be level on that in that hemisphere, an actual hemisphere? It would be half of a sphere. The thing standing on top, it would be level throughout that hemisphere. That this is what is happening on that little dewdrop. Why would that not be cohesive to what is happening on the globe if it was just a hemisphere of the globe?
Could you have a bigger piece of mass underneath this water droplet? I don't know. Using a water droplet isn't really just going to work in the same way. You have a
I
bigger
like
piece
your
of land
attention to
under the
detail.
water.
Okay, you're honest. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
honest, and that is an attention to detail. I appreciate your honesty. That's really cool because most Globers would be like gunning for that shit. Like, oh no, the dewdrop
Wait,
on a
dude.
leaf. Yeah, that's pretty cool that you're honest about that. I appreciate
Okay,
your
hey
honesty there.
Shines, hey Shines. I have evidence actually. I do have evidence for
Okay,
water
go
bending.
for it.
Have you seen a fountain ever in your life?
No, I've never seen one. Can you explain one to me?
Yeah. Maybe you should go
I'm
out there and
joking. I'm
touch
joking.
grass.
I'm
Maybe you should go
yeah.
out
I
there and
touch
touch
grass all the
grass
time.
and see a
It was a joke,
fountain.
bro.
Okay. If
It
you
was
ever
a
seen a
joke.
fountain, what happens when the water shoots from the ground? I wonder what happens. Oh, that's right. The
When the
water
water
curves.
shoots from the ground.
Oh my
What are you
God.
talking about?
That's amazing.
Are you
How does
talking
the
about like?
water
Are you
curve
trying
on a
to talk about
fountain?
waves and that water moves and that it's fluid, just like every
Look, I'll give
medium,
you,
like
I'll
water
give
and
you, I'll give
air
you, I'll
and
give you, I'll give you an
everything
experiment.
is fluid? Just you're so new. Just sit back
No,
for a little
you can
while, listen to
clearly.
other
I'll give you
people.
an experiment.
I think what you need to do is sit back and listen to other people have conversations. Like, are you brand new? You have to be brand new. That was hilariously brand new.
Why did you mute me? Like that's
I
ridiculous.
did not
Like
mute. I did not mute you.
censorship.
I did not do that. Somebody else
That was
did.
me.
Okay.
That was me.
Okay,
Oh
cool.
yeah,
So
thank
if
you.
you've ever seen a fountain before,
My
right, what
God.
happens is the water comes from the ground, right, and it shoots up, right. And guess what happens after that? The water curves. Oh my God, you've got water
Bruh,
curving.
you
Oh
are
my
brand new.
God.
Just stop. It's not even funny. It's not funny. It isn't an original conversation. It isn't something that we're interested in. If somebody here who is a
Not
Glober who
even
has something
relevant.
original, it isn't even relevant. It's like
What
it's
curve
just
are you
trolling.
It's called a
He's
geyser.
talking about water, just exactly. He's just talking about water bending. Like, oh my gosh, if you go into, your sink and the water comes down and then it splashes into a bowl and then it pops up. Oh my God, water moves. It bends. Water is fluid. Oh, I never knew. I've been a flat earther my entire life and I never knew how water works. Like, come on, let's have a good
Yeah.
conversation here.
Yeah.
Like, I prefer like the honest Globers.
No,
Let's
the
talk
problem
to
with the level, the problem with the level argument is that flat earthers don't understand how level water works on a globe.
Yeah, that's fucking insanity. You just got through telling us it was the same, yet you're not understanding you can't have level over a distance on a globe because there is no level distances on the globe. It takes a turn.
This is what I'm talking about.
Right.
This is what I'm talking about. That statement lets me know you don't understand what level is on a globe. If you understood what level was on a globe unbiasedly, then you will understand that level works
Okay,
on
wait,
both models.
hold on. I understand exactly what level is on a globe. Level on a globe is everything from the center is an equal fucking distance all the way around to the center fucking point. We all know that.
Equal in elevation.
We all understand that here. We were not born flat earthers. We were born into a world of globe, and then we became flat earthers.
Yeah,
so we
exactly. So
understand all
where
of
did
this.
this
So to
argument?
say that we don't get it is not
Where
honest.
did the argument of water can't curve being level come from then? If y'all understand that it can curve on a globe.
Because no. We understand that water can have movement, it can have waves, it can
I'm
have
not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
Listen. So it cannot curve all the way around a fucking ball and stick to a fucking ball and have equal elevation without it fucking falling off and all the things that are attributed to everything that it means that it would take for that to fucking happen. That
is
cannot
absurd.
happen.
What? How can that not happen? That can definitely happen.
Listen,
There are so many
Akumu,
possibilities that this can happen and the reasons why it can happen.
Kumu, show me where number one, where you see water curving even from far away. Show me where you can see water sticking to a ball from anything except for everything that you've been told. Show me anything of evidence of this. Everything else we can show.
Okay, because liquid.
Hold on,
Okay, because
listen. Let me finish this.
I'm about
Let me
to
just
ask you a
finish this.
question.
Let me. I know that you're about to ask me. Let me just finish this. We can show you on a large and a small scale every single thing that we're fucking talking about. We can give you everything from large and small. This is it. This is this. This is this. This is this. Everything you guys have is, oh, believe these photos from out here. Oh, this is what I read in some book. Oh, this is this and this and this. Show me the evidence for it and maybe then post it in chat. Show me where you can show me
Okay.
all of these things. Like, show me.
Okay, first of all, You can easily, if you don't want to go to a planetary scale by saying look out in space and seeing planets that has gas around it, and also like other, if they have
Now you're
liquid
going to
water and stuff
planets
like
and
that.
gas
Hold on,
and
let me
all this
finish.
other
Let me
shit.
finish. Let me finish. Because
No,
I already
you're
said if
already
you
going
don't,
into like
if you listen to what I said if you don't want to go there, I was about to give you another example, but you cut
So
me off.
don't. So
Let
that's
me
why I'm
finish
saying
what I'm
don't go there.
saying.
Don't go
If
there,
if
Akumu.
I start off,
Don't make me bacon you.
if I
Don't make me
start
Let him
off,
finish.
yeah, if I start off with if you don't want to go to this point, then let me finish because I'm going to another point. But
Then
what I'm
just don't do
saying,
it. Yeah. Don't do it. Just go to the point.
Okay, then don't do it. I won't say nothing at all then.
No, don't be a freaking bugaboo. We've had these
Stop
conversations
being a
numerous
bugaboo
fucking
yourself.
times.
Just let me finish my
Don't
conversation.
go
Let me
to
finish
the
my
lame
sentence.
shit. Just get to the point. Get to the point.
Let me just finish my sentence because I would have already been there way long time ago. But like I said, if you don't want to go there, you can use small scale stuff like using a centrifuge or something like that to show that water and stuff like that don't do nothing but follow forces. You can actually make a whole like a half pipe using a centrifuge and water, like just spinning water around. It would go all the way out to the edges, and it make like a half pipe. I mean, that shows that water just curves to the forces that allow it to do so. I mean, we can't use gravity on that scale because you need to go to a planetary scale for gravity. But you could use centrifugal forces, centripetal force and all that type of stuff to make water curve, just to show they don't do nothing but obey forces. If it obeys forces, then it will obey laws of gravity as well too.
Oh my god!
I'm going with an on that one. I've
You don't have to go with
there's so much
It's
more
pretty
than just
obvious that you can spin water around.
Listen, it's the same thing that he said. Hold on, it's the same thing that he said in the first statement when I said, "Don't go into all this shit." We've had these conversations before. Don't bring up the planets. Don't bring up all these words. Then he went into gravity. Then he went into all these,
I didn't
all these words.
Either. I said
yes,
centrifugal.
You did.
I said centripetal forces is what I said when it comes to the centrifuge. I said we can't show it using gravity on the scale that we're on because you need to go to a planetary scale. And I said, so we're not using gravity. We use centrifugal forces.
So you think
if
that
you heard that?
So there's centrifugal, and then there's. So you're saying the other one is actually gravity? So you're not using gravity.
I say we're not using gravity because we can't go to the scale needed.
Why? That's
but you're saying that but then what is the spin, and then what is the centrifugal that you're talking about? What is the centrifugal?
That comes from the spinning of the what you have the water
in. Is that
in.
not gravity? All these things spinning, and then the spinning causes.
Centripetal forces is not gravity. Those are two totally different things.
Oh,
you should know that.
Yeah.
Wow. So the centrifugal, centripetal, none of these are gravitational forces.
And I just explained that you can't use gravity on the scale without going to the planetary, which you said not to do.
Which this is what I have been saying since fucking beginning, Akumu, and every time we have these conversations, you have to go to this otherworldly shit and all this story shit, no matter what.
Not stories.
Explain the globe.
Wait.
I literally didn't.
Wait.
I didn't.
But wait.
You just said
but wait.
I didn't.
Why can we not observe the bodies close by as spheres and contemplate why would we not be that shape?
Are you joking me right now?
No, I'm not at all.
Skylane, are you fucking joking me right now? Did
Not
you just
at
take
all.
it from our conversation? Wait, did you just take it from the conversation that we were having into the things that we see in the sky are spheres, and that's what we should be talking about? That they're not circles, they're spheres.
No,
and
I asked that we contemplate. We could see the moon.
Are they circles or are they spheres?
We could see. Okay, never mind. Fuck it.
I mean, is this ninth grade fucking flat Earth? What is happening in here tonight? Like, is anybody else like on some like? Am I the only one tripping?
No, you're not tripping. You just want to let me speak. I don't know what's going on.
You just legitimately wanted to talk about that things in the sky are spheres instead of circles. This is legitimately like first grade, kindergarten, flat Earth versus globe Earth. If everyone wants to talk about it, let's go. Let's have the conversation
Okay.
about
Well, listen.
is it
Well,
a circle or is it a sphere?
Well, let's
What
do
is
this.
perspective?
Let's do a simple observation. Point at the sun at sunrise. Point at the sun at noon. Point at the sun at sunset. And now point to where you think the sun is at midnight and see if that makes sense. Where would you point?
I know where I'm pointing, but I'm a glober, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it only makes logical sense to me that I draw a half circle across the sky, and at midnight I would have to point straight down at the ground. It wouldn't make any logical sense to me to make a half circle, and then I would for a flat Earth you have to point north. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm sorry, it's a lot of stuff with flat Earth that doesn't make sense to me, especially when it comes to mathematics. It's like they say you not to point to the sky. Well, I understand why, because the sky completely destroys flat Earth. It's one of the biggest difference between a globe and a flat Earth is the field of view of the sky around it. So it's like it's certain things you could do with the sky that proves that we were on some flat or a globe. And then they always say don't look at the sky, but yeah, definitely use the sky. It's a big difference. The shape of the auroras, the star trails, the speed of the sun, the shape of the path of the sun, it's all can be used.
Please don't use stereotypes. Don't say they all say this and they all say that. That's incorrect.
That's why. Well, generally, that's what they say. Not all of them, but everyone except for maybe a few I've talked to said that. Everybody else don't want to look at the sky for some reason.
Just focus on individual arguments and don't stereotype. That gets you nowhere.
I mean, it has to go for flat earthers anyway. I mean, I don't mind them. I don't mind looking at the sky. I want to look at the sky. So if there's something that would like to look at the sky here, shit, we could talk about it. I mean, that would be awesome. But stereotypically, most of them don't want to talk about the sky.
So you're stereotyping again.
That's why I said stereotypically.
So yeah, and I said, please don't do that. That gets you nowhere.
I know. I was expecting that to get me nowhere. That's the reason I said it the way I did.
Why would you want to get nowhere?
Bait people, man. Don't step on my bait. You stepped all on my worm.
If anything, in this particular server, a lot of people do sort of base a lot of their arguments on celestial objects and movements and all of the above.
I mean, besides celestial navigation, I've never really seen flat earthers do it, and I really don't count celestial navigation because it's still navigating the ground. It's just using a celestial point as a reference point, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And I really hate it because they always talk about. Okay, never mind. You know what? That's still stereotyping. Talking about angles don't, curves don't exist. That's stereotyping. I choose.
Yeah, because they don't all do that. There are certain people that do and certain people that don't.
Yeah, exactly. Can't get angles on a curve. I don't know that.
Don't get me started on angles.
Yeah, I love math. I always love it when they start talking about angles and stuff. And it's like, okay.
As do I. That's purely based on the fact that that I'm quite certain on what an angle is and what an angle isn't.
Yeah, same here.
Yep.
I don't know. I always find the arguments pretty interesting when they want to stick just to Euclidean geometry and not venture out into any other geometry. I don't know. I like differential geometry. I find that interesting. Complicated, but it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Can you define an angle?
Yeah, meeting of two lines at a vertex. Measurement happens at the vertex. It's probably either going to be degrees, arc minutes or seconds, or radians as units.
Is it just two lines, or is there some specificity when it comes to those lines?
Just two lines.
So not two straight lines, just two lines?
Yep, two lines.
Okay. I can provide you a definition that may disagree with you. Are you
And I
okay
can
with that?
also provide one that goes with what I say too, so it's cool.
All right. Someone's obviously wrong, or can this be a subjective matter?
I don't think so, because you can still get angles from two curves, and you can do that mathematically. So I don't know what to tell you.
So someone is wrong then.
You said it.
Oh, well, what do you think?
Well, of course we're disagreeing with each other, so of course one of us is wrong. But yeah, no, you can use.
So
it doesn't matter. They don't have to be straight lines.
So it is subjective then. It
No,
can't be.
it's
No.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's only one. Well, yeah, I guess that it's subjective, ain't it?
So you think that there's a subjective definition of an angle? Am I correct
Would
in
that be
saying that? Or?
objective, right? Would that be objective, right? There's one. It's just one.
Yeah, well, objective would mean that that it's not up for debate. It's not an
Yeah,
opinion.
exactly. I think it's objective. I think mathematics is objective anyway.
All right. So if I provide you with this quick would you just obviously I know that you will disagree with it as you mentioned, but in my everyday experience, I tend to go with this particular definition based on practicality. I've for the majority of my sort of adolescent life, I was involved in construction where I used angles, and to my understanding, I came up with what I think is the correct definition, purely based, like I said, on practicality. And that's what I've posted there at 5 minutes past the hour,
Yeah,
where
I
it
see it.
reads, an angle is formed by two straight lines which meet at a point.
All right, let me see. I think I might have deleted this. I please hope I didn't delete this. I might have deleted what I need. It's damn, it was of Euclid's elements or whatever. Damn, I think I lost it. I'm gonna have to go find it again. But it was Euclid's elements or whatever, proposed making his postulates of what he thinks, saying of angles and stuff like that, and how it was actually explaining how curved lines could be included in angles and stuff like that. They don't necessarily have to be straight. So the most important part is the vertex itself. Regardless of what the lines are doing, it's about where they meet vertex. I can understand the whole straight line. The reason I can understand people's straight line, because even with the curve, we usually use a tangent. And a tangent is basically just a 0 degree. It's a vector for the 0 degree representation of the curve. So where the tangent is and the curve is at the tangent point is 0 degrees with each other. So that's why you can use a tangent for a curve.
Why are you using spherical geometry for a Euclidean world?
I mean, it's also just angles. Period. It's not even spherical geometry. It's just regular geometry. It's not even nothing special. It's just normal geometry. The use of tangents and shit like that. Yeah, just regular basic Euclidean geometry.
Oh, so you're trying to turn the sphere into Euclidean geometry.
No, unless I'm not. I mean, they do have a sphere in Euclidean geometry as well too. But if you go to like spherical geometry, where they're talking about a sphere, most likely they're talking about the surface, which can be considered 2D. That's why you can have X and Y coordinates on.
They're using planar geometry, but the Earth's a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, Euclidean geometry does have a sphere in it.
Wait, so you're using planar geometry on a sphere?
No, I'm not.
All right,
Hold on. What are you
keep
talking about?
talking. I'm just
What?
confused. So you're talking about using planar geometry
No,
and
no.
Earth's a
We're
sphere?
just talking about angles. We wasn't talking about any type of geometry. We're just talking about angles, right?
Angles are planar if you're taking elevation angles from a plane.
No, angles are just the meeting of two lines, regardless of what dimension you're in. It's still just a meeting of two lines at a vertex.
Okay, are the two lines is the line that's meeting the other line is it horizontal?
Yeah, when you're taking
No,
lines of sight, when
there
you're
is
like
no.
using a sextant, you don't have to consider lines. You just
Yeah,
take the angle between 2 points.
yeah, and it's also not like when you say these lines, they're lines that exist. They're not like in any kind of orientation. It don't matter if they're vertical, horizontal, diagonal, or whatever. They're just lines for an angle.
Oh, so you're not getting an elevation angle.
We're not talking about. We're just talking about angles.
No, okay, continue.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. Were you talking about different type of angles or something?
Well, we're talking about angles as it pertains to celestial navigation, are we not?
No, I thought we were just talking about
No?
angles. No, I thought we were just talking about angles in mathematics.
Oh, I thought earlier you mentioned celestial navigation quickly, and that's why I wanted to define what an angle was. Did you not mention that? Did you not mention celestial navigation? Am I incorrect?
I said something about celestial navigation, but we was talking about what stars. I wasn't talking about. I don't think angles at that moment, but I mean, I
Okay.
didn't mind switching to that. But I
No,
didn't know we were talking about angles and elevation angles. I thought we were just talking about angles in mathematics.
Okay, because I thought I heard you sort of mumble, when flat earthers say something along the lines of you can only get an angle. You mentioned, sorry, earlier you mentioned celestial navigation, and then you went on to say that you have a discrepancy when it comes to flat earthers saying you can only measure an angle to a straight line and not a curved line. So that's why I wanted to define the term angle, just so we were both on even ground.
Yeah, okay, but if you're talking about elevation angles, then that's the point from your horizontal plane. Well, your imaginary horizontal plane. Excuse me, or your eye level. Excuse me.
Which would need to be that's with reference to the ground, because with celestial navigation you're trying to find your position on the ground.
Yeah, but you're not using the ground yet. When you have a sextant in your hand, you're not referencing the ground at that moment. You're just using your line of sight with two objects to get an angle. Once you put the sextant down, then you start involving mathematics and stuff that involves the earth and stuff like that. But while you're holding the sextant, you're not really using the earth. You might use it as the horizon as a reference point, but your lines that are coming from you to the points or whatever aren't referencing the ground whatsoever.
But that line needs to sort of match the ground, because like I said, you're trying to find your position on said ground.
That's what the math is for, after you put the sextant down.
What do you mean? That's
why
what the
you have a
math is
sextant in your hand.
The reason you have a sextant in your hand is because you're trying to find your position. Yeah,
to get angles. Yeah.
In order to then find your position on the ground. So that line, that horizontal, that line of sight needs to be at 1-to-1 with the ground.
It's definitely not. It's always going to be pointed down at some type of angle, which is why they have height of eye corrections. I mean, you're not referencing the ground whatsoever. You're using line of sight.
You're absolutely referencing the ground because you're using the horizon as your horizontal.
You're using line of sight to one point, to point to point.
No,
not your line that comes from. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you have to correct. You hit the horizon like on a marine sextant, but you have to correct for your elevation of your eye above the sea level.
Yeah,
and then that'll correct and bring that line up to a imaginary horizontal at your eye level.
Yeah.
So I'll show you why you have to correct for that. Let me just post this quickly.
I mean, it's not parallel to the ground. It's not even close. It's not.
Yeah, you can use a sextant from a hillside, top of a boat. It doesn't matter where you're at to use a sextant.
Yeah, exactly.
I know.
The shape of the earth doesn't matter with that.
It absolutely doesn't matter.
You're just getting a relative angle between 2 points.
Give me a sec here.
Say it don't matter what shape the earth is at that point.
So that I've posted at 13 minutes past the hour is the dip correction. That's why you have to correct for that. I'm not saying it's parallel to the ground.
Yeah.
That is the angular correction you make.
Yes, I mean, the same point we're making. We're making the same point here. Then, I'm not understanding what this has to do with flat Earth or a globe.
Well, it comes back to our definition of what an angle is.
No, it doesn't change what an angle is. It doesn't even change what I said an elevation angle is. It still all works off your horizontal plane at that moment. It's imaginary.
There's no imagination here. These are
Yeah,
angles.
it is definitely imaginary. You make a plane at your eye level to get an elevation angle off something. That is definitely imaginary. The plane that you make for that is imaginary. You're not on it. That plane that you're making is your eye level.
Now, you're referencing the horizon.
Yeah, with your eye level.
With your eye level?
You're using your eyes. This is right below your eye level. When you're looking at the horizon out there, you're probably like point such and such, like 0.1, 0.01, I don't know, degrees from your horizontal.
I don't think I'm getting what you're saying.
What I'm saying is the horizon is the eye level. You're looking down at some amount of degrees.
So what?
So this imaginary plane that you're making to get a horizontal to get your horizontal level is imaginary. You're not actually on a horizontal plane. They tell you to assume a flat and motionless world, not that you are on a flat and motionless world.
So in order to acquire these angles, you need a plane. That's why
that's the imaginary plane that I was talking about.
All right, so you can't use a globe then?
Yes, you can. The reason you can is because there are such thing as tangent planes, and you're not even using the Earth at this moment anyway. You're using a point, a horizon that exists on both flat Earth and globe. This line isn't going over the ground. It doesn't matter if you think it curves or not. You're using line of sight, which is straight all the time. Your line of sight is straight.
So light doesn't curve then?
I didn't say light. Your line of sight doesn't curve. Light can curve into your line of sight. Light curves, not your eyesight.
So your line of sight has nothing to do with light?
No, your line of sight deals with the way you're looking. Light bending affects what you see. You look in one direction, light brings that into that direction. Your eyesight doesn't curve itself. You can't see around corners, but light can bend around corners.
Oh, so you can't see around curves then?
You can't see around the curve. Light can bend around the curve, allowing you to see an object on the other side. That is not your eyesight bending. That is light bending into your eyes.
So you can see around curves? Or, which one is it?
Your eyesight does not bend around a corner. Light can bend around a corner.
So you can see around curves?
Which one is it? What part are you getting?
Well, can you or can you not see around curves?
The way you're putting it, I don't want to answer it, so that's the reason I'm putting it the way I want to. That's why I'm putting it the way I'm saying it now. Light can bend around a corner. Your line of sight does not bend around a corner.
So the thing is, you're not wanting to stick to a certain axiom. Can you or can you not see around curves?
No, I want to stick to what I was saying at the beginning, saying that your line of sight doesn't bend. That's what I started with in the first place, and that's where I'm staying with. Light can bend, but your line of sight doesn't.
Don't we see light though?
Duh.
Right. So we can see around curves then. If light bends and we see light, then we can see around curves.
Take it however you want to. If that makes you feel better, that's fine.
It's not that it makes me
light
feel.
Light bends around the corner. Your line of sight does not bend. Just remember
it doesn't make me feel a certain way either way.
Okay, then I don't know why you keep asking, and I keep giving you the same answer, but you keep asking.
Well, it seems like you don't want to answer the question at hand.
Yeah, I literally told you that.
Okay, so you don't want to answer it. Fine, because
I told you I don't want to answer it. I just make sure that you understand your line of sight does not bend, but light itself can bend. Just remember that. That's
Right.
it. That's what's important there. If you see around the corner, it doesn't really matter.
No, that's fair enough. If you don't want to answer it, then we'll leave it there, I suppose.
Yeah.
I like I said, I don't want to stereotype because I didn't want you to do that, but I have heard a lot of people that are globe proponents that do say that you can see around curves. I'm not saying that you agree with them or disagree with them because you don't want to answer the question.
No, I believe that. I have no problem with them saying that. I wish they were here to explain what they mean by that, but I have no reason to say that. It's just a lot of stuff could be left out when somebody say, "Oh, I can see around corners." The hell does that mean? Are you using a periscope? I mean, I don't know what that means, but it's a little bit better when somebody says light can bend around a corner, but your line of vision, your line of sight does not bend around a corner. That makes sense to me. More sense than saying I can just see around a corner because I don't know what the fuck that means.
Can you see over a geometric obstruction like a globe sphere edge, if you will?
Light does allow things you can bend into your eye from behind the curve of the earth. Yes.
So you can see around curves then. Nice.
Like I said, if that makes you feel better, yes, put it that way. I already said that. If it makes you feel better, like you just said, nice. You just said, oh, you can't see around corners. Nice. It made you feel good. That's fine.
It's not that it makes you feel a certain way. It's that is the logical implication of what you're saying.
I heard it in your voice. It made you feel all good inside. That's fine. That's fine. Hallelujah.
No. Forgive me. Perhaps I'm still trying to get an answer to that question, and it's in my nature to be persistent. And to me, it's sort of like it's kind of a logical implication to what you're saying. But if you don't want to you coincide with me on that point, then that's fine.
I mean, okay, literally, yes, you can see around corners. You can use a
Here we
mirror.
go. There we go.
You can use mirrors. You can use periscopes. There are so many different ways that you can grab something. You can use somebody else's camera to shine a picture over there, and you can see that. There's so many ways to see around a corner.
But we're not talking about periscopes, are we?
We're not talking about very specific, and that's why I was saying light bends around a corner, and your line of sight doesn't. That's the reason I'm saying something very specific like that, instead of just saying you can see around a corner.
Right. All right. Fair enough. I suppose we're off in the weeds now from the original argument, which was angles, but
we're still talking about celestial navigation. It's cool. Like I'm saying though, when you use the sextant, when you have the sextant in your hand, any line that comes from your eyes to your points that you're making references to get this relative angle, you're not using the earth at this moment. That was basically kind of the point there.
All right. The thing is, when you say angle, you know, I kind of find it hard to sort of comprehend what you mean because you seem to have a subjective definition of what an angle is. So it's kind of hard to have a back and forth with you when we can't really agree on fundamentals of geometry.
I mean, it's very fundamental. It's just a meeting of two lines at a vertex, and you make the measurement at the vertex. The rest of the line doesn't really fucking matter. Like when you're doing something like an elevation, the reason you want your lines going to the objects that you're doing it because just those are the two objects. But like in mathematics, it doesn't matter what the lines are doing. The only thing that matters is where they meet at the vertex.
That's why earlier I tried to sort of surpass all this by providing a definition of what I think objectively what an angle is, as it pertains to celestial navigation, because the reference I posted is actually from a celestial navigation handbook where they sort of preemptively sort of describe what an angle is. So when it comes to the actual measurement, you know what you're doing, and nowhere there does it mention that that you're measuring angles to a curved line anywhere.
I mean, why would you? I mean, I think if I'm not mistaken, don't they tell you to assume a flat and motionless world? It makes it easier on you.
No, nowhere does it say that you should do that because it makes it easier on you. It purely says
I'm saying, doesn't it tell you to assume that?
No, not at all.
I've read nowhere where they tell you to assume that.
No, nowhere within what I've read of celestial navigation does it tell you to assume anything. it doesn't. It just tells you that you are measuring an angle.
Hold on. They
You're
don't
measuring
tell
it.
you. They should tell you to assume a flattened motion is. They should tell you to assume that all stars are equal distance away, and they should. I'm missing something else. It's another assumption that they tell you to make as well too. But it all checks out mathematically. But they're fine assumptions to make, but they're just assumptions. I'm surprised you ain't. I'm missing one though. I don't remember what it is.
Hmm. No, fundamentally, all they sort of describe is that what you're measuring with your sextant is an elevation angle, and that's why they define what an angle is. So then, when you make your measurement, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, it's just a meeting of two lines. It doesn't matter what those two lines are doing. I can't find it.
Two straight lines. As per my textbook definition, it specifies two straight lines.
Well, if I can find it, man, I think it's Euclid's elements. I can't remember if it was 5 or 6, and he was talking about 5 postulates. Maybe I can find it here, but it was he was talking about the angles and stuff like that. It doesn't matter what the lines are doing. It don't matter how long those lines are. The only thing that matters is where they meet at the vertex.
The length doesn't matter. The length definitely doesn't matter. It's the lines themselves. Are they straight, or are they curved, or are they whatever? It's quite specific, like I said.
Yeah, I'm trying to find actually Euclid talking about it though. You know, it is his geometry supposedly. So.
You don't want to focus on the definition I provided from a celestial navigation handbook. You don't. You want to go somewhere else?
I'd rather go to the Godfather of mathematics, but hey, I mean the Godfather of geometry, but.
But why not focus with the topic at hand, which is celestial navigation and the angles?
Because it's a diluted definition.
How is it
for celestial navigation? They don't. Like I'm saying, if they're talking about angles, it's a certain mathematics, a certain way to describe it using mathematics. If you want to say just elevation angles, that's a whole different thing.
A diluted definition. Sorry.
Yes, because
I don't mean to harp on it, but really, how is that diluted when it's
okay? Because it sounds like they're explaining it for kids. Like if this is just your introduction into angles, which does make sense because that means it's an introduction to geometry. They're explaining it like you're explaining it for a kid, which isn't diving deep enough for stuff like differential geometry. Where in differential geometry, you have extrinsic and intrinsic curves that can look straight depending on the person on the surface and stuff. They don't go that deep as differential geometry. They only stick on the surface of trying to explain it to elementary kids.
So you think this is just a surface description? This handbook that's purely for celestial navigation?
Yes, because that angles that you're getting with the device that's getting the angle for you is pretty much doing it for you. So it's like they don't have to explain too much and go into depth what an angle is in geometry. They just need to give you an explanation of angle of what you're using it for.
Right, so they're just giving you a vague definition of what an angle is, but there could be other definitions for what an angle is.
No, I'm talking about the one main definition for that explains it
It's
in
the one
Euclidean
main
geometry. That explains it in Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry, differential geometry, and hyperbolic geometry.
So there's one definition that encompasses all those geometries.
Yeah, the one I gave you earlier.
I must have missed it. Did you post it somewhere? Did you?
No, I didn't post it because I'm still looking to find his book. I need to find the book and form that's actually written out. Because if not, I'm just going to be. I can't buy the book now and didn't expect to show it to you. So I'm trying to find it in text form.
That's right.
I posted it for you, Virus. You can look right in the chat. It's right there, the definitions and discussion of spherical geometry from Wiki.
Oh, hell yeah. Appreciate it.
That's what I'm here for. Hey, Globus, have you ever actually used a sextant?
Yes.
Okay, great. How's it work?
How does it work? That's very vague. Any specifics?
Yeah, what do you measure?
Elevation angles.
From what to what?
From the horizon to the celestial object.
Very good. And how do you figure out where the geographic position of a star is?
So you want to go to the mathematics?
Yeah, I want to know the mathematics of it. How do you do it? Just give
so-
me a rough idea of how you find where the geographic position of a star is.
Well, what I would do, which I have done, is use the nautical almanac.
Great. How do you do that?
So you get the 3 points. Well, it doesn't
What 3
need
points?
necessarily. So the 3 points on a circle of equal altitude.
No. We're only looking at what the geographic position of a star is. And you said the nautical almanac. Great. What do you get out of the nautical almanac to find the position of the star?
You get the elevation angle of the star, and that'll tell you
No.
Yes, absolutely.
You measure the elevation angle of the star. What do you get from the nautical almanac to find where the geographic position of the star is?
What do you get?
Yes. What are the values you have to get from the nautical almanac? So you go to today's page in the nautical almanac, and you want to look at a particular star, say Regulus or something. All right. So what do you need to get from the nautical almanac that will tell you where the geographic position of that star is? There are 3 things. What are they?
3 things?
Okay, so you don't really know how to do this, do you?
I do.
Okay, great.
Like I said, I've done it
What's
in the
the
past.
hour angle of Aries?
No idea.
Okay, what is the hour angle of Greenwich?
No idea. Like I
What's
said, I've
the
only done it a couple
declination?
of times.
What's the declination of a star?
Why don't you tell me?
Okay, I'm not going to, because I was checking to see if you knew how to do it, and you don't. So that's all I wanted to find out. Thanks.
I mean, he was spot on until the nautical almanac, though, man. I mean,
I've told you the fundamentals. The fundamentals is to acquire the angle of elevation. You then go to the almanac, and it gives you the GP of the star. At that, you need the time. You need the angle itself. That's it.
so did you mean what 3 things do you use in the almanac? Do you reference, or what do you get from it? Because like,
And the dip correction, which is there on the table itself. It's on the chart, which you then subtract from the elevation angle.
oh no, he trying to call you out, man.
You get the complementary angle. Is that what you're saying? Complementary angle.
No, you get the dip correction angle. There's which will align with a certain height above sea level.
Yeah. Okay. Now I thought you were talking about something
Okay,
else.
well, here, let me help him out a little bit because he's still pretty lost.
Which you then subtract.
All right, let me help you on out here a little bit because you're really lost on this. You really have no idea what you're talking about, but let me help you out. First of all, there's a couple of things that you need to get you need to get the geographic position of the star. You need the hour angle of Aries, you need the Greenwich hour, and you need the time. Then you also need to look up the declination, and you use that to calculate the exact geographic position of the star based on the rotation of the Earth. Then you measure your angle with your sextant, okay? And with that angle, you have a refraction correction, and you also have what's called a dip correction, which includes 3 different things: your height above the water, the curvature of the Earth, and the refraction index. And you can verify that simply looking at Walter Bisslin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, because you can reproduce it right there, given an observation height off a ship.
The dip correction has nothing. The dip correction has nothing to do. The dip correction has nothing to do.
Globus, I'm
with the
not done
curvature
yet.
of the Earth.
Then you get a circle of equal altitude from that star. Then you repeat that with 1 to 2 other stars, depending on where you are and how accurate you're trying to get. So if you do it with 1 other star, you'll get 2 potential spots on Earth you could be. Now, if one's at Hudson Bay and the other's in the Bahamas and you see polar bears, you know which one you're at. But ideally, you get 3 circles of equal altitude and then use a process called trilateration to find your position on Earth. And I can do that, and I have done that within 2 nautical miles repeatedly, with and without a horizon, during the day at noon and at night on stars. So until you can sit down and do some of those things, stop pretending to be some sort of an expert on it. Okay?
I'm not pretending to be anything.
Okay, so stop having opinions on things that you have absolutely no idea of how they work.
All right. So going back to what you said that you needed the dip correction actually requires a spherical Earth or a where is that in the mechanics of celestial navigation?
Okay, you have a dip correction which has a certain value. It's generally reported in minutes and seconds. Okay, and it varies based on your height above the water. Now, if you put that height above the water into the advanced Earth curve calculator and you calculate it with and without refraction on a flat and on a curved surface of the Earth, the only one that number that is listed in the Nautical Almanac matches is the one with standard refraction on the curved surface of the Earth of radius 3959. So that's how you can tell that's exactly what's in it. And it also makes sense because that is optically what you would be seeing.
All right. Can you show me where, if anywhere, it says that you need to take?
Yeah, I've already done a video on it. If you want to watch the video and learn about it, you're more than welcome to. I'm not going to go over it again with you now.
So you can't post anything that that's not your
Sure,
video.
I can right now. You want me to do that?
Something that actually mentions the curvature of the Earth in the dip correction?
You want me to show you the video?
Show me where it mentions the dip correction as it pertains to the curvature of the Earth.
Why would you need that mentioned when I just showed you exactly how you could confirm it for yourself?
Because I don't believe you.
Well, then go confirm it for yourself. Go to Walter Bisslin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, get your copy of the Nautical Almanac, look up the dip correction for 50 feet, or whatever number you want to use. Put 50 feet in as observer height, and then just run it through. Do it on a flat surface, on a curved surface, with and without refraction, and see which one it matches. You'll find that it matches with standard refraction on the curved surface of the Earth.
So you can or you won't provide that. Which one is it?
I can, but no, I won't, because I'm going to have you do it yourself so that you can verify it. Because you don't believe me, you're not going to believe my video. Why would I waste time even looking for my video to post it for you? Because you won't watch it. You go to the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, get your copy of the Nautical Almanac, and verify it for yourself. Do your own research, man.
So, like I said, I have done my own research, and what I've come across has not mentioned the curvature of the Earth once when it comes to dip correction. The dip correction only applies to height of eye above sea level.
Absolutely not.
And there are several navigators.
Let's do it together right now.
Let me finish. There are several navigators. Let me finish. There are several navigators that never mention the curvature of the Earth when it comes to dip correction. All they mention is that the dip correction purely applies to height of eye above sea level. That is it. Hello?
Okie dokie, go get your copy of the Naval Almanac. Let's go ahead and do it right now.
Like I said, I want a mention.
Get your copy of the Naval Almanac. Stop with the crap.
I want a mention.
I'm going to prove you wrong right now. So
I want a source. I want a source that mentions the curvature of the
Earth.
Earth.
All I need to do.
Stop interrupting me. I want a source that mentions the curvature of the Earth as it pertains to a dip angle correction. Thank you. That's all I need from you.
I'm not going to dance for you here, kid. I've already shown you how to do it, and I've shown you where to get the information. I can't share my screen right now, or we would do it together right now, and I'll show it to you.
I don't need you to
watch my video. Either way, I don't care.
I don't need you to share your screen. All I need is a reference mentioning this. Because like I said, I have not found this anywhere, and everything that I've searched and researched for says that all they do is the dip correction, all it entails is a height of eye above sea level. That's it. That's all. That's the angular correction that you make. Nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. And he's gone.
That's a W, mate.
I'm about to say, if you look in the chat, I posted that thing from Euclid's Elements that shows that no, Euclid said himself that you don't need straight lines for an angle. If you're interested.
Whereabouts did you post that?
Let me go. I gotta go back to the page. Let's see how far was that? 33 minutes after the hour. It says definition 8 on it.
Right. So, given this definition, can you post an example of an elevation angle that uses a curved line?
No, not really, because the elevation angle don't need one. All you need for an elevation angle is your imaginary plane. Or you can use an imaginary line. You don't really need a plane. You can use an imaginary line, but still, either way, same thing.
So, is that imaginary line that you mentioned, is that curved, straight? Which one?
No, I will probably go straight with that one. I mean, if you're gonna go imaginary, you might as well make it easy on yourself.
So you would probably go straight.
Yeah, I mean, don't make it more complicated. I mean, it's already imaginary anyway, so. I mean, it ain't like it got anything to do with the Earth at this moment.
It's got nothing to do with the Earth, even though you're trying to find your position on the Earth.
Well, you have a sextant in your hand. You're trying to find an angle right now.
Right. An elevation angle, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you're not referencing the Earth at this moment. You're just getting angles between two spots. Worry about the Earth after you get your angle.
Which requires a straight line.
Yeah, an imaginary straight line. Yeah. That's what your angle needs at this moment.
And that line has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
No, you have one line going from your eye to the horizon and your eye to a celestial body. That line doesn't follow the Earth. So.
Right. So, is there any way that you can show me a depiction of how you would get a dip correction then? Because I get what you're saying. You've got a straight line of sight to the horizon, and if you want to get that angular correction that you subtract from the elevation angle, then how are you measuring that angle? Because that dip correction, that dip correction would be from that line of sight that you say that's going to the horizon.
You're making that dip correction afterwards. You're getting the angle before the dip correction.
I know, but then later you've got to make that dip correction. So I want to know how you're getting that dip correction. Like
easy by applying it. I mean, you apply whatever they tell you to apply in the almanac. I mean,
right, but is there any way that we can depict this? Like, I want to see how you're getting what this angle entails. Like, where is it? Like,
what you mean? Where is it?
I showed you. Let me post that again because it was a while back.
It looks the exact same. You can even stretch the horizon out a little bit further. I mean, it's still the same.
No, it's not that. It's let me see, where is it? It's here. So see how in that depiction there, you've got a dip correction angle, right?
Yeah, still the same.
So on a curved Earth, that black line below the ship, that would be curved. How would that be an angle?
It will still be an angle. What are you talking about? It's still the meeting of two lines. That's all you need.
Oh, so we're back to that definition.
It's still an angle. That's what you're asking, right? How do you get this angle? That doesn't make it no different.
Fundamentally, it's not an angle.
It's still an angle.
Fundamentally, it is not.
Fundamentally, it's still an angle. Fuck that shit's fucking name.
If we're just going to go back and forth and say
Yeah, because you can't prove that it's not an angle. It's still an angle. In mathematics, that is still an angle.
like I said, the reference I provided earlier
Yeah,
disagrees with you.
And I also provided another reference, the Euclidean book himself for Euclidean geometry. Which one would you rather go for? The one that made a book for Euclidean geometry itself, or one that one that focuses on celestial navigation, which also uses geometry?
Seeing as though that's the current topic at hand, I'd like to focus with the one that
encompasses both of them, which is really the one for Euclidean geometry. It also includes that one as well, which is the baseline for all angles, Euclidean geometry. The one that's focused on math. I don't know why you wouldn't pick that one if you're trying to understand what an angle is.
So, yeah, are you saying the one that I posted doesn't focus on maths?
No, it focuses on celestial navigation.
If I can get the title of the handbook itself, it is, let's see.
Euclid. Oh, you're talking about that. Okay, never mind.
It says celestial navigation and then hyphen mathematics.
Yeah, celestial navigation.
Yeah.
Not all Euclidean geometry. So which one you think encompasses more?
Well, if we're talking about celestial navigation, let's focus on the mathematics. That
then let's focus on the mathematics for that. That's not going to change what an angle. That's not going to change what an angle is. Just to let you know.
But that's what we're using here when it comes to celestial navigation.
Yeah,
we're using
angles.
mathematics.
We're using angles. The mathematics doesn't change. We're using angles. If you want to focus on what an angle is, then yes, let's focus on Euclidean geometry. We can focus on what an angle is. If you want to go through celestial navigation, I mean, that's fine too. But we don't need to focus on what an angle is, because it's not going to trump what an angle is, period. I don't understand that.
So you think celestial navigation has a different definition of what an angle is?
No, I just think what you gave was a remedial version of what an angle is. It didn't go into depth like Euclid elements would.
A remedial version?
Yeah, a dumbed down version.
So why didn't it go on to describe it further? When this is what
because they don't need to.
Because this is what you use.
They're not trying to explain what an angle is to people who don't understand what an angle is. They're giving you a brief introduction on it and moving on from it. They're not going to tell you. Oh, go ahead.
Why wouldn't they say that this is just a brief introduction and there's actually another definition of what an angle is? Why would they provide you with something that you can just discard and not use?
Okay, so for instance, so we're talking about celestial navigation. Why would they need to input the size of Betelgeuse in there? It's not fucking important.
What?
Like, if we're talking about celestial navigation, why don't they put the size of Betelgeuse, the star, in the book? Because it's not needed.
No, because it's a complete non sequitur. That's why they don't put it there.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not needed. There's no need to put that in the book because you're not worried about that. Why would you be worried about curvilinear angles and stuff like that when you don't need to be worried about them?
Yeah, because they're not used.
That doesn't mean they can't exist.
You're right. You're right.
That doesn't mean they don't exist.
That confirms my point. Doesn't. Yes, it does. It confirms my point that your definition or whatever you want to say. It's
not wrong.
I'm not saying it's just
more in detail.
But why wouldn't they give you the definition that's in detail when you're actually going to put this to practical use?
We just talked about that. They don't need it.
Because it's not practically applicable in this situation.
Because it's not needed.
It's not practically applicable when it comes to celestial navigation.
You don't need it.
You don't use it. You do not use it.
That's what I'm saying. It's not needed.
Because they're using planar geometry when it comes to celestial navigation. That's
part
why.
Of planar geometry. So why isn't it in there if they're just using planar geometry? Because it's not needed. It's still a part of planar geometry. This is Euclidean geometry we're talking about here.
Curved angles are a part of planar geometry. Is that? Am I getting that correct?
I just put that. That's Euclidean geometry.
So in planar geometry, they use curved lines.
Do you understand what Euclidean geometry means?
Yes. In planar geometry,
So why
do
do
they
you keep
use
asking the question?
they use curved lines?
In Euclidean
In
geometry.
planar geometry, do they
What do
use
you
curved
think
lines?
in Euclidean geometry? Yes, they do. What do you think planar geometry is? Euclidean geometry.
So they use curved lines, right? Am I getting that correctly?
Yes, they use curved lines. They have they have lines. There are two kind of lines: straight, curved. That's planar geometry. That's Euclidean geometry.
Right, and in this handbook, why wouldn't they mention that?
Because it's not needed. We already talked about this. You said it yourself. It's not needed. I said it. It's not needed.
Aren't we trying to be accurate here? Aren't we
Yeah.
trying
So
to
why
get
you
an
gonna?
accurate?
So
So
why
why
are you
wouldn't
gonna?
we use curved lines then?
So why are you gonna worry somebody reading a book with stuff they don't need?
But I
We're
thought
not-
that they would. I thought if they're wanting to be accurate in celestial navigation, why wouldn't they mention these curved lines?
We just went over this, and you keep asking the same question. It's not needed.
So we can just we don't have to worry about it. We can just be willy nilly. It doesn't have to be accurate.
Fuck you talking about, man? You're getting a relative angle using your eyesight. No, it doesn't have to be 100% accurate. It's a relative angle that you get that's only from your position. That's what you care about right now. You don't even have. You can use the sextant to get a relative angle from two things side by side. They don't even have to be right above each other. I know we're talking about celestial navigation, but when it comes to using the sextant, it's just getting relative angles. You can get two angles from something that's side by side. They don't even have to be up and down from each other. I mean, vertically from each other.
I know that.
Yeah,
But-
so that's what I'm saying. So,
But you're using straight lines to acquire these angles. No one's employing curved lines.
that's because you're not using the earth. If you want to, when you start using the earth and you start adjusting stuff for the earth, that's different. What you think 60 nautical miles is? That's a part of getting your distance to the GP. I mean, 60 nautical miles per degree. That's
All
a
right,
part of distance to the GP. That itself is a curved line.
All right,
I mean,
so
you want to talk. Oh, go ahead.
but we're talking about the Earth here. Going back to
Now
celestial
we're talking about
navigation.
the earth. When I said
But
60
there's
nautical miles per degree, that's a part of
there's
the
no
earth.
mention when we're talking about the Earth and the mathematics, the celestial navigation mathematics. There are no curved lines there.
You said what?
When
There
we're
are no
talking
curved
about,
lines? You think 60 nautical miles per degree is?
don't worry about 60
Straight
nautical
line?
miles per degree. We're still stuck on angles here. We're
No,
talking
we're not
about
stuck on angles. Angles don't.
Yes, we
Angles
are.
can have curved lines, but we're not talking about angles because I already said when you're using an angle for the sextant, you're not making curved lines. You're using a line of sight, which is straight. So that's what I'm saying. So we're not
so
stuck
in
on
celestial
angles.
navigation, there are no curved lines. Are we in agreement?
No, we're definitely not in agreement. The circle of equal altitude is curved. The 60 nautical miles per degree, that is curved. No, they have curved lines in geometry.
Okay,
in celestial navigation.
as it pertains to angular measurements, there are no
'cause
curved
you're
lines
only-
involved.
No, you're only because you're using a line of sight. So no. When you have a sextant, you're using a line of sight to get your angles. Your line of sight doesn't bend.
So we're in agreement. There are no curved lines when it comes to celestial navigation. When it comes to acquiring elevation angles.
No, I don't agree with that part. It's only when you have the sextant in your hand, you're not using curved lines. You're using your line of sight, which is straight. Everything after that, they involve curved lines. The circle of equal altitude, the distance to the GP, all those are curved lines.
All right. Regardless of that, the first step is the acquisition of an elevation angle. There are no curved lines involved.
Yeah, your line
Right?
of sight is not curved.
Your line of sight isn't curved,
Right.
and neither is the water beneath you because
You're not using that, so it don't matter.
You
It
are
doesn't matter
using
what
that.
that's doing.
You
No,
are
you're
though.
not. No,
you
you're
are
not.
because you need a dip
When is your-
correction.
No,
You
you're
need-
using a lot of. You're not even using a dip correction yet. You're still got the sextant in your hand. And you're getting the angle. You're still talking about getting angles. You're not applying a dip correction to the sextant. This is after you put the sextant down. You're applying your dip correction. While you have the
After you-
sextant in your hand, you're not using anything dealing with the Earth except for the horizon, which is 1 point.
Right. So when you get that dip correction, though, when you go to that next step, there are no curved lines involved, right?
I'm not sure. It depends. You can draw a curved line as a represent. Well, you can draw an arc as a representation of the angle value. These are all imaginary lines that you're using right now. So you can actually make a curved line using making the angle. The picture that you posted of the dip correction angle has a curved line in there, and that's the one that dictates that represents the angle change between the dip horizon. I mean the dip check. I mean
Yeah, that's the
dip correction.
That's
That's
the
what I'm saying.
theta.
These are all imaginary lines that you're using anyway.
That is the
But
theta.
no, if you're that's what I'm saying. Those are usually represented with a curved line. But like when it comes to you're still using lines that came from your line of sight. No, they're not bent. The line of sight doesn't bend. Straight line representation, straight to the object from point A to point B, which is your eye to the object. So those are straight lines that you're dealing with. Even with the dip correction, you're moving that line down. That line adjusts. That line does not bend. That line still stays straight.
So in my picture there, the water line or the level. How would you go about acquiring an angle from that curved line?
What curved line?
If in your paradigm that line would be curved, right? The water line.
Okay. What about it
So
now?
how would you go about acquiring that angle?
Acquiring what angle? There isn't an angle from water. There is no angle from there. So I don't. That's what I'm asking you. What angle?
There absolutely is. That's the dip correction.
No, there's an angle coming from the boat to the water. The line theta, the red theta, is after the dip correction, right? You're no longer getting the angle. You're adjusting an angle. So what do you mean having to get an angle? You're not getting an angle. You're adjusting an angle that you already have.
But that angle needs to be acquired. You can't just have it.
No, you already have it. You've already acquired it. When you was on the boat using the sextant. When you put the section down and you're applying the dip correction, you already have that angle. You're adjusting it with math. No longer with the section.
Right, but in order for that to actually be an angle, that water line would have to be a straight line as well, right?
No, because you're not using that water line.
Of course not.
The
Why do
hell?
people say that? It's so funny, Akum. I don't get it. They're so obsessed with the curved surface to the horizon. Who cares? It's a straight line to the horizon.
There's no obsession here. I attempted to define what an angle was as it pertains to celestial navigation, as per my original post.
You mean elevation angles, not angles.
No.
You got to get those right. You got to get those right. What I posted was
they're both angles, man.
No, that's what I'm saying.
An elevation angle isn't a special kind of angle.
Yeah, it's a certain type of angle.
It's an angle.
The angle above.
Type of angle.
Hold on. The elevation angle will be the angle above, not only the angle to the horizon, but the angle that is created when you add the dip correction and maybe refraction if you'd like as well. That angle, which is a straight line from the observer to whatever you measured in the distance, whatever that angle is, verse level, then that will be taken minus 90 to get a co-altitude angle. And the co-altitude angle is what you use to multiply by 60 miles for every degree you see a change.
We know this, Zanuck.
Why is this so hard? I mean, this has been going on for a year now.
Yeah, why is it so hard when I post definitions of what an angle is, and people seem to disagree with the fundamentals of celestial navigation geometry?
No, that's not the problem. I posted something that goes more in depth to what you even said than what you're
he's
saying.
getting an elevation angle. I can appreciate that. You have a horizon, wherever it is, refracted. It doesn't matter. You have an angle. The star to the horizon. Those are straight lines. It's the two straight lines. They have an angle between them. You have an elevation angle. You adjust the elevation angle to include the dip angle, which adds to it, and you can add refraction as well if you'd like. But that right there gives you an angle. Those are two straight lines. It has nothing to do with the surface at all. Nothing.
Exactly.
There we go. 2 straight lines. That's the crux of my point. Thank you.
I mean, we didn't disagree with that. That's what we're saying.
You've been disagreeing with that for the past hour, my friend.
No, I haven't. What I've been disagreeing with is any of that having to do with the surface of the earth. If I already told you plenty of times that you're using straight line of sight, which is 2 straight lines, one to the horizon and one to the celestial body. I told you that plenty of times. Those are 2 straight lines. I've never argued against 2 straight lines.
So where are the curved lines then? When do they come into play?
I've even explained that. I said the circle of equal altitude at 60 nautical miles per degree are curves.
The circle of equal altitude has nothing to do with these angles that we're speaking of.
It is
Nothing.
a curve that we use in celestial navigation.
Equal altitude is a completely different concept.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you said where do we use curves in celestial navigation? That's where we use curves in celestial navigation.
I'm talking about the angles, the angular
When
measurements that we're
when
making.
you're using the angle,
There are
have
no
the
curved
section in your
lines.
hand, you have the line of sight, which is straight. That's it. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
And then you have the dip correction, which has to do with the shape of the earth, because you're acquiring an angle. Sorry.
Dip correction is going to be a larger angle than it would be if it was a flat surface. But even if you don't even know what the surface is, you just use that dip correction, which is given to you by the manual. If you don't believe the Earth is round, then you shouldn't use the manual.
Why not?
Because a dip correction gives you a dip of the horizon based on how high you are above the surface. And it's going to be a lot more for a curved surface than it was a flat surface.
No, in fact, it's the exact same angle.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah,
0.0.
look,
For example, I'll give you an example. If you're sitting 6 feet off the ground and you're looking at a horizon that is about 30 miles away, well, that'd be a 0.02 degrees on a flat surface, but 0.04 degrees on a curved surface.
Look at the last thing I just posted there, Zanik. Those angles are the exact same on a globe and on a flat stationary plane. See how those dip corrections are the exact same value? One isn't greater than the other.
That's what you was asking for earlier. That's what dip correction looked like on a globe. It raises that angle up to a horizontal in the back end back there.
Yeah, the angle will change. The angle will change if it's on the horizontal.
Yeah, but you said that would be greater on a flat plane, didn't you, Zanik?
No, I said greater on the curve. Right? It's very
Oh
specific.
well, greater on the curve, whatever. But I just showed you that they are the
They
exact
are.
same.
Look at the difference off the horizontal. It's greater than there's a greater angle. If you were to straighten that line out to meet the horizontal, it'd be actually a less of an angle.
Those angles are the exact same, Zanik.
But they're not
You
the
can
same thing.
You
got
can
a
tell by
horizon.
you can tell by the depiction itself. It does.
Okay. The angles that they're saying are the same, or the complementary angles are those 2 lines meeting, which is after the dip correction has been applied to what you already have. That could change the overall angle, but what they're saying is that the dip angle between those,
he doesn't
the
understand what that
complementary
drawing
angle is
is.
the same.
He says the angles are the same. Those are the opposite angles. Those are the same. Yes, that has nothing to do with what we said. We're talking about the angle from the eye to the horizontal versus eye to the curve. Or the horizon will be different. That's why it's a larger angle. So you misunderstood your own drawing. It's okay. I see what you mean.
Exactly.
That we're not talking about two angles that are opposite to each other.
Were we not talking about the dip correction angle?
The dip correction angle is the difference between what you see and where it would be based on the height above the surface. So it's to an object, to any equal distant object in the distance, the dip correction will be greater from a flat surface. Greater on a curved surface for the flat surface.
So look at the depiction there. There's
you're not understanding what the picture says. You're not getting it.
How can I not understand the picture when that's my picture?
Because if you have a horizontal, that angle would be greater. You see the end of that gold line and it hits the water there? Picture that line hitting the word horizontal on the horizontal line. That would mean the angle would be larger.
Why would
greater
it? Why would it hit?
You'd be flattening out. You'd be less acute when you are on a horizontal surface. It goes down. There's more of an angle. Do you not understand what a dip correction is doing? I mean, it seems like from this picture and your description, you're completely clueless of what the dip correction actually does.
How so? When my picture is
Because as you
showing,
go up,
let me
the
finish. How
rate,
so?
right?
When my picture is clearly showing the height of eye above sea level.
Yeah, to the water.
Yeah,
At some
sea level.
yes, to the water. Where at sea level? Where exactly is it pointing to?
Where is it exactly? It's pointing to the horizon.
Yeah. And so if that was flat, that would be up around the horizontal. If the Earth is flat, so that angle would
Why?
be less. If you can't get this,
Why would it be where it says
consequences.
horizontal?
Because that's the horizontal line. If the Earth is flat, that's where the line would be.
Yeah, and that's the horizontal for under a boat, not your eye
Trying to
level.
argue something that you don't understand, or are you just trying to be a troll? I mean, that's pretty simple.
Don't go.
Everyone
Don't go
understands
there.
except for you, I guess.
Don't go there. That's
Come on,
pointless to
think
say
about
that.
it. You're acting really silly right now. If you want to have an honest discussion, at least be understanding what we're trying to explain to you and what that actually means. The dip angle. The dip angle correction incorporates a curved surface. It is greater than it would be on a flat surface, as your diagram shows.
As my diagram shows, it shows the complete opposite of what you're saying. The angles are
You don't
absolutely
understand
equal.
what your diagram even shows then.
You can just say I don't understand, but I'm
No, I
showing you
understand
exactly.
perfectly well.
I'm showing you
explained
exactly
to
what I
If you were on
mean.
a flat surface, the blue line would match the gold line marked by horizontal. If that was so, the dip angle would be less.
What my picture shows is what is actually occurring in reality.
God, seriously, dude,
Your
I know, right?
mathematics ain't reflecting
I get
reality
it.
the way you think it is.
I tried 4 times. I think I stopped after 3, like in baseball. 3 strikes, you're out. I'm out. Being really goofy.
I mean, I understand. I could tell already you're trying to follow QE and tense whatever their advice with this.
No, there's no need for that. I'm not
No,
trying to
I'm just
follow
saying.
anyone.
Right, it sounds like you're following because you're bringing out certain points that they tell you to bring out. When somebody mentions this, then
No
you
one's
focus on
telling
this.
me to
I'm
point
not saying
to bring anything out.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying this is what it seems like you're following. I'm not saying that somebody's there teaching you, telling you to go this, whatever, like this. You could have been doing this with somebody else, and you could be doing this secondhand and not even knowing it. But you're bringing out the same points that they tell you to focus on when somebody says this or that. It's a felt. Oh no, go ahead. What you gonna say?
I was just going to say that I'm sticking with the fundamentals of the geometry given to us as it pertains to celestial navigation.
Even the way you said that, I mean, it's just you're forgetting certain things about geometry when it comes to this. You're trying to get us to focus on certain things, and I don't see how this is going to work out for you. You're not
I'm just trying
understanding.
to.
Oh, go ahead. No, you got
Go
it. You can
ahead.
go ahead. Oh, okay. All right. So it's like the picture you posted of the angle. Then he's trying to tell you that I can understand you're focused on what it says that these angles are equal. I understand you're focusing on that, but where that curve is, that curve would be equal to horizontal. That line coming from his eye to the curve will probably extend out a little bit further from the get-go. And that dip correction, like he says, would come out with a different value if you're on a globe compared to flat.
So you think the blue line should match the gold line, if you will? The dark gold?
The one that says horizontal?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's flat.
I can help him out a little bit. You see that line that says horizontal?
No, I don't.
You don't see a line that says horizontal on
told you
your
about the
image.
horizontal line. We questioned it earlier. Now
I'm being sarcastic, of course.
Good. Put it back up so you can
I
see
mentioned.
it. I want to make sure that you're not
my
confused
depiction.
here. Go ahead and put it back up so that everybody can see it again.
You can scroll up to it.
No, I don't think so. There you go. All right. So here we go. Carnivore put it up. Excellent. Now, do you see the vertical line that goes through the E in equal?
Yep.
Okay, great. You see that vertical line. Now it comes down to the horizontal horizon at a certain point right there. Do you see where that perpendicular point is?
Mhm.
Right. Now, if you draw a line from that little man's eye to that point, that'll form an angle, right?
Right.
Great. Now, on the curved Earth, which is the curved line underneath it, right above FE, you see the same distance to the horizon? Now, if you draw that same line from that man down to that point, you see how that's a bigger angle? This angle is small. That angle is far away. Do you get it? You see how it's a different angle?
Why would it be a different angle? Why are you
Okay.
drawing those lines?
Okay, great. Did
Yeah,
you
I
ever
already
take
tried
geometry?
Bob. He just doesn't want to. He's being
There's
willfully
no need
ignorant.
for the condescension.
No. Have you ever taken geometry? Have you
There's no
ever
need.
used a
There
compass?
is no
and-
need for the condescension. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, but this is very, very basic geometry, and I don't think you're getting it. So,
Yep. Yeah,
I'm
angles
out.
are basic geometry. You're right.
Why don't you tell
Yeah,
us what?
you don't know what spherical geometry is, and when you're given the correct definition of an angle, which is intersecting lines with a vertex, you
That's not
want to add
not the correct
straight and
definition.
put in Euclidean geometry on something that's not Euclidean. Do you know the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry?
It's not Euclidean because you think the Earth is a globe. That's why.
No, Euclidean geometry is the geometry of planes. Non-Euclidean geometry is geometry of other surfaces. You can have spherical geometry. You can have hyperbolic geometry. Spherical geometry is geometry on the surface of a sphere. Hyperbolic geometry is convex geometry, and it's used to model things like the brain.
Yeah,
You
you're
know,
not
and
enlightening
coral
me.
and things
You're
like
not
that.
enlightening me one
I
bit.
know I'm not enlightening you because you don't want to know this, and it's not on your script.
I don't
You
have a
know,
script.
this is something that you really don't get because you don't have any experience with it. So I understand that. Now, it's very clear from this diagram that you put up that there's a different angle from a horizontal flat surface and a curved surface that is falling away from you. The angle of the dip is different. And I posted the video that shows exactly how you can derive the dip angle and get a value that matches what's in the nautical almanac. You need to
All right, you know
include
what? Real
height.
quick, he was explaining all
You
of
need
this
to
to
include
just
curvature and you need to include refraction. That's the only
I
way
know.
that you can get the number that's in the book.
Can you hear me, Bob?
What?
Just to let you know, you seem to be a little lost, and I know Globus doesn't need my help here, but I just have to butt in because it's a little frustrating to listen to that you
Lost?
come in here. You know, you are lost because you didn't
Yeah,
hear.
right.
He was explaining the difference of Euclidean and non-Euclidean to the guy before you that was
No,
talking
he
about
wasn't.
curved
I've been
lines
listening.
he was talking about curved lines being a part of Euclidean geometry over and over again. And Globus is very, very sure,
Well, you
assured
couldn't
of
have
himself that
curved
that
lines in Euclidean
Euclidean
geometry.
Did you
geometry has
fucking mute me?
You're going to talk over me? I'm a mod here. You're going to talk over people? I'll mod you, okay? That's how it works here. Now you can go.
Unmute me later, dude.
That's how he plays. He always has to talk over people. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Zanuck, go ahead.
All good.
No, he was talking about originally what I heard was there was a discussion that you couldn't use Euclidean geometry on curved planes, and we were arguing. I think what was being argued was that we are not talking about using Euclidean geometry. We're talking about straight lines, and the surface that is curved is a result of the numbers and the equations and the values that we get after we take those measurements of straight lines. And this is one of them, the dip angles, straight lines to objects in the distance, angles that would be greater on a curved surface than a flat surface. And that's what the dip angles are. So if you believe the dip angle, then you either use them and believe that their manuals are taking into account curvature, or you don't use them. Whatever you do, you'll get the wrong answers and the wrong distances and positions by using something made up. rather than the ones that are based on a curve. Number two, if you use circles of equal altitude, that right there, plus the deviation being 1 degree in corresponding with 60 nautical miles, that actually defines the spherical object. It defines the spherical surface. Can't have 1 degree, 60 mile nautical relationship and not have a spherical body beneath you. It just doesn't work.
Right. I understand why you want to go there, but we're still stuck on the fundamentals here, Zanik. And I really don't understand why that my picture's been modified with another another line of sight. What's the point of that?
He was trying to explain what I was trying to explain to you in the very beginning. I said, without even having to modify your picture, if you look at the angle that the guy there with the gold head is looking at, he's looking at his line of sight to the surface of a round sphere beneath him, curved surface, and compare that with where that angle would be on the flat surface, that angle becomes smaller.
I still don't understand why it needs to be modified when mine clearly depicts a line of sight to a horizon.
Where one is for globe Earth and the other is for flat Earth. That's what it's depicting now.
If you want to look at it, compare it to his vertical, the greater angle would be the one compared on the round Earth. That shows a line going down with a greater angle compared with vertical of your observer. It's a greater angle. And the one that is meeting the horizontal, if that's the flat surface, that's a lesser angle. The dip correction angle you get is the greater of the two angles that you generated there. You say the angles are equal. That is not what we're talking about. Nobody talks about that angle. No one cares that those two angles are equal. That's common knowledge in basic geometry. That's an opposite angle. It doesn't matter.
That's the dip angle in question, Zanny.
No, the dip angle could be either the bottom gold line or the top pink line versus vertical. The person you have standing there on the ship. The dip angle is when it's near the horizontal word in red, or it is the gold line, which is hitting the round surface. If you've typed that in there, the angles are equal, you are mistaken that we or anybody else cares about those two angles being equal. That doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about.
That's the dip angle, though. That's exactly what we're talking about.
No, the dip angle there would be different for the horizontal versus the spherical. The spherical is dipping more. And that's not the angle for the spherical. That's the dip angle for the flat.
So where it says dip there, that's not the dip angle? For say if it was a sphere?
That'd be the dip angle for the sphere. Not the one he said these angles are even.
So that wouldn't be the dip angle on a flat surface? Why not?
No, because you're looking at the same spot on the surface, same distance away. The red line is hitting the flat surface and has a more acute angle. And
why is that red line hitting the flat surface there? Why?
Red line is looking at the dip angle for the horizontal.
But why wouldn't it be the gold line? Why this other line that's been drawn there?
That's the increase. If that's the horizontal, the dip angle is then the increase that they give you, because that's where it's going to hit the round surface.
Right, but the thing is that this red line's been added afterwards, where that the blue surface of the Earth isn't to scale with that. So that's why it looks like it's a greater angle, because you've used my picture and you've messed around with the scales by adding that red line.
You've taken this picture and you've misunderstood it completely. The ship is sitting on maybe a brown line there. That's horizontal. If the Earth was flat, that would be the line you reference to. That'd be the angle.
So just so you know, the only thing I've added to this picture is those two black arrows and where it says the angles are equal.
Right.
That's all I've added. So that picture shows a flat plane, right? By default, nothing that I've added to it. right? So I'm showing you that line of hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on. Like I said, that's all I've added to it. The line of sight is the same. I've added nothing else to it. So I'm showing you that dip correction, that dip correction angle is the exact same. There's no one isn't greater than the other.
It's not. The dip correction is in addition to what you look at in the horizontal. You have to add the dip correction to it, so that it
Subtract.
makes a spherical surface. It's an
Subtract.
additional two. We were trying to show you with these lines why it's greater, because if there was no flat surface, there would be no, the dip correction would only be your height above the horizontal surface.
That's what it is. Your height above sea level.
No.
Yes.
The red line would be, for example, a line to the horizontal. Your dip correction would be, you wouldn't even need a dip correction, because that would be what you would see with the with respect to the angle to the celestial body above you.
Of course, you would need a dip correction.
Showing additional below the horizontal, there is something called the dip correction. This depicts that there. That dip correction is in addition to the lowering or the angle of your to the horizontal. This adds to that distance. That's the dip correction. The dip correction is the additional, and that's what you mark there. But making those two angles the same is nonsensical. That's not in question here. We know that these opposing angles are going to be equal. That's just a law of geometry. You don't need to put that on there.
All that's showing is that angular value would be the same. Whereas you guys always say that it would be different on a globe, that the dip correction requires a globe. It's showing you right there in that depiction that's not necessary.
Oh, you're
that gold line of sight, that gold line of sight to the horizon is the dip correction. It's your height of eye above sea level. It's simple as that.
Kind of missing some of it.
You're missing the point.
There's nothing to miss. It's as simple as that.
Additional.
There's no need for that other red line.
You can always dig deeper, my friend. You can always dig deeper.
Yeah, you're just missing it. You're just missing it altogether. You're confusing your own picture, and your own modifications to it makes it's an additional point that is nonsensical, or it's just unneeded. Yes, those angles are the same. That's a dip correction. The additional angle that you would have to add to a normal observation to the horizon or to the horizontal.
Don't really think we're going to get anywhere here, guys.
No, because you're still stuck on the basics.
There's no further reading into it. These are the fundamentals of dip correction, of angles. That's all that's needed. There's nothing extra that you need to add to it. You just want to shoehorn in. You want to shoehorn in the globe. It's absolutely unnecessary.
How do you get to the DP?
How do you get? Well, I know you want to go to the 60 miles. The 60 nautical miles per degree.
This is celestial navigation. That's what they talk about. Been using it for years. I mean, millennia, whatever. And that is literally a curve. I mean, there's no way to get past that. How do you deal with that being a curve?
What do you mean? How do I deal with that being a curve?
Okay, 60 nautical miles per degree describes a curve. How do you deal with that being a curve and not flat, which you need it to be?
We can't get to that discussion without the fundamentals that you.
Of course, that's your way to avoid that, is just not getting to it ever, huh? You got to get to it sometime. If you're sticking to celestial navigation, you have to get to it sooner or later.
You have to agree on the fundamentals before you go further.
So that's your technique, to just never agree with the basics.
I'm trying to get you to agree with the basics. The basics are.
Well, let's go over the basics.
Angles.
Angles. A different drawing.
There's no problem with angles.
Better. Can you look in the chat right now?
Yes.
Okay. See that picture?
Yep.
Now that's the dip correction.
And it's the same on a flat plane. The complement of that angle is the
No,
exact
true
same.
horizon, there would be no dip correction. You just have the true horizon.
The dip correction.
Horizon. That'd be the value. You wouldn't have to make it. You wouldn't have to make an additional dip.
That dip, that where you've labeled dip, is the exact
included.
same. If you go to the complement of that angle, it's the exact
Yeah.
same. The dip correction is still there, and it's still necessary.
I can tell you're not getting it, so I'm going to keep on getting more information so we can finally clear it up. Because right now you're very confused. It's okay. You're not the first flat earther that's been confused about this topic.
Can you not, please?
No, I'm not making fun of you. Just you're serious. I know you're trying. It seems like but you're wrong.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Not my opinion. It's how they work.
It's either right or wrong. There's no opinion about that.
No, because I've taken geometry. I've taken trigonometry. I know how these things work.
So that part that you've labeled dip, I just feel like I'm repeating myself. The complement of that angle would need to be subtracted from the elevation angle, because you see how you have a certain height of eye above sea level. As I've mentioned several times in the past, every single chart, on the nautical almanac assumes that your eye is at sea level. So if you want to get an accurate elevation angle, you need to subtract that from. You need to subtract the dip from the elevation angle, because it assumes that your eye is at sea level.
Always subtract the dip angle. Do you not?
Yes.
Okay. Then you have the height, the altitude, right? The sextant altitude.
Yes.
You have the altitude correction.
Mm-hmm.
Forget about the other atmospheric or any kind of refraction. Just stay with this. It's not get too complicated.
Well, refraction only really applies when a star is, below 20 degrees above the horizon.
But your horizon. So
Come again?
Regardless of the angle is going to change from your for your view of the horizon. If the horizon is loomed up, or if it is loomed, you have a different value. So they put the refraction value in there as well.
Oh, why is it that we have a true horizon there? What's that all about?
That's what the horizon actually is.
Right, so that's the one that you reference with your sextant, right?
Through your reference, and then you take a dip angle and subtract that, because every time you go up, you're going to have an angle to that horizon that'll be greater.
So with your sextant, you reference the true horizon, right? Or what you've posted there as a true horizon.
There's the horizon, and you
like visible horizon.
and that gives you roughly your horizontal. It's basically the height of the eye correction.
So the dip is height of eye correction, right?
It's height of eye correction, but it's greater on a curved. That angle is going to be greater on a curved surface than a flat surface. So when you use correction,
yes,
you're using a greater angle than it would be if it's a flat surface.
Looking at what you've posted there, how does that dip reference a height of eye above sea level? If you're using the true horizon and the apparent horizon as a reference.
Well, the true horizon is just, it's going to be right at the surface, and it is horizon is right at the base of the ship. That is what the horizon is. It's at the base, and it's perpendicular to vertical. It's a horizontal at the base of the ship. The apparent horizon is much further down when you're up higher. That's what
Right,
the
but
series. So
so,
the horizon is equal to a perpendicularity to vertical at the base of the
right,
ship.
but looking at your picture, how is that a height of eye above sea level where it says dip there in the blue?
Because as you go higher, there is a dip to the surface of the water. The horizon, where the water line is, where the water meets the sky. In other words, if you've heard that term before, that is going to be well below the true horizon as you go up, and that's what the dip correction gives you. And that right there is a dip correction. The little blue dip with the arrows next to it, that's the dip correction. Those are in the manuals. If you use that value versus the true horizontal, which is level, you would get a much larger angle. And I told you the difference between what you would have on a flat surface or a round surface. And you use that angle, and it works. You can tell where you are, and those angles work out for the celestial bodies as far as distances to certain shorelines or how far you actually traveled. And it doesn't work when you don't use the dip angle. If you use a true horizon, you get the wrong answers. Even if you use the dip angle to the true horizon, which would be much less of an angle, because you can see where it's dipped. The red line goes down below and it has a dip by there. If it was up at the true horizon, that would be a lesser angle. So the dip angle is always going to be greater on a curved surface, and that's to the point that we started with that you're kind of fighting us on. Very simple.
It still doesn't look like it'd be greater when
Look,
my picture
look at
clearly shows
Look
that
at my
dip
picture.
angle.
Look at
That
my
dip
picture.
that dip angle is your line of sight, right?
Stop. Just stop.
I'm looking at your picture.
Okay. Look at the
In
guy on
your
top. If he was
in your
looking at,
picture, oh my
hold on.
goodness. Do I have
If
to
he was
mute you,
looking at the
dude?
true horizon, if he was
Do I
looking at the
have to
true
mute you?
horizontal, if the ground was flat, that
I think I do. I'm looking at your picture. It's the exact same as my picture, where the height of eye is that line of sight to the what you've labeled as the true horizon. That is the dip correction. Your line of sight and the angular relationship to the surface. Those angles are the same. That's the only angle in question here.
you're not understanding. The true horizon, if the Earth was flat, that line would be raised up. The angle would be less.
Why? Why though?
Because
Why would it be
that
raised
angle,
up?
look, you see the red line that goes to the little guy on top of the ship? Let's say that angle is 45 degrees down, okay? To where it is right now. If you rose up, that angle down would maybe be 20 degrees, be less, going to the true horizon. You can picture if that red line going down to where it's are for dip, if it rose up to the true horizon, it'd be less of an angle.
I know what you're saying, but there's no reason that line of sight would be any different. There's no need to change that line of sight.
Oh my God. You don't get that dip angle on a flat surface. That dip angle would be on a curved surface. That's why they show the difference between the dip angle of a true horizon versus the dip angle of a horizontal.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting anywhere.
Well, yeah, you're just not. We got a barrier. You just don't want to get it.
It's clear that you don't want to get it.
No, I do get. Listen,
You want
I'm
to
right.
add lines
I'm
and
right. Can I
change
just
lines
finish?
when the
Do you
line
not
of
think?
sight
Do you understand?
wouldn't be different. Why would it be different?
Because the horizontal is the true horizon. If that was how the Earth was set up, where it's flat, the dip angle would be much less, always greater. That's why the horizon dips below eye level. It only does that because the Earth is round, and that's the dip angle. If I'm on an airplane and I'm looking for the apparent horizon, and I measure a dip angle, it's going to be below horizontal by 3 or 4 degrees. It doesn't work if I use level. All the values will be off. Has to be based on adding that 3 or subtracting that 3 degrees off of my value versus the optical observation of the celestial body, which gives you your elevation angle. And then you take the minus at minus 90 degrees and you have a co-altitude angle. And that will tell you how far you are away from the GP by multiplying it times 60 nautical miles. That value of the co-altitude angle, which is 90 minus the elevation angle, will give you the distance to the GP. All you take is that co-altitude angle times 60, and that's how far you are away to the GP. That make sense? Yes or no?
You're talking about elevation angles again when you don't even have that.
You get your elevation angle by measuring to the star, and then measuring to the horizon, and then adding or subtracting the dip angle.
I know that, but you don't have those angles on it with a curved surface. You can't have them.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you do. Because
No, you can't. Well, can you on that picture there can you modify that and show me the elevation angle on that picture?
the elevation angle would just be.
Hello, everyone. What's up?
Konnichiwa.
Arigato gozaimasu.
The elevation angle would be the angle between the part that's hitting the circle, the sphere, and take that red line from the guy's head. Only one of them there. That line to the down, up to the star would be your elevation angle. So then you would take the dip angle and subtract it from that angle. That would give you your true elevation angle. Then you minus it by 90, and that gives you your co-altitude angle. That
Yeah, I know. You keep saying the same thing. I know how it works, dude.
Well, then why are you asking me how I get the elevation angle? You said, show me this. You should know this. It's easy.
I want you to show that. I want you to
Take the
depict
angle
that.
that includes the dip, and you get the elevation angle to the star. Then you subtract the dip angle. That gives you your elevation angle.
You're repeating yourself again.
What'd you say?
You're repeating yourself again.
Well, you asked how I got it. I'm just telling you how you do it. Do you know
I asked for you to show it. If you could modify that picture, but
Oh my God! I explained how simple it is. It's only one line from the guy's head to the guy's head has a red line going down. That line plus the line, imaginary, drive a line up to the star, upward to the sky. That would be your elevation angle, as long as you subtract the dip angle.
you're not going to modify it.
You're
You're not going to show that. You're not going to show that. No.
You want me to take this picture and put it in paint and have to do it for you real quick? I mean, why being so difficult?
Because I want to see you fail how to drawing an angle. That's what I want to see.
Oh God, okay, I'll do it right now then, because you're being really silly.
I mean, an angle ain't nothing but two lines meeting together. You can draw that with literally nothing on the page.
Akumu, I gave you the definition earlier.
So I gave you a better definition. What's your point?
Better definition.
Yeah, one that goes more in depth. What an actual angle is. What's your point?
It doesn't go more in depth.
It definitely goes more in depth.
No, it does not.
You want to post them up and compare again?
Sure, I'll post mine that comes from an actual handbook.
Okay, mine also comes from a handbook, Euclid's handbook. So. Wrong phone.
There's also this issue. What I just posted.
Ooh, what's that? What's that supposed to be?
That you have an unequal zenith distance.
What does that
on
mean?
a globe.
What does that mean?
That you wouldn't have a co-altitude on a globe.
You would have a co-altitude. It's just the other side of the angle that equals 90. I'm not understanding how does that affect the globe. It looks like more nonsense. It really does.
Just have a quick look at it and see
I'm looking at
how.
it.
All right. So you see
Look-
how you wouldn't see how you wouldn't have an equal zenith distance.
No, I don't. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Don't see that. Well, look
No.
at the picture, dude. It's pretty self-explanatory.
What?
I'm
No,
looking at your picture. What are you trying to understand?
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I'm showing you like that you would not have a co-altitude distance
What are you
that would
talking about?
match.
Yes, you
What
would.
exactly what I just said.
Your
Subtract by
co-altitude.
90.
Your
Subtract by 90. Easy.
co-altitude.
Look.
Hey.
See those supposed perpendicular lines. I say supposed because they're not perpendicular. The one on the that represents the globe.
They're parallel. What about them?
They're not. They're parallel. Are you
The
kidding
red,
me right now?
those red lines. The
No,
red lines. The
no,
red lines are parallel.
the black ones. The zeniths.
Did you make this? Is this one of your
No.
contraptions?
Contraptions.
What are you trying to say with this?
I
It
know.
doesn't
I
make
think I
sense.
understand because now because the curve from the vertical post to the left and the one underneath the GP of the star, because as you go higher, those curved paths are going to be longer as you go higher.
Yes,
And
exactly.
so he's thinking they have unequal zenith distances.
Which they are. I mean, you can't really contest that.
What?
The zenith distance is over the surface,
Exactly.
So,
not up.
So
Not above. I can be as high as I want. The zenith angle I have is only pertaining to the surface.
no,
Yes.
not at all.
Yes.
The zenith distance should go all the way up. If you want a co-altitude,
No.
right?
Not how it
Between
works.
yours, if you want a co-altitude between your zenith and the zenith of the GP of the star, you can only have that on a
No,
flat
that's
plane,
not how.
as per the
Not at
picture.
all. Okay, let me explain.
Yes, the distance
let me
should be
explain
the same.
explain to
They
you how it
should
works.
be the same.
Hold on.
No, it shouldn't.
If you're
What are
looking, if you're looking to that star from the ground,
this man
that is your
said?
altitude. That is your elevation angle, right? Wherever you are, and even if you're on that high mast, let's say that thing goes up a mile high, and you measure your altitude to the star, that will give you your elevation angle after you subtract after you subtract the dip angle. Then you subtract that angle from 90, and that gives you your that gives you your co-altitude angle. The co-altitude angle times 60 will give you your distance to the GP from that spot. It's always from the surface, not from those goofy red lines you drew.
I'm not saying that that's where you're measuring the angle from. All I'm saying is that the zenith distances are not equal when in celestial navigation they should be.
No.
Those yes
Why
they
would
should.
No one
why
says
would
that.
they should be? Who says that?
No sense at all. It's really just pure nonsense.
Because if you want a co-altitude, they should line up. They should be equal.
No, they should not line up.
From those
They're not.
perpendiculars. Yes, they should.
No.
Absolutely they should.
No, they absolutely shouldn't. You're really, like I
Where
said,
did
you
you get
can have
that
a
from?
measurement of a mile high. Let's say a mile high post, 10-mile high post. Like your celestial navigation. Celestial navigation. Let's use that. I mean, of an aircraft sextant. I will measure a vertical, and then I will measure a angle to the star from that vertical. 5 miles high, 10 miles high. That immediately is my co-altitude angle, directly measured. Now, it's not measuring a distance from me, it's measuring a distance from the ground to the GP.
All an aeronautical sextant does is establish a horizon. So no, it doesn't establish a vertical. It establishes a horizon, which would be at 1-to-1 with the surface.
No.
That's all it does. Yes, it
No.
does.
I'll tell you
All
what
right,
it does.
let me post something that
a vertical.
that agrees with what I'm just saying.
Listen very carefully. It gives you a vertical, and then it gives you an angle to the celestial body. That directly measures the co-altitude angle. Deviation from vertical to the star is your co-altitude angle. Do you not agree? I assume you
Hang on. Hang on, I'm still stuck on. You didn't agree with what I just said, where I was explaining how the aeronautical sextant establishes a horizontal.
I got done telling you that all it does is give you a deviation from vertical, which is directly measuring your co-altitude angle.
Give me a sec here.
It starts by getting a vertical.
It starts by establishing a horizontal with the bubble. It's the
opposition to
bubble.
vertical,
It's the bubble sextant.
which is an opposition to vertical. Yes.
So now you agree with what I just said, that it establishes horizontal first?
Well, I don't want to confuse you by talking about horizontal because you seem to get screwed up when you talk about horizontals. Yes, a bubble sextant gives you a vertical because that's how you get the bubble in the center, and that horizontal gives you an elevation, and then you subtract it by 90 and get the co-altitude angle. But it's directly measured from the vertical. It's basically saying this is the angle from vertical that you're getting to the star, without any other comparisons to the horizontal. It creates the horizontal due to the bubble being in the center of the level.
So it gives you an artificial horizon, which
It gives you a horizontal.
an
No
artificial horizon.
We don't talk about horizons. It's giving you a horizontal. It's nowhere near the horizon.
It gives you an artificial horizon with the bubble.
It gives you an artificial horizon. Okay, fine.
Okay, fine. So after all that, you
I don't know
agree?
why you have to say that. It gives you a horizontal, and that horizontal to the star gives you a angle, and that subtracted by 90 gives you the exact co-altitude angle without any dip angle corrections or anything. So if it's a horizon, then we'd have a huge dip angle of 3 or 4 degrees. We don't have that. We don't have any of that. We don't have any of those in the calculation. All you have is something that's derived from vertical, gets you horizontal, and then you get an angle above the horizontal to the star, which is your elevation angle directly, which is to subtract by 90, simple math, gives you your co-altitude angle. And that co-altitude angle times 60 will be your distance to the GP on the ground. You got to change the entire way you're thinking in your logic. It's all skewed in the wrong direction.
What are you laughing at, Akimu?
I remember 10th talking about some. I've heard him mention unequal zenith distances or something. Was not women? Was it 10th or Brian's logic? One of them two mentioned this before.
I think we've addressed it here, and I think you can realize how stupid that is. But I've never seen that before. That's a new knucklehead thing I've seen. Unequal zenith thing distance. My God.
Well, it's not equal. it's as simple as that.
It's not supposed
It should.
to be.
It absolutely should be.
We're getting the distance from the ground to the GP on the surface. It has nothing to do with anything in between. No matter how high those objects go.
Zenith distance. I don't get that. You know what co-altitude is, but I don't get this whole zenith distance thing. I know the distance to the GP. I know that is but unequal zenith distances. I never. That still sound like some Brian Logic or 10th man would have said with parallel zeniths.
Well, they should be parallel. Yeah, absolutely.
No, they shouldn't. Definitely not. But okay.
They absolutely should be.
They absolutely should not be. That's not how they work.
Be. Exactly.
And that's why you have a 60 nautical mile per degree relationship, because it can't be. Those things can't be parallel. They can't be equal. They can't, because it doesn't work on a flat surface. 1 degree per 60 nautical miles does not work. That's an equation for a circle. It is an equation. Yeah. It defines a circle. You can't get away from this.
You see how in my picture you've got an actual elevation angle on the right, and then on the left you don't? If you actually have elevation angles with co-altitudes, then that zenith distance would be equal.
No.
Yes.
You don't hell need, are you talking about? There's no need for an angle that's reference to the surface. All you need is a surface reference to the vertical. I mean, a line reference to vertical. That angle.
Of course, you need an angle with reference to the surface.
That angle from the vertical is the co-altitude angle.
Of
It
course,
is.
you need an angle with reference to the surface. That's the elevation angle. That's
I
why
can be
you
all that is
reference the
all that would be
horizon.
all that would
There's
be
horizontal.
all that would be is
This
a,
is
a reference to the horizontal, not the surface. Surface is needed. We determine the surface by this measurement. We don't need it to make the measurement.
the horizon is the surface.
That's
That's
presuming
why when
that's a
you
presuming
that's what
consequent. That's actually
that's
circular reasoning. It's presuming
no, it's not.
affirmative
Absolutely
consequent.
not.
Yes, it is. When you
That's why
assume
we reference the horizon. That's why we take an angle. That's why we take an elevation angle from the horizon to the celestial object, because that is the reference point of the surface. That is the reference point of the surface by which you're trying to find your location.
All right. Look, I've tried with you. You're being very stubborn. You're not informed. You're not right. You're absolutely wrong. And it's all right. Everyone that knows how a sextant work agrees with me. Anyone else who has any kind of knowledge of trigonometry and geometry, you're wrong. You've made a couple drawings here that are flawed, seriously flawed. You don't get it still. So I mean, you can continue to think this. It's your choice, but you're wrong. I think you'd want to be right, but you seem to be happy being wrong. It's okay.
You're entitled to your opinion. Absolutely.
It's not my opinion. I've given you the logical and mathematical reasons why you're wrong. You're just not listening.
I've tried to strip it down to the fundamentals here, guys, and
no, you haven't.
Yes, I have. Absolutely.
You're getting
you
the
guys still
fundamentals
don't know what
wrong.
angles are. You still don't know what elevation
Yes, we do.
angles
We
are.
gave you a bubble sextant. We gave you a You said you knew and you agreed that establishes the vertical, and 90 degrees opposition to that is the horizontal. Then the star would be measured with reference to that horizontal, which has nothing to do with the surface. It only has everything to do with the vertical. And then that elevation angle subtracted by 90 gets you the co-altitude angle. And that multiplied by 60 tells you how far you are away in nautical miles to the GP. Has nothing to do with the surface. It dictates what the surface is to be spherical, because you can't have it any other way.
So with the bubble sextant, it establishes a horizontal plane with no need for dip correction, right?
Correct.
Right. So where's the curve there?
This has to do with the 60 nautical miles per 1 degree
Okay.
you use.
So then you shoehorn in that afterwards. But it's
No,
when you're making the angular measurement itself. When you're making the angular measurement itself, there's no need for a curve. You're establishing a horizontal. You're establishing a. Let me finish,
showing yourself being
please.
more confused every
Bro, why
step.
you always
No.
talk through people, man?
So all you're doing is establishing a horizontal plane, right, with no need for dip correction, as you mentioned. All you're doing is using that bubble to then garner garner an elevation angle from the celestial object down to that bubble level. There's no curve there.
Yeah, you're using an imaginary horizontal plane. You also use your line of sight. You're not referencing the Earth at this moment.
No, because now I just told you how you got it. You have a distance to the GP of 60 nautical miles per degree, and as you move 60 miles, you'll see there'll be a 1 degree change.
Right, you keep mentioning the same thing over and over again, but you haven't got.
Every time you move 60 miles, we can have like islands that we're maybe traversing in the South Pacific or something. And every time we move 60 miles, we'd see that star or stars that should be in those positions. We would see them move 1 degree. And every time we move 60 miles, it'd be a 1 degree change. And that dictates, that is the equation for a circle. That is the equation for a sphere.
You keep trying to move on to the same point over and over again. I've heard what you have to say about that.
That's why you know.
Okay, but I know you're trying to skip over what I know you're trying to skip over what my previous point was. That there are no curves involved when it comes to a bubble sextant.
You're not using the Earth. It doesn't matter.
No, the curves are only found.
You're not using the Earth because you have you already have that horizontal plane established, which then
your imaginary plane.
That's right, which then would need to match 1-to-1 with the surface of the Earth because, and I reiterate, you're trying to find your position on said Earth.
Yes. You're using trilateralization. You need the distance to the GPs to find that. You're using distances for that.
All right.
You get two stars. Listen, you have two stars in different spots in the sky. You use some trilateration to figure out where you are. 3 is more accurate, but 2 will get you. If you skew it a certain way very easily, 2 can get you where you are, the intersection of those two circles, and that distance, those two distances, could only happen on a sphere based on that angle, that coaltitude angle you measure from the sextant's artificial horizontal line that was derived from a vertical.
Again, no mention of any sphericity. There's no need for that.
No, I just told you.
Nautical miles per degree.
You equate the measurements to sphericity. You get spherical numbers and shapes from these measurements. These that dictate it to be. The equation is a sphere. Trigonometry does not work in a 1-to-1 relationship. It works on a ratio. Tangent is opposite of adjacent ratio. It is a ratio. That only can happen on a sphere. Can't happen on a flat surface.
All right, so if we can all agree that, can we all agree that when it comes to a bubble sextant, and acquiring the elevation angles, there's no need for any curve?
Correct. As far as the surface goes, to reference it to, we can determine what the surface looks like by the measurements. Are you not getting this?
Yeah, as long as you're not referencing the actual land or water that you're on, yes, they use straight lines. Don't have nothing to do with the Earth right now.
We then
What part of
determine the
that-
shape of the Earth by those measurements. Very simple. I don't know why you're fighting it so hard.
You're gonna have to face 60 nautical miles per degree sooner or later. You just can't keep dodging that point.
Hey, are there any, dude? I can absolutely destroy 60 nautical miles.
Oh, please do. Let's hear this one.
Dude, you guys just wait. In the coming weeks, the Glowers are gonna go into hiding and mourning, and
Oh God, you've been saying this for months.
Yeah,
I have not been saying that for months.
Unless you can literally change reality, I don't think that's going to
First,
happen.
you're hiding because your
Think,
Van de Graaff generator
look, do
made
you know?
things
Do you guys know
explode,
what Dunning
everything
Kruger is?
electrostatic. Hey, what's it? If everything's electrostatic, how come the planets all revolve around the sun? How come
Look,
they're
now
not
he's
attracted to each other?
see what he's had. Just so you guys know, you saw him just freak out right there and start imploding, asking random other
I'm not
questions and stuff like
imploding.
that.
I didn't hear him freak out whatsoever.
Oh, well, maybe you're just slow. It's okay. I'll help you out. So
I'm not
he
that
immediately imploded and started asking me about some totally unrelated topic and asked me about planets and all kinds of crazy with electrostatics and yeah, he's freaking out. Yeah, but that's just a little taste of what the Glowers are gonna do whenever I put forth the next argument. It honestly will be the end of the whole discussion. It's going to be
No.
hilarious. All
say this
of the
now.
proof that you think you have, or we don't prove things. All the evidence
No,
you think you have for a globe,
I have plenty of proof.
I'm going to decimate it. I want you to
Okay,
know
I
that,
can't-
and I want you to know that you're going to
can't wait.
fight it.
Well, I can't wait.
You're going to
I
cry
can't wait. I'm
about
not going
it,
into hiding either. I want to hear
and
it.
you're going to
I've
lie
never-
about it.
I've never had a flat earther try to tackle any of my proofs.
I can probably say your quote unquote proofs better than you. Actually, watch this. We
Okay,
know the
let's
Earth's a globe because we measure it as a globe. Geodetic surveying literally proves the Earth's a globe.
I didn't.
What we
that's
do
not-
is we have a plumb bob, and then we see spherical excess in the distance.
That's not my
And
proof either.
the fact that it's not parallel proves the Earth's not flat, because on a flat Earth it would be parallel.
That's
Yeah,
not
that-
always
spherical
tilts
excess. You don't know
back.
what spherical excess is.
That's not one of my proofs, but okay.
Oh, so you agree that's not proof for a globe?
It
It's
is.
not
but
one of
that's
my
not
proofs.
one we talk. They don't use a plumb bob.
I don't say stuff like that.
So you agree geodetic surveying can't be used to support the
No,
globe?
I don't agree. What I don't agree with is you
course
saying
you
that
can.
you can say my proof's better than me, and then you said that, which ain't my proof.
Do you agree that geodetic surveying doesn't prove a globe?
Does
I
prove a
don't
globe.
agree with it. No, that's fucking nonsense.
Does it or does it not prove a
It
globe?
does.
Okay,
Geodetic
Cuban
surveying
virus does it?
proves a globe.
It does. I'm not agreeing with you.
How does it?
We're showing
Not,
plumb lines bearing.
that's not my proof.
So then
And you
he says
can't.
the exact same thing I
You
said.
still can't. You still can't say my proof better than me.
Well, this is the
That's
thing,
not even
right?
one
I
of my
don't know
proofs.
anything about you. Your voice is very annoying. I certainly wouldn't keep up with you. So I'm pointing out that I can say the
Hey, not me.
Glober's position's better than they can. Now, you may
No,
not
that's-
understand that one of the only things the Globe loves to bring up and one of their allegedly strongest arguments is this. I'm sure you
Don't
say
ster-
things even stupider than this. But
Don't stereotype. I'm not that person.
okay, what's your best proof, O Globe?
The sky.
The sky.
Yep.
What about it?
The field of view of the sky is different between flat Earth and the globe. You can easily tell the fact. You can easily tell your field of view by using star trails, the shape of the auroras, or the path of the sun.
Okay, so I have sufficient rebuttals for all those things. So I
Okay.
have the entire sun mapped up. I can send you a minute-long video that shows you everywhere the sun is mapped out on a flat Earth.
That's not going to pierce your field of view.
You just said the path of the sun. That's what you just said.
Yeah, I said those things that you can use for figuring out your field of view of the sky around it. So that's
Yeah,
one of the
so
biggest
I can
differences between
explain
flat Earth and
why
globe.
I can explain why the sun can be seen everywhere it is on a flat Earth.
I don't care about that.
Oh, so the path of the sun doesn't prove the globe.
I didn't say that. I said it proves the field of view of what you can see around it. I'm talking about field of view of the sky.
Yeah, that doesn't prove the
Do you
Earth
understand
is a
that?
ball.
It
So
proves that
let
it's
me
not
explain
flat.
something to you guys that you don't seem to understand. Okay.
I
So
don't.
listen carefully. What is the fifth postulate of Euclidean geometry?
The parallel postulate, the one he never proved,
Oh, so you disagree with the fifth postulate?
he never proved his postulate. He stuck it into one of his elements because he couldn't prove it himself.
Okay, so do you
When they came out with spherical geometry,
nothing? Now you're just
they
changing the
broke that.
subject. So do you agree or disagree with the fifth postulate?
It's been broken. No, I don't agree with it.
Okay, so do you agree that parallel lines do not intersect?
They can in spherical geometry.
There is no such thing as a parallel line in spherical geometry.
Okay, you can say that there definitely is, but okay.
No, there objectively isn't.
I mean, there definitely is. What
You
you
want to
think
bet money
lines
on
of
it?
latitude? What you think lines of latitude are?
Can you cite it?
I don't know. I probably can. I probably have to find it, but I really don't feel
It
like
doesn't
finding it.
exist. It's basic
pretty
geometry.
obvious.
You
I mean, it's pretty obvious that lines of latitude are parallel to each other.
don't. What about longitude?
Those are great circle routes. Those a little bit different.
So why are they different? It's a sphere.
They're great circle routes. They're great. They're greater circles. They're great circles.
Did you
Lines
just
of
say why
latitude
they're
aren't.
different? There is a sphere.
Yeah, I
Is that
want.
really a
So
serious
wait,
question?
hey, Zenik, are latitude lines parallel on a globe?
Yes, latitude lines are parallel.
Really, they're perfectly parallel on the whole globe.
Yes.
Interesting. So
And the reason that you said why wouldn't they be the vertical? Why wouldn't the latitude lines, the longitude lines be parallel? If the latitude lines are parallel, why wouldn't these other ones? Because they're great circles, like it was mentioned. They're
they're great
completely
circles.
different. That's why. If you don't
That's
know
what
that,
that's what it is because
why are
it's
we having this
spherical geometry.
conversation?
There
They
are
all meet
no
at the North
parallel
Pole.
lines in spherical geometry. There are great circles.
They're parallel lines, yes.
Line is a great
Absolutely.
circle.
Can you cite it?
The equator is parallel to the Tropic of Cancer. Yes.
How many universities do you guys want me to cite saying there are no parallel lines in spherical geometry?
Neither. I don't care about university. What?
Well, you probably posted.
Oh, so you guys came up with your own
Go ahead and
geometry.
try.
No,
because those lines are parallel. Parallel.
Parallel lines do not exist in spherical geometry. There are no parallel lines in spherical geometry. There are also no parallel lines in spherical geometry. In spherical geometry, there are no parallel lines. No, there are no parallel lines in spherical geometry. In spherical geometry, parallel lines do not exist. Interesting. In spherical geometry, because there are no parallel lines, these two perpendiculars must intersect. Parallel lines do not exist in spherical geometry. Wow, this is crazy. Spherical geometry, no parallel lines. At any two geodesics will intersect in exactly 2 points.
Wow, but at the same time, why am I seeing this? Latitude lines, not parallel except at the equator. I mean, longitude lines, not parallel except the equator. Latitude lines, parallel everywhere.
Yeah, can I read something too from Noah? Unlike longitude lines, where they get closer at each poles, latitude lines are parallel. No matter where you are on the Earth, latitude lines are the same distance apart. Witsit, you're wrong.
Okay, so then we can't use spherical geometry for the latitudes?
Latitude lines are parallel. Why do you need to use spherical geometry?
That's what I'm saying. So we can't actually use spherical geometry for latitude on a globe?
Of course you can.
Then how?
You're on a sphere.
Math it out.
You have circles, concentric circles, that are change in size from the equator down and up.
Yeah. Can you math it out using spherical geometry? Because spherical geometry doesn't allow for there to
Yes.
be
No, it
parallel
doesn't.
lines.
I just get done. Unlike longitudinal lines, which get closer at all with each other with the poles, latitude lines are parallel. No matter where you are on Earth, latitude lines are the same distance apart. This is from Noah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
You still haven't caught
You
up to the
mentioned a
argument.
bunch of incorrect and
So here's the deal,
wrong
guys.
statements.
Spherical geometry, in spherical geometry, there is no parallel lines. Now, of course, we know that parallel lines do not intersect. Do you agree that parallel lines do not intersect? Which was the actual question.
That's by definition what a parallel line is.
Okay, so you agree then. Okay. So why is it that you guys think that we can apply? Now, you agree that parallel lines is Euclidean geometry?
I mean, both spherical and Euclidean. It just means that two lines don't never intersect.
What?
The distance between them remains constant.
Dude, Euclidean geometry has parallel lines, right? So,
Sure it does. So does non-Euclidean geometry.
okay.
Concentric circles are in spherical geometry because they represent lines of latitude on a sphere, and they're parallel because they get no closer to each other, nor they get further away from each other. They're parallel.
Yeah. So if I draw a line from the North Pole to the South Pole, a longitude line, and then I draw another one, right? Like, what happens to those lines?
Now those are considered geodesics.
And what happens to them?
They get closer at the poles and wider at the equator.
So they intersect at the pole.
They intersect yes, they're
Right, okay.
now great
So
circle routes.
now, why is it that people think that we can apply Euclidean geometry to vision?
What?
Why do people apply Euclidean geometry to vision?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? When you globers think you're so smart and you talk about this would happen on a flat Earth, or this is the perspective math, we took it into account. Use Euclidean geometry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you applying Euclidean geometry to vision?
Who's applying Euclidean geometry to vision?
Wait. So your perspective math
I'm just asking
isn't
who.
Euclidean?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
That would be one example of why
Is
you
perspective vision?
the sextant, for example, the sextant talking
Stop changing
about we just
subject.
had. The sextant discussion we just had involved Euclidean geometry. We had no spherical
Is
surface.
perspective vision?
Perspective is Euclidean.
Is it vision?
Your vision works on Euclidean. Yes, works on everything.
Now, so you see what's happening? Are you guys
No,
starting to see
you
what's
think
about to
you
happen once
think
I
you've done
bring
your
my new
homework and
argument
you're
out?
trying to get a
Dude,
gotcha.
you
You're
guys
not
are going to
getting a- All you're
implode.
proving is how silly you're being.
Dude, you guys are going to implode, dude, because
not
using
gonna
math
implode.
against the Globers, they shut down because
your vision on the
uh,
ground.
they shut
Well,
down
let's go
because
back
one
to
of
that.
their
You're
talking points is that flat earthers can't do math, and they lack in logic. So
That is
they
not one of our
hide
points,
behind
Flash.
math, where they don't understand that you can math out anything. It doesn't actually mean it's true, right? You can math out everything. So, the point is, when we look at railroad tracks, right? Are the railroad tracks parallel?
If they're made parallel, yes, they are.
Right. So railroad tracks are parallel. Now, when we look down at railroad tracks, what happens?
Yeah, they look parallel.
That's incorrect.
I don't understand. They look parallel to me.
If we look down all the way down the road or all the way down the railroad track, what appears to happen?
I don't know. That's parallel to me.
They look parallel to you.
Yeah, I know they're not meeting, so yeah.
You're the only one in history, I guess. So let's see if Zanik can answer it. When we look down the railroad track, what appears to happen?
They appear to merge together in the distance and rise to
Okay.
high level.
Now they're actually parallel though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
They look
So
parallel.
in reality, right, these railroad tracks would be described with Euclidean geometry because they're parallel lines that do not intersect, right? But when we look at them with vision, they appear to intersect and converge, correct?
I don't know.
They appear to converge. That's due to perspective. That also follows Euclidean geometry.
No, Euclidean geometry has parallel lines which by definition do not intersect.
No. You think you have it figured out, but you haven't. So when you talk to me, Witsit, I got you figured out. I got your number. So let's go over this real quick. If you were sitting on one railroad track, what would it appear to be doing in your vision over a distance?
Why are you not answering my question? Why are you not?
Because you're in the middle.
What we're not going to do is have you divert and obfuscate the question.
I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you.
So
I'll tell you. I'll answer your question.
because you've been in
The
here
reason
just
that they
talking for
converge-
hours, you know what I'm saying? So
Hold on. No, I'll answer. Just let me talk. The reason that they converge is that because you're between the two, and anything to the left or right of you will converge to the center. Anything in front of you will just go straight ahead and rise to eye level. That's
red
how
herring
perspective
fallacy.
works.
So
No,
the
it's
point
not red
is
herring. You want to know why
that
they
in
converge?
reality, okay, just answer the questions. Are the railroad tracks parallel? Yes or
Yes,
no?
they are.
Okay. Does parallel mean does it intersect?
They don't intersect. Correct. They never will.
Do they appear to intersect?
No.
So they don't appear to converge towards each other and
They
intersect.
converge, yes, but they don't appear to intersect.
Okay. Do parallel lines converge?
In Euclidean geometry, they sure do. Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Yes.
Parallel lines converge towards each other.
In the Euclidean geometry, yes.
So how can parallel lines converge towards each other but not intersect?
Because it's called the inverse tangent function. That
How
angle
could,
will,
if the
that
lines
hold
keep
on.
going,
That angle,
converging towards each other?
hold on. That angle by the distance will be your center point in the middle of the railroad tracks to the railroad tie on either side, divided by the distance in the distance, and that inverse tangent will give you the angle to that spot in the distance. That's Euclidean geometry.
Okay, see if you can
You're
actually
wrong.
keep up
You
here.
already barked up the wrong tree, Witsit.
No, actually, I didn't. See, I
did.
know this is what's going to happen, right? This is I'm just going to let all, because the flat earthers in here, maybe you can hear it. When I bring the argument, right? When I actually bring the argument, the Globers are going to be very, very, very arrogant because they're going to be using mainstream math. And so they're going to think, oh, this stupid flirt, he
But
doesn't
not as
understand
arrogant
math.
as him.
But
You're pretty
ironically,
silly.
the mainstream math is wrong.
Right now.
Okay?
The most arrogant guy in here.
The mainstream math is wrong. So they're going to be very, very arrogant about the conversation, but it's just going to bury them more and more. Okay. So, of course, common sense is that if you have two parallel lines, right, they don't intersect. If you have two lines that are converging towards each other, they would eventually intersect. There's no other way around it, right? The line is infinite. Okay. So if they're converging towards each other, they must intersect. They cannot infinitely converge towards one another without intersecting.
Why not?
Are you serious?
I'm very serious.
Do you see how dumb your position is now rendered?
Calling me a
because-
name that's what's called an ad hominem.
No.
And that-
I already. You're asking me
That's
why
your argument?
not?
It's not going to go very far.
Because they're
What's it?
going towards each other, Zenik.
They are? Who says?
That's what converging meant.
No, do you know what Euclidean geometry is? What does it mean to you?
No, now see, this is Zanik's tactic. He wants to
No,
start
no,
asking me
it's
different
not a
questions.
tactic.
Zanik,
You
can
think
two lines converge towards each other infinitely and not intersect?
Yes.
How so?
By the inverse tangent function. Never
No,
gets to
I didn't
zero,
ask you for
ever.
some mathematical fix. I'm asking you, if we have two lines converging towards each other, how would they not eventually intersect?
Because of the inverse tangent function. The further that object becomes with respect to one another, the closer they get, but they never get to zero, ever. Basic math. And I can tell you in ratios that don't involve math, just the ratio of the opposite to the adjacent in that triangle. We know
How
we
would
have an
they
angle
never get to zero if they're converging towards each other?
because that's how trigonometry works. It's a ratio of the opposite to the adjacent. They'll never
does everyone in here
merge.
hear this?
They'll only get closer and closer to infinity.
Do you guys see how incredibly embarrassing this is going to be for the
What's this
ballers?
embarrassing?
This is just the first part of
Dude,
it.
you're not
This
thinking
is
clearly.
literally just the first part of it.
This is like a Dunning-Kruger thing right
you
now. You're having a
delusional?
Dunning-Kruger moment.
You
You
guys,
think you know more
you
than
guys
you
are
do,
saying two
actually.
lines can
You think you got
infinitely
me.
converge
I
towards
can tell
each
you've been
other.
thinking about this for a while, and you just got it
Converge
all wrong.
towards each other, but
Yes,
not hit each other.
correct. That's how trigonometry works. It's a ratio. It never gets to zero. It's always be some number greater than zero.
Okay, let's talk about reality. Okay, if we in
We are
reality
talking
we
about
have,
reality.
we're talking about reality. Okay,
Well,
if we have
look at the train
two
tracks. Even in the
lines in
distance, you can see
reality,
there's a space there.
let's say railroad tracks only, we built them where they actually do converge towards each other. If the railroad tracks keep going and keep going, converging towards each other, what will eventually happen?
We build them so they converge to each other.
Yeah. So let's say, just
Yeah, if
for
we
an
build them
easy
to converge to
example.
each other,
Okay. Okay.
that'd be a slight.
You are a sophist, dude.
I'm not. You're the
You are.
sophist.
By
What a hypocrite
definition,
you are.
you
What a
literally are.
projectionist
So
you are.
let's say we have two strings of spaghetti, okay? And we lay them out. They're really, really long
So hard to
spaghetti.
figure this out, aren't you?
You're trying really hard to avoid the obvious answer. And it's gonna make you look really bad. And the Globers are gonna be so embarrassed, they're not gonna know what to do because they just instinctively start being sophists. You know what I'm saying? So if I would have two really long pencils, okay, Zanuck? And the pencils extend infinitely, and I tilt them towards each other, what's going to happen? They literally can't answer basic questions. They're so
You have
devoted
two
to
long
their
pencils you have
religion.
pointed to each other. They're going to intersect.
Thank you. So when two lines start converging towards one another, if they are infinite, there's obviously a point in which they will intersect.
Okay, here's the problem with it. When you have two lines like these railroad tracks, you can do quick measurements to see if they are in fact converging based on the inverse tangent relationship.
Red herring fallacy.
Hold on, can I finish my sentence, please? If you get a value that shows that those objects, those two spaghettis or the railroad tracks, are not converging literally or physically, they will look like they are converging, but they're not based on that trigonometric value that we
Red
can
herring
easily
fallacy.
measure. It's not sophistry. It's not anything to obfuscate.
It's a red
basically just telling
herring
you that you've
fallacy.
thought about this not enough. You haven't thought about this enough.
No.
And,
I have.
oh,
It's a red
you
herring
think
fallacy.
you have, but you haven't.
See, this is so funny. And then Akumavarus was just like, "Are you?" Like he was like all talking all big and bad. This is hilariously dumb. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Well, I don't see
am
anything funny
talking
about
big.
this. I think it's
Let's
sad.
see if you can answer the questions, Akumavarus. If I have
Being
two
delusional.
lines that are converging towards each other and they're infinite, what will happen?
They just meet at infinity. It's part of projective geometry.
Hey, if we have two lines that are converging towards each other,
At what
what will
rate?
happen?
Parallel lines meet at
Axiom.
I didn't say
infinity.
parallel
Axiom, what
lines.
rate?
I never said parallel lines. See, you and Zanuck are lost. You keep talking
No,
about
we're not
parallel lines
lost.
and you want to talk
I
about
would say Axiom should ask you what rate
inverse
they are
trigonometric
converging.
function where he applies it to optics and all this bullshit. I said if we have two lines that are actually converging together, what happens?
They converge. What about them?
Thank you. They intersect. Duh. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Now,
what about them?
okay. So here we have it. So that shows us that our eyes, that vision, actually uses spherical geometry. It does not use Euclidean geometry.
What?
Yeah. There you go. I gave you a taste of it. Just wait till I come.
You're really
No, I'm saying what?
Dude,
like,
wait till
what
you see
is-
the
what
history
is
of
the
it.
point? What
Wait
do
till
you
I start
mean?
pulling
That's
out
what I'm trying to say.
PhDs
You're
from
not.
your own paradigm.
You're not boggling my mind. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So can you say it again? That's what I'm saying. What for? Because I really didn't hear what you said.
Okay.
Don't
You
get
can
my
prove
what
this with something
confused.
as simple as a railroad track, okay? People apply Euclidean geometry to perspective, to vision, right? And properly so. This isn't just some flurf saying it. I have many, many PhDs to back me up, okay? It is a dispute that was improperly decided long ago, okay? Now, if we actually see with vision in Euclidean geometry, then we would not see the railroads go towards each other and converge. We wouldn't see that. What that shows
I
us
get
is that
what's it?
although reality will be Euclidean geometry, or an accurate description of reality would be Euclidean geometry, physical, tangible reality. Our
What's it?
optics see something other than that. Our optics see in spherical geometry. Now, this is common
No.
sense based on the shape of our eye, right? Now, improperly Euclidean geometry has been applied to the eye.
All
You
I
get
need
it?
to do is measure
Wouldn't it be
this
more than
angle
spherical
which is
geometry?
converging, and I can determine very clearly, Witsit, whether they're going to intersect or not. For example, the railroad tracks. That angle measurement by some known distances, by how the distance of those slats, and usually they're pretty close to being the same, I can determine whether that rate of convergence is enough to where I could point whether they will ever intersect or whether they could actually diverge. I can determine that too. Now, it will still look like they're converging in the distance, but they won't ever meet, and they will be parallel or near parallel.
See, you keep conflating the argument with
Not conflating
the
it.
optical difference in reality. And what I'm pointing out is that I don't care that you came up with some function to try to save it. The point is that our eyes do not see in Euclidean geometry. We know the railroad tracks are parallel. That's a fact.
No, that's not true. They do see. Absolutely. We're trained to see in Euclidean. We
You
know
guys
when
see what
things are
goes on here.
parallel. We know when
Yeah.
things are further away, whether they go to a point or not. We can actually see this because our brains actually do trigonometry
See, this is
naturally. Naturally.
this is why I know I'm just teasing you right now, and I'm gonna
Oh,
fully
you're
math
not
it out. I'm
teasing
gonna
me.
fully
What's it?
history
You
it
think
out.
you
I'm
know
talking.
something more than you do.
I'm gonna
Just
because
like you thought you knew how
anytime that
Coriolis works
you
and how the four-chord
challenge,
pendulum works.
anytime you
You don't know these
challenge,
things.
now he's freaking out, bringing up
No, I'm
pendulums,
not freaking out. I'm just saying
pendulums,
you said
planets,
before things you knew and you
electrostatics,
don't
whatever you
know.
can do to change the subject.
No,
So
no. You've said before many times the things that you said you knew about, which you don't know.
you're unbearable.
I'm
Why is he
saying
So
what you've
unbearable?
told
I
me.
don't think he's unbearable.
yeah,
He's
because
alright.
you're also religious though. So
No, yeah, well, I mean, I'm a little religious. I love deism. I mean, there's not a problem with deism. Why are you bringing my religion into this?
no, your religion is
Thinks our belief in physics
heliocentric.
is a religion.
No, don't
So
tell me what my religion is. It's deism.
He's only saying
It,
that they're
no.
treating the
You
physics
might
as
have more
religion.
than
That's what
one
he's saying.
religion,
I
right?
don't. I
But
only have one.
no.
I only have one.
Heliocentrism is a religion.
Akam, he just
Please
thinks
don't
that physics is a
disrespect.
religion to us.
Please don't
Xander, are you going to
disrespect my
keep interrupting? Because
religion.
I'm just going to mute you. Because that's 5 times in a row.
Don't
I've stayed
disrespect my
very
religion.
calm, and every time I speak, you interrupt me.
Well, don't disrespect my religion. Don't do that.
I'm sorry to
You are.
disrespect heliocentrism, but
I
this
don't
is a
care about
debate
that.
server about that. So
I don't care about that. Don't disrespect my religion.
now
Period.
you're just blatantly changing the subject. No one's talking about deism or your belief in
Yeah,
deism.
so don't mention my religion.
No, heliocentrism is
It's not my
is
religion.
also a religion of yours.
It's not my religion. Deal with
It is though, because it's a belief system you have.
It's not.
It's a
Deal with it.
belief system you have built upon
It's
the
not.
doctrine of men.
It's not. Deal
And
with it.
you actually don't have it requires faith for you to believe in it.
I don't believe in it. It's not a belief of mine. So please don't confuse it with my religion.
Oh, you don't believe the heliocentric model?
I'm not going to repeat myself for you, especially if you
Okay, well
disrespect my religion.
Okay, cool, fair enough. He's disavowing heliocentrism, so that we'll take it.
You're
Okay.
not making sense at all, but okay.
The heliocentric. See, can I make my point? This is my point. They're gonna fight this because academic sources, and when we're taught trigonometry and all this, right? We are taught perspective via Euclidean geometry. So they think for sure it is objectively true because it was taught in school. So they're going to have a illusory confidence and arrogance because this is what's taught in school, and some stupid flirt per usual is just challenging what's known in university and blah blah blah. Right? They haven't actually studied the history of this, and they haven't actually studied alternative perspectives within academic sources and academic circles. And that's okay. It's whatever. They'll learn reluctantly. But the point here is that it's very similar to relativity and heliocentrism, where just because everyone believes in it and you think that it's the status quo in university, so it's science, right? You just automatically assume it's true. it's not even an option in your
A lot of
mind
appeal to
that it
motive
could be
here.
wrong.
It's a lot of appeal to motive here. A lot of it.
No, I'm not. See, you also don't understand fallacies, right? So
Oh,
if
I do
my
understand that.
argument was appealing to your motive, then it'd be a fallacy. That isn't my argument at all. I'm objectively detailing your stance. I'm not making an argument with that motive. Okay. My point is that you are just going to blindly believe something if that's what is taught. For example, you believe heliocentrism and relativity, right? But you
No,
can't
not
prove it.
necessarily. Says who? Did I ever make that claim?
Well, okay, do you not?
I don't know. Do I? You're
I'm
the one
asking
saying I
you.
made this claim. Did I make this claim?
I've heard you talk a lot, and yeah, you've defended both of those things.
Did I make that claim?
You have literally made both those claims, yes.
I've never argued with those before.
You're lying. I've actually heard you defend heliocentric model and gravity, Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah,
I've
gravity.
literally
You
heard
didn't
you
mention
defend
that
it.
just now.
What?
You didn't mention that just now. I don't have a problem with the heliocentric model, unless it just pertains to the solar system. I don't mind that at all. But yeah, what else you was talking about? I
Then
don't.
you're useless then. Okay. So we'll talk to Sanic then. Univarse is scared to be a big boy and actually be honest about his position. It's just sophistry. Then you're just trying to waste my time and try to detach from as many claims as possible so that you
I'm
can
not
get
wasting
destroyed.
time. I just don't like people throwing claims on me if I ain't made the claim yet.
Do you believe the heliocentric model?
Yeah, I like the heliocentric model. I don't
Okay.
know if I believe everything in it, but a lot of stuff I know is real, and some of the stuff I do believe in because I can't test it myself.
Okay. Do you believe in the theory of relativity?
I don't know that much about theory of relativity, so no, I don't really say anything
Okay.
about the theory of relativity.
Do you know much about the history of relativity and why it was proposed to
I don't do
actually
history.
explain the heliocentric model?
I don't do history.
Okay,
all.
well, then what you have is what I said it was, which is a religion, because you don't
No.
actually know what it is that you believe in, you just believe it.
I'm a glober. I know it's a globe.
Okay, so do you believe that the Earth's a globe that spins around the sun?
No,
Oh, so the Earth doesn't go around the sun.
I didn't say that.
So does it?
Yep.
Okay, so you believe the Earth goes around the sun, but you
No.
don't actually know
I
the
don't believe.
history of the belief or what it is. It's okay. I
I don't
mean,
care about history.
it seems weird to me that you'd be
There's no point in
talking
bringing
about.
history into this.
It's not just about history. It's like current
There's
science.
no point in bringing history into this where you can find out everything today. You can find
That's
out
what
what
that's what my point is. Like the current paradigm is the same as what happened in history.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't care about what the paradigm is or what they did in history. I just only care about what we can figure out today.
That's good. Okay, but you need to understand why relativity is needed for the
No,
heliocentric model today.
Not really. If I could just figure it out today, I mean, if it
I
matches,
just said today.
so be it.
You're like a robot.
Yeah, but I don't need to know the history of it. I don't
Okay,
need to
fine.
be.
You don't need to know the history of it. Then you just need to know it as it pertains to today. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I just need to know what I can figure out today that proves it. That's all I
Okay,
need.
so check
all I
this.
know.
We can do a much more advanced version of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and we can shoot light with the orbit of the Earth, the assumed orbit of the Earth, which is like 30 kilometers a second going around the sun, right? We can
about
shoot a
that.
light beam that direction, and we can shoot a light beam perpendicular to that,
I
right?
don't care about the ether. I already just did with mathematics.
You have a problem, right? So this actually does involve mathematics, and this is actually the mathematical fix that saved the heliocentric model. You don't know your own position. That's my point.
I
How
know
is
my.
that not a
I
religion?
know the history of the people before me. I don't care about them. All I care about is what I can figure out today. I'm not trying to listen to what I'm told and believe what I'm told. I just care about what reality says to me.
You notice how it's like a frequent theme that ballers, even when they're fully allowed to finish their point, they interrupt. It's kind of weird. It's like a psychological thing.
Well, it's more of when you say something wrong about a person and kind of feel like they need to correct you. That's a psychological thing, not just a global thing.
No, but I'm not saying anything wrong. I asked you
Yes.
if you believe in the heliocentric model. You said yes. So, well, the current heliocentric model, the mainstream current heliocentric model, right, is that the displacement of mass within spacetime causes a gravity well via the bending and warping of spacetime. right? And this causes orbits, etc. And that time dilates, slows down in motion, and that matter contracts in the direction of motion. Now, this is
prove
the
for yourself?
current paradigm, right?
How much of this? How much of this can you prove for yourself? I mean, outside normally without a big budget.
I obviously don't partake in your religion, so I don't believe these things because they
No,
can't be
okay. So
proven.
of course you're not in my religion. You don't get in my religion by reading a book. So can we leave my religion out of this?
Okay. Okay, I'll just start saying belief system so you won't get so triggered.
I mean, even
So,
if you say belief system, you're still attacking the same damn thing.
okay. So wait, are you saying that that even though
Heliocentric
you believe in the heliocentric
globe.
model, but it's not a belief system?
Yeah, no, the globe is not a belief
No,
system.
we're talking about heliocentrism right now.
The globe, what I know about the globe, is not a belief system.
Okay. Do
I
you
mean, we at least should tackle the site. We can at least tackle the shape of the Earth before we move on to the solar system.
No, actually, you don't. What you don't get is that it's very important to discuss this first, actually,
No,
because
we should start at a small scale that we can understand, like the shape of the Earth, and then let's move on to the solar system and stuff like that.
we can't get to the shape of the Earth first because you guys claim that gravity coalesced the Earth into a sphere over the course of many years,
Sorry, I
and
didn't
that
make the
there is
claim here.
centrifugal forces.
Attack the claims here. The claims that are made here. Can we just attack those? I mean, I
Okay.
don't feel
Yeah,
like
you
going by
just said the Earth is heliocentric, right? So,
the Earth is a globe. I know this for a fact. So can we just
all right, well,
stick
then
to
if
what?
you don't want to talk about the subject, then you can just tap out. Because I'm actually trying to make a point, which is this is very similar with the whole Euclidean geometry thing. It's very similar here with relativity. In both scenarios, we have people that are very confident in their position, but they actually don't know what their position is. They just
Okay, that's
believe
fine.
it because everyone else believes it and they assume it to be quote unquote science and popular
Okay,
belief.
that's fine. If you want to attack people's beliefs instead of what they know, that is completely fine. That is completely up to you. I'd rather stick to stuff that I know instead of stuff that people believe in, because when it comes to things that people believe in, it's hard to prove whether or not it's true or not. So I'd rather stick to just facts and stuff. But like I said, if you want to talk to that stuff, I'm gonna get in your way. That's cool. You got a point to prove. You can prove it to whoever's listening if somebody's listening.
All right, cool. Shut up. So, oh, he left. Hey, Zenik, do you agree that it's very similar to relativity, whereas the vast majority of ballers don't actually know about it and really understand it, but they just kind of believe it because that's what's taught in school? Weird. They're so weird. So it's like, did any of the flat earthers understand what I'm saying, right? So if we see railroad tracks and they're parallel to each other in reality, right? That's how we build them, or they wouldn't work. Obviously, they're parallel, right? Meaning they don't intersect. So if we know they're parallel in tangible reality, but when we view them with optics and vision, they appear to converge towards each other. What that tells us is that our eyes do not see with the same geometric function as tangible reality. So we cannot accurately apply Euclidean geometry to our eyes because we can prove that something that's accurately described with Euclidean geometry will be viewed via vision, right, in spherical geometry. It's the linchpin to the lie, dude. They're gonna freak out. They're gonna start dropping from servers. I don't even know what they're gonna do. It's like, it's wild. It's like right there, right in front of us. It is the linchpin. I've started studying into it. I've started looking into the history of it. Dude, it's insane. The two main things that the Globers have, right? They say star trails, the fact that we see a convergence around a singular point in the sky in the south, star trails, that works on the globe, that debunks a flat earth. And then the second thing that they have is They claim geodetic surveying. They claim navigation with the sky, right? They claim a bunch of things using their math, using Euclidean geometry. These are the two things that they have. It's really pretty much it. I mean, they will say stuff like sunsets don't work on a flat earth, stupid. But are you guys seeing like the impact of this argument? It changes everything, dude. It changes almost every one of their alleged proofs. I don't want to get too hyper specific because I want to like really iron it out. I'm going to have all the math and all that, right? But I just think it's crazy. I think it's crazy that they pulled this lie off to the world by saying that we see in Euclidean geometry on a spherical Earth, when in fact we see a Euclidean geometry Earth with spherical geometry. That was the whole trick. That is the trick. So apply this to celestial navigation in the sky. Apply this to geodetic surveying. Dude, that is the trick. The second one is that they took the sky and then they reverse engineered a model of the Earth. And now we have people in 2022 that think that the globe was just discovered and then it predicts everything perfectly like celestial navigation. So they hijacked the sky and they hijacked optics and vision. It's over, bro. The debate is over. 2023 will literally be the end of the debate.
Can I understand that what you're saying is the Glober's claims are based on not understanding that we see in spherical geometry, not Euclidean. So we can't trust things in a Euclidean sense if we gain them through our sense of sight. Is that the gist?
Yeah, like if you're building your alleged evidence for the Earth being a sphere upon applying perspective math via Euclidean geometry to the eye, and then you're invoking observations, your entire foundation is wrong. Thus, all your conclusions are wrong.
So is there a way to already include this spherical nature of the eye?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, that's the part that I'm not revealing yet, right? Like I'm fully mathing that out and then bringing it to the table, and there will be nothing to say. Like there will just be crickets. So,
but
enjoy being a baller while you can, man.
The challenge is if you haven't released it yet, what you're also saying is all of the flat Earth measurements have been bunk because they're based also on the assumption of Euclidean geometry. So out goes FE Core and all of their work, out goes Jeren, out goes Black Swan, out goes any observation over water because we don't understand our vision because we assume it's Euclidean and not spherical. Correct?
No. So what you don't understand is, like I said, we live on a plane. That's Euclidean geometry. We see in spherical geometry. The globe flips that and says that we live on a sphere, which needs to have spherical geometry applied, and we see with Euclidean geometry.
Richard, you are delusional in a way because we can use Euclidean geometry, and there are transforms to spherical geometry, non-Euclidean, which is not a problem. It's not that difficult of math. And we do things in Euclidean, such as horizon drop with altitude. And that's something that's doing Euclidean, but dictated only by the results of those calculations and observations that show that the Earth is round. Because you can't have a horizon drop of 4% at 40,000 feet and not have the surface beneath you be round.
Are you using optics?
Using optics, yes.
Yeah, thanks for playing. The whole globe will die in 2023, bro.
Sure
it's hilarious.
You keep on saying this, and it's almost
okay. Well,
delusional,
Zanuck,
it's interesting.
Zanuck, do you think I'm dumb?
Zanuck,
do you think I'm dumb?
Especially when you talk about, what you think of theories are for special and general relativity, and you think that the planets have been all coalesced because of gravity, gravitational
do you think I'm
fields
dumb?
and things. And in Euclidean or in Einsteinian special relativity and general relativity, it's more about bending, warping of space-time and time dilation, which causes the bending, warping of space-time.
Hey, Zanuck, Do you think I'm stupid?
And you still haven't resolved the
Okay.
paradox.
All right, dude. You're not even trying to have a
So,
conversation.
you went off on several different tangents, talking about how everything's uncalculable, or you have to optics are going to cause this and that. But
You're
I talked
freaking
to
out.
you about just something simple as why something accelerates when it's thrown off a building and why it's actually floating in real life. You couldn't rectify that
Oh my
in your
God.
mind or anyone else's.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
You are desperately trying to switch
you
the
didn't know how
subject.
Coriolis works.
This is all you have.
Everything you
All you
talk
have.
about, you don't understand.
Every single time I'm in this room, and this is why I don't frequent the room as much, is because you're always in here and you always talk about the same two things. You always,
don't
no matter
understand.
what the,
Yes.
now you're interrupting me, like you always do that as well.
Oh boy.
And no matter what the conversation's about, you respond to me with Coriolis and free falling objects. No matter what the conversation's about, every time you get pinned down
Don't forget
and you can't
Coriolis.
rebut the conversation, you respond with, you don't even understand. Da, 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 da. Right?
Well, can I
Red
respond?
herring fallacies, poisoning the well, ad homs, straw mans.
Not really.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You may be poisoning the well because you have explained to me and to everybody here, for example, about the Foucault pendulum. And I talked about the I-beam hanging from a string. You didn't quite understand about the conservation of angular momentum. Maybe you
And
now
just
know how
no
that
shame, he
works.
goes to do
But
it
you may,
anyway.
it's just simple things like that. Or why there's a paradox of something falling actually accelerating, but actually it being in free fall, no forces acting on it. These are things that you haven't been able to explain to anybody. So it shows that you don't know as much as you think you do about some of the basic high school level physics that we speak about here.
You got
I want to know
you
how
got
this
nothing.
applies to the black swan.
Yeah, you don't understand it, but you'll get it. I'll bring the math
Yeah.
out. By the way,
Yeah,
Xanax, something that you need to familiarize yourself with is an obfuscation fallacy or an empty words fallacy. Because I've been looking for what it is, right, for a while. And one of the most prominent fallacies, which I've been typically calling sophistry, it is more precisely empty words fallacy. Right, where it's just like you just go on, but you don't say anything. You don't say anything to the argument. It's called an empty words fallacy.
I did. I specifically argued with you about your optics being a cause of something, or that Euclidean geometry cannot work on the sphere. And we talked about the railroad tracks, and I gave you a very intelligent, very easy to understand answer. You just hand waved dismissed it because it's like almost like you didn't think about that. Yeah, we can look at railroad tracks and see the angle which they converge and know whether they're going to converge to a point, or whether they're going to intersect, or whether they're never going to intersect. We can know this. This is knowable using our eyes, using optics. Even though it looks like the conversion, that conversion does follow Euclidean geometry. For some reason, you think it doesn't. You think it's if we see something convergent, they're gonna by nature of converging lines, they have to intersect. But that's not how trigonometry or
Blatant
Euclidean
straw
geometry
man.
works.
Blatant straw man. Where now for the fourth time in a row,
You were talking about that
now you have,
specifically.
make sure you interrupt me though, and make sure you try to save it because you know I'm about to expose you. You know I'm going to
what I
expose
said
you.
to you.
You know I'm going to expose you. So you keep doing it. You keep on pretending what I'm saying is that your use of Euclidean geometry and perspective doesn't have any function to account for the differential in optics. That is not my point. That is a straw man fallacy, right?
I thought I just addressed
You're just
that
going to keep saying
specifically.
it though, because you
No, I
can't
thought I just
debate.
addressed. Hey, you don't have to make fun of me or call me names. I thought just now I addressed that specifically, that we can look at how optics work and we can use the Euclidean geometry and determine whether lines will intersect or not. Whether they look like they're converging or not is regardless.
You
The
see, he's
point
saying
of
it again. He's just immediately saying it again anyway.
well, because
Like,
that's
how
what's
do
your
other
main
ballers
point.
not see
You
it, or
brought
do you
it up,
see it
bro.
and you just
You've been
choose not
talking
to
for
say
about
anything?
an hour. It's been an hour. What's it? You've been talking about this. I
First of all,
addressed it.
I've only been in
I
here
didn't
for like
obfuscate.
20
I didn't
minutes.
poison the well. I just gave you how we use optics to determine things with Euclidean geometry on a spherical surface and determine that things are on a spherical surface and why things do converge or don't converge using trigonometry.
Just
You
keep
said, "Oh,
saying
you're
it.
using
He's just
fancy
gonna keep saying,
equations."
dude. Do the flat
Poisoning the
earthers see
well.
how
You're
damning this
poisoning the well.
argument's about to be? They're going to shut down, dude. Like they can't. I didn't say that we don't have certain conventions within Euclidean geometry applied to perspective to account for the differential in optics. That is not my argument for the 5th time. My point is that we are improperly applying Euclidean geometry to vision, when in fact we see in spherical geometry. This has
So let
drastic
me ask you about that
implications.
then. So let me ask you about that. I think I understand what you mean by it, which is we capture vision as a sphere, as the center point of a sphere. And if we don't apply spherical geometry to that and assume it's Euclidean, then the results we get will be false. So that will throw away all of these optically based phenomena, and that's why it's going to be over for the globe. Is that a fairly good steel man of your position thus far, Witsit?
It's okay.
Okay. Does that mean RIP to the black swan? Because to me it does. It says at this many foot of drop for this distance, i.e. treating the curvature of Earth as spherical, I should see no further than X on Y for a blah observer, yiggity, yiggity, bang.
No.
That
I see
means
what you're
RIP
saying,
to that, right? Because
but
that's assuming
no,
Euclidean geometry.
no.
No?
So,
Okay. Explain why no.
right, because you can do the math with spherical geometry, applying it to a spherical Earth, okay? And you can still deduce where the obstruction should be,
How?
okay?
Explain that.
Well, I just told you I'm not giving the math out right now. I just said that. So I know that that may be frustrating
I
for
don't
you,
see
but
any what I'm saying is I don't see any calculation in the existing thing. It's assuming a dead straight line of sight, and it is assuming a
that's
curved
correct.
surface that curves
Okay.
away from that. That
Okay.
none of it's put in spherical space, like that you could do two straight parallel lines and they would never diverge, whereas they would if it was spherical. We can test some of these things in that measurement that he gives, X over Y. There is no spherical assumption there, that there's no maths put in. As Zanuck was saying, you could be doing a transform, but suddenly that maths would get really funky. It wouldn't just be square root of the observer's height and feet, blah, 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 blah. It wouldn't be that simple. That's linear,
Oh,
simple
you mean like
Euclidean
the
geometry.
current mathematical form of the black swan argument? Sure, it would
Yeah.
have to change. Yeah.
Okay, so the black swan's out. Dead.
If you want to make sure the black swan observation still debunks the globe, but the current mathematical formulation would change. Yeah.
Well, how does it debunk
If the mathematical formula, I can handle it, Zanuck. If the mathematical formula changed, how do you already know the result of it, and yet having not done it or released, so to speak, the maths?
Yeah, because if we apply spherical geometry to the globe, assuming it's a globe, there still has to be physical obstruction, right? And even though our eyes see with spherical geometry, that doesn't mean that they can see through things.
Correct.
Okay, so
sure.
You'll get like I actually like you. Okay,
But you haven't done
I'm
the
just trying to
maths,
say
have
I'm
you?
not trying to mess with you or anything. I'm not releasing it yet. Okay, I want to
So
perfect all the math.
it sounds
So-
like the maths is to explain phenomena, including things like sunsets, explaining why things appear to be occluded from the bottom up as they go
No,
into
we
the
don't
ocean.
even need this to explain sunsets, dude. But
So
I would say that
I
any
was still,
proper denotation.
is it okay if I just finish my thought? I was still going
Yeah,
there.
man.
But it seems like this is a way to excuse away optical phenomena that the globe present by going, all of their maths will change. They don't
No,
even know it yet, but it's all dead. But what I'm challenging you with is I'm going,
do
there's
know
one calculate. So let me finish. There's one calculation based on the black swan that would also be dead. And you go, well, I haven't done the maths yet, but I'm pretty sure that still holds up. Why are you, it seems convenient that your side will hold up, having not yet done the maths, but also having not yet done the maths. You're pretty
You know what's
sure our
funny?
side won't.
You guys just don't listen. So I just have to repeat myself again. And I have a feeling it's
Well,
going to
maybe
happen
say it
about
differently.
5 times in a row, right? So I'm just going to repeat myself now. So if you apply spherical geometry to the Earth, assuming the Earth's a sphere, there is physical obstruction. That is an independent statement of how we view things. Objectively, regardless of how we view things, okay, there will be physical, tangible obstruction if the Earth is a sphere. Okay,
How do
we
you
can
know
do the
there'll be
math
physical,
and we can
tangible
know the
obstruction?
distance in which they would obstruct things. Now,
How do
we
you
have
know there
to,
would be How do you know there would be tangible physical obstruction?
because it's a globe. What the?
Right, but if your vision is spherical and it changes the maths, what you would do to draw this out as a perspective drawing, or you could draw it orthogonally, you would show this blocking lines of sight. But if all that maths gets disturbed by a spherical transform, you've got to do maths each time, right? You can't just say my side wins and your side
I
loses
didn't
based
say
on this
that.
maths. I won't. Listen to the full case that you are making. I have maths that I haven't yet released that destroys your whole side and holds my side up, but I won't show you yet.
Yeah, that's right. Cry about it.
It's just not very convincing, is what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
care.
I've
I
got no need to
literally
cry.
don't want to convince you. I actually believe genuinely that certain people aren't allowed to see this truth.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm just
Yeah.
making a basic
I
point
mean,
that
I
an
think
intellectually honest
some
person would
fool
admit.
themselves into thinking they've already
The
found it.
railroad track proves it. You can't deny it. And I was only throwing it up because I know there's flat earthers in here. I want to show them that the Globers are going to freak out. Like, they're not going to know what to say. Do you think I
Is the
care
math?
if I have to correct a bunch of flat earthers on their math for perspective? I don't care, because that means that we're actually accurately now promoting our position to a more superior place. I don't care about that. See, the reason
So
you
you
think
might
I care
correct
is
the
because
black
you
swan.
guys
Yeah,
all
I
have
agree.
to agree on things.
Yeah. And you're a bit of a firebrand in the thing, so you don't mind if you sort of step on a few toes. I get that. I'm not suggesting you would care about having to correct flat earthers. What I more mean is there are many physical phenomena that Globers can refer to. But if you say we can't trust our vision because spherical geometry can't be applied to Euclidean things, which I think is exactly what you're talking about, sight lines and stuff are Euclidean. Perspective drawings are Euclidean. So if that's the case,
It is
it
objective
seems to get rid of all of your evidence, but only like 3/4 of ours.
No. So I'll show you why you're wrong specifically. I already did, which is regardless of how we perceive things. The point being made here is that on a planar surface, right? Planar or spherical surface, our eyes see in spherical geometry. Regardless of what the Earth is, our eyes see in spherical geometry. This is a major mishap in perspective math across the board. Although there are exceptions, there are many PhDs and stuff that will stand right beside me and agree. Okay. Now, I don't need them though, because basic common sense can tell you this. And the real question is, how did this somehow go unnoticed? And I brought
I
the
don't think
railroad
it
tracks
did.
up. Now, the next step is then to say, now, how would that translate to what we see on the Earth, whether it was planar or spherical, right? And
I don't
I'm
think
more
you're
than
new at
happy to
saying this,
release
though.
a specific math. Since this argument is about math, I'm not going
Yeah.
to like really lay out the arguments and make all these claims until I give the math. So I don't want to deal with ballers pretending they know I'm wrong when they actually know deep down they've never
I'm
heard
right.
what I'm saying and they have no idea. Right. So it's like a waste of my time. I'm presenting this to flat earthers. I do this for fellow truth seekers, true earthers. That's why I do what I do. I don't do what I do to convince Zanuck the earth is flat. Right. So I mean, I'm not trying to
I
like.
don't think that you're very much at the front. Like I would say, a perspective drawing is putting Euclidean space into a sphere because what it does is it's got a vanishing point, right? Or it makes the observer the vanishing point and then goes, what would I see from here? And anytime there's an observer and there's a full limit, that's going to be in a sphere. And I've got a 360 camera, and it's very clear that it presents an entire view of my position from the world here as a sphere. I don't think that's new. I'm not sure what I'll be curious to see the maths, sure, but I don't, as you said, if something's obstructed, something's obstructed. So if that's the case and we go, I see the sun set into the ocean at pretty much 15 degrees an hour, and I can call somebody somewhere else and they watch it pop out of the ocean at 15 degrees an hour. I don't know how much of that's going to be like, oh my God, spherical eyesight changes that doesn't also change the black swan. Do you get my point?
No, you're bringing up the sun now. No one said anything about the sun. Okay.
Well,
I
based
explained
on
the black swan. The black swan does improperly apply Euclidean geometry to the eyes.
Okay.
In a way, because now what
So
would
red
the
black
change
swan.
be? Well, I don't even know if there would be much change because I haven't done that specific math and I haven't done all the math. So that's not really the point. The point is that if we live on a ball, right, there's going to be physical obstruction. No matter how our eyes see, there's physical obstruction. It doesn't matter what geometry our eyes use to see. You can't see through walls, right? So like that part is just, it doesn't change. Now we are going to go look at things in the distance, and if we see them too far, well, either we're looking through the earth, or as of course you guys like to claim, things infinitely refract around the earth. Now, the reason that this argument's important is because when someone jumped in my comment section the other day, they said, dude, what would you accept as proof that the earth is a globe? And I said, direct physical measurement of earth curvature. And of course, they went on their freaking script talking about, we already have that, and you'll just hand wave dismiss it, and you'll just lie about it. It's called geodetic survey. This is like the go-to for the globe. When you ask for physical measurement of
I don't know
curvature,
where we're at now, though. I'm a bit lost. Can you guide me back to where we started? Because I feel like we're just on 4 different topics and you having a discussion with somebody else.
no, because what? No, okay, you're basically taking my point I'm bringing up, and you're trying to say something about flat Earth evidences and the sun
Yes.
and all this different stuff. The reason this is
It's
important is because
inconsistent with
the,
almost all
the
flat Earth
alleged
evidences, is
globe,
what I'm saying.
the alleged globe evidence hijacked how our eyes see. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I get that claim. I'm just saying, if we stick to your logic of this, going, we can't trust things that are in Euclidean geometry, and as you acknowledge, the black swans in Euclidean geometry, then, as you said, we've got to redo the maths on these things. My point is that's destructive to almost all flat Earth, quote unquote, evidence, and
It
only
isn't
some of the
destructive.
globe evidence.
It only slightly alters the math that gets you to the same conclusion. That's
Okay.
what I'm trying. Do you
Can I have a
understand
simple
that?
yes no to this? Can I have a simple yes no to this question? Did the black swan use the correct maths?
Mm, I'm
Simple
trying to
yes
think
no,
about it.
please.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. Like, so it says, it just denotes where the horizon should be. So
Yes,
it
based on
doesn't
the.
even apply perspective math. So yeah, it does use the
Yes,
right.
it does.
How
So
so?
it does apply perspective because it tells you the angular height something should be.
This is true.
Right?
Yeah.
It
So
turns
we,
that angular height into a distance to make it simpler for you, but it's telling you, like, I mean, it is about perspective. So are they using the correct maths or not, Witzer?
no.
Okay. So the black swan is using the incorrect maths. Would you say that the black swan is an argument that is based upon the maths?
Yeah,
That
of course.
maths is fundamental to the black
It's
swan
based on the
argument?
globe Earth's math. Yeah.
Sure. Debunking the globe Earth's maths. So maths is, would you agree, is fundamental to its argument?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the black swan's fundamental argument is about maths, and they got the maths wrong. Is that correct?
They're using the globe's math and the current paradigm's math, and I'm saying the current paradigm's math of perspective is wrong.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is the same thing you're saying, which is the black swan was an argument about maths, and they got the maths wrong. So
Yes.
yeah, we
Now, I just
agreed.
explained very clearly. I don't know exactly how much it would change as it pertains to not being able to see too far. Even if our eyes see in spherical geometry on a globe, if you're a certain height above the Earth, you can only see so far. That part doesn't change. The fundamentals of physical obstruction doesn't change. How we perceive it is different. So would it be different? Yes, because what they did was use the Earth curve calculator. And the Earth curve calculator, right, is seemingly assuming Euclidean geometry applied division. But not so much, because it just tells you how much curve should be there at a certain height, but it inadvertently invokes perspective with Euclidean geometry. So all they're doing is it that it was trash and it's all wrong? Well, only in that the Earth curve calculator used the wrong math for vision.
Sure. So
Yes, it would have to change.
They use the wrong maths to make a point about maths. So the whole thing's
So
wrong.
you just want to try to phrase it in
Nuts
such
to
a
go.
way as if somehow this is damning to flat Earth, and it's literally
No, it's
not at
not
all.
damning to all of flat Earth, but it's damning to that particular bit of evidence. If you're
No,
right, that's
no, it's
wrong.
not. It's damning to the way that piece of evidence was put forth,
Sure, yeah, that
but
too.
not the evidence itself.
Well, yeah, it's Euclidean geometry, and as you just acknowledged, it should have been spherical. I agree with
Do
you.
you think that's going to somehow change that we shouldn't have seen the horizon behind the oil rigs?
It's a maths question. They made a point based on maths, and by your assertion, they used the wrong maths. Yes, that means they got it wrong. Like, even if they got to the right answer, if you show the wrong working, if you go, here's me not
I already said
understanding
that.
perspective and spherical. and spherical
I
geometry,
already
then
said that.
you're not getting to. You, it'd be cool if I could finish. You're
Yeah,
not
but
getting
if you
to the
just keep
right answer
repeating,
if
I'm just
you're
going to
using the.
disengage.
I'm sorry. You go. You go. It's obviously more important than what I'm saying.
Yeah, stop. You just keep repeating it over and over, though, man. You see why it's kind of being frustrating for me?
Sure, it's frustrating for me to take so long for you to realize that you should just go, yeah, this means the black swan's wrong. It's a maths
I've
argument.
already said. You said, is the black swan's math right? And I said no. And you just want to keep saying it over and over.
Sure.
When
What
I
about
said
FE
was
core?
the way they got to the conclusions wrong, that doesn't mean the conclusion is wrong. And then you just want to keep saying it, and then you want to jump back in and say, well, it doesn't, even if their conclusion's not wrong, the way that they got to it's wrong. I already said that.
Sure. Okay. So Jaren's observation that's in behind the curve, where he shines a light and then optically sees if he can see that with a torch, applying exactly the same calculation that the black swan does. That's using the wrong maths as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. FE core, where they're trying to see how far
Yes.
they can shoot a laser.
Yes.
Okay, they're wrong too. So
The math.
what's the best flat Earth measurement that
Do you not
isn't wrong?
hear how stupid you sound right now? Dude, the math they use is the Earth curve calculator. Okay? So
Yep.
what they did was, they tell us the Earth's a ball. They tell us this is how perspective works. This is the Earth curve calculator. This is their position. We're going to falsify their position. So using their math for the eyes, which everyone overlooked. Everyone
Maths
overlooked.
for the eyes. So,
Yeah,
so
perspective.
what you're saying is there wasn't maths for the eyes built into the Earth curve calculator because the Earth curve calculator is Euclidean. These guys also didn't include optical stuff. So neither the Earth curve calculator people, whoever they may be, and neither them nor FE core used the correct thing. And they wanted to
Do you
test the
not
wrong
hear
thing.
how
They
you're
went, hey, look, the
being
wrong
like
thing's wrong.
disingenuous? I just said that. I literally just said everyone
I
overlooked
just
it.
want to make it clear.
No, you want to just
the
keep
point you're making
repeating
for
it
everybody
as if
else in
it's
the
some
room.
type of win. And you want to try to
It
rephrase
is.
it over and over as
He
if
just
it's a
can't
gotcha.
accept that. He just can't accept
It's a
that you
huge win that nobody here has spotted how big
so he
this
needs
is.
to just keep bringing up other people that you think are Witset's authorities because he's actually countering your authority of geometry.
Yeah, like I think for myself, it's
It's
just a foreign concept to Globers. They look at it as this like real like team versus team like cult thing or something. It's like I don't care that a bunch of flat earthers overlooked that the Earth curve calculator bakes in improper optical perspective. Yeah, it's a mistake. We fell for a mistake.
Okay,
Guess
so
what
they got
flat
it
earth
wrong.
is? Constantly discovering that we fell for deceptions. That's what it
So-
is. It's a
so to
position
agree-
of humility.
Right. Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong for you to hold this position. What I'm saying is for any other flat earther here that thinks that those are good evidence, the black swan, FE core, any of those are good evidence for the shape of the Earth. By not understanding they're using perspective, they would say we actually don't have any evidence because all of the work
Until
we've done is
5
bring the
minutes
wrong
later,
math.
when we take all the same evidence and just present it with the proper math, and it still debunks the globe. How do you understand that?
Sure. Yeah, that's future tense though. That's what you think might happen. But what you're making them accept now is we actually don't have any evidence that we're on a flat Earth. We
If
actually
you wanna
don't have
phrase it
any
that way
evidence
because you're a
against
sophist.
the globe. No, it's because you just threw out all the evidence by saying it's based on the wrong maths.
Okay,
So all of the flat earthers here that agree with you have to go, yeah, we've actually got no evidence. All of it was
If that
based on the
makes you
wrong
feel
maths. We've
better,
been spending
man.
years doing things wrong.
And that would also mean the globe has literally no evidence.
Sure, it's just a funny because the Globers don't agree with you, so it doesn't put them in an awkward position to agree with you or
See, this
admit
is
they're
back
wrong.
to your cult mentality again.
Yeah, there's anybody here agreeing with Witset right now has to then go back to saying we don't have any good evidence because it's all based on bad maths.
Do you not see how he just
Which is
keeps saying
cool.
it? The bad math it's based upon is the globe's bad math. So, yeah, we found an additional problem with the globe and the paradigm that supports the globe. Shocker. Guess what? In 2 years, we're going to find a lot more. That's how it works when you're constantly examining a lie in a fallacious, fraudulent model. None of the flat earthers are going to care when they see that what I'm saying is clearly objective and provable, and the math is attainable, and it still is damning to the globe. Only difference is it's also damning to the alleged globe evidence. So I think they're going to be okay writing. I think they're probably going to forgive me.
Yeah, cool. I mean, it's an exciting thing to do. I'll keenly await to hear of this maths.
Hey,
I don't
Riding,
even
did
know
you
how you
go
do it.
to
Can
the
you
Wowie coffee shop the
explain
other
some
day and
elements of
coffee
what it would
shameless?
change?
Riding. How was the Wowie coffee?
I turn up there and they don't bloody serve food, so I went off to get somewhere that had served food. I'll try just their coffee when I go back next. But I was looking for breakfast, and I was like, I'll go to Carlos's place for Wowie coffee, and then they go no food. I'm like, okay, bye.
It's because it's a coffee shop. And you said they advertise it in a bistro.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
go to the bistro maybe.
A new perspective. Your name is very fitting for this discussion. What do you think?
I can't wait to see the math. I think you're probably on it. I mean, it's obvious that it's not a globe in so many other ways, but this is going to probably end it. For anyone that pays attention and realizes what and is able to accept it.
Yeah. Yeah, like, yo, it's crazy because, like, I don't even know. I haven't had a baller yet in here. It's the first time I've really brought it up. Like, actually respond to the. So, like, when we see railroad tracks, we know they're parallel, but we don't view them as parallel, which proves our eyes see in spherical geometry.
There you go.
Yeah. Like, even when the tangible reality can be described via Euclidean geometry, because the parallel lines are an accurate description of what the railroad tracks actually tangibly are, our eyes do not view them that way.
So
do you
can
think
you explain
your math?
how
Do you think
spherical
your math
geometry?
might be able to? Do you think your math might be able to come up with a new device? What's it?
We
Good
don't need a new
question.
device. It's what do you mean? It's just the interpretation of what the devices show us. It's like,
Okay.
yeah, like
Got
that's what I'm
ya.
trying to tell him. All the evidence is not going to just vanish, right? It's just going to be properly understood and interpreted. It's going to be a very bad day for them. They're going to do everything. I mean, I guess I brought it up just to kind of see a taste of it, but I already know. It's going to be a bunch of obfuscation. It's going to be a bunch of like, oh, like he did probably the best they can do, which is like flip it on me as if I'm like throwing out our evidence so that they can end the conversation with, you threw out all the flat earth evidence. That's why I'm not really formally presenting it until I have all that accounted for. And I'm just like, go on mute, go read the math, right? Because
Do
like
you
it's
think
just not.
do you think the channel My Perspective is close to what you're hoping to divulge?
I don't know. Never heard it. Never heard of it.
My Perspective, the South African guy.
Mm-mm.
Okay, should
I'll
check
look
him
him up.
out. He's pretty.
Yeah, he's old school.
And yeah, I'm not even saying that like I made this amazing discovery on my own or anything, but the fact that flat earth has not like completely formulated this argument's insane. Dude, the implications are like so lethal, bruh. Like they claim that geodetic surveying, they claim that their evidence that the earth's a ball, right? Is they take plane survey measurements, okay? And they compile them together. And then they have a plumb line set in one position and a plumb line set in another position, like say on top of two mountains. And then they measure reciprocal zenith angles and they show that optically looking at the other plumb line, it's not 90 degrees, right? That's like their go-to spherical excess, right? Yeah, that's like their go-to. Dude, it's going to be so bad because it extends to so many things that like that's just the main one that it extends to. But yeah, it's going to be crazy. All of a sudden, they can't even use optics without using the right math. And once they do use the right math, it's just bad. It's so bad for them. And so what they're going to do, obviously, is they're not going to try to argue the math. They can't. So they're going to argue that Euclidean geometry is actually the proper way to describe perspective. They're going to go down with that ship. They'll die before they say anything else, right? They'll even ridicule me. They'll bring up mainstream textbooks and say, look, you're such an idiot. You don't know basic math. Leave it up to a flirt to not understand basic math, right? They'll gaslight you and all this stuff. But that is not my problem, right? Like, I don't care. That's like a state of despair.
Yeah, the math, the mainstream math is wrong. That's the problem, and that.
Yep.
With everything, like great circle routes. I mean that right there, they've come up with their little formula that says this is what you need to correct for, as if the plane could automatically then gain this conserve momentum just by banking. Aiming left or right is going to add conserved momentum to the plane as it goes over a gradient. It doesn't work that way, but their
Yeah.
math says it can, so they believe it.
Yeah, writing doesn't bring up a completely useless point. I think it just was just I was just annoyed with how he was bringing it up, but like FED probably will get triggered, right? Because they've just been ranting and raving about this for so long. But I don't care, bro. Like the real ones are gonna just adopt to the truth, right? So like celestial navigation is another one that Glovers love to bring up, right? 60 miles per degree, right? 60 nautical miles, I suppose. That's their big home run proof. And it does it everywhere on the earth, you stupid flurf. And I've
Yes,
been
that is
saying
definitely one
for
I love the 60 nautical miles per degree.
So do you think we'll be able to go out there? Will we be able to go out there and do an experiment like Jaren and use a different formula and come up with the same result, but undeniable that the maths works out?
yes. Now, of course, what we know when we make observations is that the stuff that we view in the distance changes, right? So there is like an optical effect additional to perspective that happens. I mean, there's no other option because our eyes aren't like lifetime changing, right? Like the Atmos does in fact mess with things and it causes obstruction and blah, blah, blah. So that's the next step. The three things that's going to happen in 2023, and the last one's the toughest one, is I'm going to really math out this point. This has like a huge amount of subcategories. I'm going to explain the Southern Star Trails to an extent that like no one can deny that there is a viable mechanism to view what we see in the South on a flat Earth.
Actually, I'd love to say.
Yeah. You see how like what I'm gonna do in 2023 is like literally write down the best quote unquote globe proofs, and they're getting decimated. Like decimated. Because I will admit a lot of flat earthers just kind of hand wave dismiss certain things. And the reason they do this is not even as much as being intellectually dishonest, is like there's so much evidence against the globe, right? That they're not going to throw it all out because of something they haven't fully understood yet. The Globers act like all this damning evidence against the globe goes out the window until we come up with something for the Southern Star Trails. But that is actually not intellectual at all, right? Like that's not how it works. You don't throw out all the evidence because of one thing you've yet to figure out. The evidence is still there. It's called a preponderance of evidence.
Yeah, I don't know who said that. Like to me, it's a very strong bit, but it just sounds like making up people again and then debunking them. Like I don't think one bit of evidence throws out another bit unless they're in some way directly contradictory.
Dude, Globers never stop saying it. They never stop saying you can debunk the flat Earth with just the sunset. You can debunk the globe. You can debunk the flat Earth with just the Southern Star Trails. The Southern Star Trails debunk flat Earth. They say it all the time.
Sure. I mean, I think there's strong evidence for a globe. Like anybody should, right? If you're rotating on a 3D object, you're immediately going to have two poles, and if you look at those poles from there, you're going to get clockwise and counterclockwise rotation. They're going to be 180 degrees from one another. That's just spin any object, and it's got two poles now.
It's going to be so bad for the globe.
Good evidence.
Just on a spinning ball in space. That's cool.
Well, it could be a chair, couch, even a flat thing. You immediately go, oh, you need to be living on both sides of the flat thing to see that Southern Star Trail.
No, that's ridiculous. That's what you think. But like I just brought that up to point out that I'm going to put an end to that nonsense as well. So like, yeah, it's just going to be a tough year for the Globers, man.
Sure.
Yeah, and I mean, some flat earthers, because of pride. What's up?
Can you give us a hint about this maths? Like what like that'd be a huge one.
I've given you tons of info about it. Writing, I've given you tons of info about it. You could go look it up based on what I've said alone. So like, but I'm not going to give the specifics.
I already think I see in a sphere. I don't think I need to apply much transformation to that. I clearly see the stars circling a small central point, there is a central point in the sky around which all the stars are circling. It's to me as simple as if I'm sitting here and something gets in the way, it's obstructed. Same thing works with my vision being a sphere. Everybody knows your vision's a sphere. That's how computer games are made. That's how 360 images are made. That's how perspective drawings are made. It's not new.
Well,
It's not
well,
how
if you
perspective
got
drawings.
all of the if you got all of the heat altitude as a sphere, then you could work from the basis that the Earth is flat and the sky is curved. It's all inverted, but you'd have to nominate a specific distance to all of the stars.
No. The sky is optically curved. Okay? Because the baller's rebuttal, because like the reason I'm a flat earther is I think through the arguments and come up with the best thing I can for the globe. Okay? When you say, because I've been saying it for years, right? Like, well, no, actually, the globe hijacks optical declination of the sky and improperly applies it to terra firma. And then, of course, the stupid ballers say that's word salad or whatever. Well, then they will say, right, like the best argument against that is, well, when it happens everywhere, right? So, like, say that you have the stars at varying altitudes, that doesn't explain the 60 nautical miles per degree. Because if I go 60 miles here, 60 miles there, 60 miles there, it still changes at that rate. So, it just like there being varying altitudes doesn't explain it. There must be an optical effect, right? And that's where I always say, well, yeah, we don't know the medium, we don't know the distance, so we treat them as equidistant and infinite distances and stuff like that. We actually don't know. We don't know the medium, so we don't know what the medium is doing to what we're viewing within the sky relative to our position on the Earth. And this is still a very accurate statement, but it just gets way worse for them once you can actually math out on a flat surface exactly 60 degrees per mile everywhere on the Earth. It's like, what the hell are they going to do, bro? I mean, they're going to freak out. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, if you show how that works, that would be super impressive. That would be a giant leap, I think.
Right. So you see why I'm saying that 2023 will be the death of the globe. It's already dead, but I'm saying if I was to do this, let's just have a good faith hypothetical conversation. Okay. So like hypothetically, if I was to show you the math on a flat Earth,
Would you have to get it done like on some type of a simulator?
I could. You don't even have to, but I could.
Man, I just saw a falling star and it just went in a really straight path straight across the sky, but it popped into my vision about halfway up, and then it just went a straight line across the sky. That's one thing I think it would be really good to explain, how come it didn't follow the curve of the Earth. Like when the rocket goes up to space, it goes in the curve, but apparently it's going in a straight line. But these falling stars, they just go straight no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah, well, of course, the stars go. The stars never come like directly up from the horizon because the Earth is not a ball, right? I mean,
What, stars never come directly up from the horizon?
No, never.
Okay. Is that what your math's going to explain? Because they do appear to. Would you agree with that?
No, they don't appear to.
At the equator?
No. So, like, you never will see, for like, say, if you go to, now you can't use like topography. You can't look at mountains or something. Like, if you look over any large body of water and you take a time lapse of the stars, you'll never see them intersect with the marine horizon. If you go to any meteor shower or you time lapse and you catch all kinds of shooting stars, you'll never catch one shooting star coming directly up from the horizon. Now, on a globe, that's what should happen.
Really?
It should be going in all directions randomly, and the only reason that we don't see them is because the Earth blocks them.
Circling two poles.
What? Oh, that's a different thing. I was just making it. Yeah, I'm going to explain that as well. Okay. I'm going to explain that. So,
going in all
can you,
directions.
hypothetically, writing, if I was to give a legitimate, like just say hypothetically, like an objectively legitimate explanation for southern star trails, for celestial navigation with 6 degrees per nautical mile, for plumb lines not being parallel in geodetic surveying, right? And much more, right? But if I was to give, like, this is again hypothetical, okay? Like objectively viable explanations for all of that phenomena on a flat Earth, you would have to admit that it would be pretty significant.
Well, certainly think that would be very significant for the people in the debate, right? Like, if I walked out of the bathroom right now and said to my girlfriend, Wizard has an explanation for plumb line divergence in geodetic surveying, she'd be like, this is more flat Earth shit, isn't it? As in, nobody really, like, that's not the real reason most ordinary folk believe in the globe. Those kind of proofs are only meaningful within this circle. But it certainly could if you presented that and people, you have like big brains about it, like, your Xanax and your Ruhifs and your people going, actually, when I plug in his calculations to apply spherical geometry, it suddenly does put all of our measurements out, explains 60 nautical miles per degree, moving across a flat plane, explains all these things. Then
yeah, but if you were able to write a white paper about it, and physicists took notice, like Robotham, who they've just totally overlooked, and thrown under the carpet, you could prove your point if you get some academics seriously looking at the paper.
That's actually what I'm doing. Like, I'm actually see, this is something that they're really not going to like. They're actually already, like, PhDs, etc., already stating this. Okay? Like professors teaching it. Right? Because, of course, as a professor comes to a certain chapter in their class, if they have a different take, they are allowed to teach their students what they think the truth is. And these people exist already. And so I'm just going to be in contact with them. And yeah, I'm just going to math it all out. Now, I may introduce the argument before every little thing for every little observation's mathed out. Like, I'm a very busy person, but the math will be presented, and it's just, yeah, it's going to be a tough day for
Who's going to be
Ballard.
doing your math?
Do what?
Who's going to be doing the maths? Is that you? Are you getting? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Back in a moment.
That's maybe another thing I want to do too, is like mirror my iPad onto my stream and just do the math super fast, so the Globers will finally shut the hell up about how flirps are so stupid and can't do math. Whenever I happen to know that I'm not alone in saying that we can probably do math better than a lot of the people that say that. It's really, really a stupid thing to say, but see, as it pertains to, like, yeah, of course, if you went up to your girlfriend and said it, who cares? No one. But when I go onto the streets and I talk to people, one of the number one things they say to me is star trails in the South. And one of the so we're fighting censorship on the surface, right? So, like, our battle is to actually get the real flat Earth position out beyond the censorship, right? And that's going to go nowhere. We have to figure out a way to do that regardless of what happens. But whenever someone sifts through the matrix and finds the real flat Earth position, whether it's like a video that leaked out on TikTok before they clamped down on it or whatever, they then go research flat Earth. And what they end up finding is the globe positions of southern star trails, celestial navigation, 60 degrees per nautical mile, blah, blah, blah. Okay? When there are, like, objective refutations of those things, it's going to be a problem. The one that's harder or more difficult to tackle is refraction. And it's difficult to tackle not because I'm trying to do it for a flat Earth. It's because it's a difficult phenomenon to tackle, period. just like the emails that we have with Andrew Thomas Young openly admit. He openly admits refraction is not understood. Openly admits there are tons of variables that have to be at play that we don't fully understand. Right. Refraction's a very crazy phenomenon.
What are you going to coin the title of your maths? I would say New Perspective should copyright his name, and he could make lots of money on number plates in the future.
Yeah, you got to let me use your name, New Perspective.
Yeah, whatever you need, man. You can have it.
Yeah, just to kind of push the argument. I think that's kind of what's missing is just I guess a quote unquote bigger flat Earth channel or whatever pushing the argument. Like when I'm in my debates and I pull out this argument, right? Or when I blah blah blah. We make videos. It goes on the app. You know what I'm saying?
Totally, yeah, man. It'd be great to New Perspective. That's what this is all about. That's why I chose the name, right?
Yeah, and it's such a perfect literal name for this.
Yeah, exactly. Optics is what they relied on, and it was reverse engineering the way the interpretation of these optics could be seen. And it's almost like amazing that it works out so perfectly for them to interpret it the way they do. You know, with the Southern Star Trails, even all that, it's like someone was trying to trick us into being a globe without them even interpreting it that way.
Do you notice what always happens when I bring up the star trails don't intersect the marine horizon? The ballers always start posting videos claiming that they do and that it's easily proven. You just have to look it up, and everything they post doesn't show it merging with the horizon. Isn't that weird?
Nope. Converging and diverging.
No. Like when you take a star trails over a marine horizon, the star trails don't come in converge and intersect with the horizon of the water, right? But it's like what I'm saying, isn't it weird that someone will hear that's my argument, then go try to look it up to prove me wrong, and then post a video saying that they proved me wrong, and the video actually doesn't show them intersecting with the marine horizon? Like, what has to go through your mind?
Why do they think that it debunks it? Why are they tricked into thinking it debunks what you're talking about then? What are they showing? Usually.
That's what I don't understand. They do the same thing with the shooting stars don't come straight up from the horizon. I had Bacon drop 5 videos one time saying that they all showed it. And then I said, no, none of them do. And he just kept saying yes. I'm like, okay, time stamp it. What time? And we went through the whole video, right? And it's like none of them did. And he had to slowly admit it. It's weird.
What was it showing then? Was it showing going down?
No, they always come at an angle and they don't come up from the actual horizon. They're always coming from somewhere higher up in the sky. But on a ball, the shooting stars should be coming up from the horizon, right? Because there's debris that we perceive as shooting stars all over space in their paradigm, right? And so the only reason we don't see all of them is because the Earth is blocking them. So as soon as they get past the curve of the Earth, we'll see them. So we would see them coming up from the horizon all the time, and we never do.
Right.
And that's a bold claim. All we have to do is show one time that's legit and not doctored that we see it, and no one's ever done that.
Right. Yeah, the shooting stars is one of those things that makes me question whether it could possibly be a projection. That the idea that it could be a projection, it just makes it seem like there's something out there that's discharging in some way, not just a flaw in the projection that makes that.
Pictures.
What do you think?
I mean, 3 videos. And he's like, Witsit, yeah, Witsit just said that doesn't happen. LOL. Ha 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 ha. And dude, if you go look at every video, they literally don't intersect the marine horizon. How's that not weird?
Right.
If you could get an airplane big enough that was flying into the horizon at 30,000 feet, it wouldn't intersect with the ocean either, would it? But unfortunately, planes are too small, and that you lose the resolution before it happens.
And he posted a night ship going on the. What is this, dude? None of these show it hitting the horizon. like, I don't know. I just honestly can't understand like being that dishonest. Like, I don't get it at all. This is why the question, why would they lie, is actually a legitimate question for us to ask them. Like, new perspective. If the star trails really intersect with the horizon, then why would they lie? Or say that we never see it. Say we never see the star trails intersect with the marine horizon, but the Earth really is a ball. Then why would they lie about them intersecting the horizon? Who cares?
Right. How do they even get away with lying on it? Why are these people convinced that this is actually proof of it when it's not?
They're sitting
I mean,
here like laughing at me, and they look ridiculous to anyone with like the slightest bit of honesty and competence. It's just weird to me. It's like yeah. I'll stop rambling. It's just weird to me.
I'm not sure what you're looking at. Are these okay? You said with the one to look at my video. The Star Trail top. Is there more evidence that they were posting that I didn't see?
It's literally the same thing.
Yeah.
So I just looked at his video. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. This makes my argument better, right? And also, I explained to him you can't have topography. It has to be going into the marine horizon. Now they're just spamming. They're spamming pictures right now, and none of them do it. They're spamming videos, and none of them do it. Dude, how funny is that? This is 7 videos now. The last one that Earth is Life just posted at 5:29 doesn't do it. Now, again, understand what's being said. If you look over water, right, and you take star trails, I did it many times myself, like in many different places to test it. Okay, what you'll get is the star trails will just cut off at this like imaginary horizontal vanishing point up above the water, above the marine horizon. You'll never see them go all the way down. On a globe, they should go all the way down to the water. Right? But because that's the Earth blocking the rest of the star trails. But you never see it. They've now posted 7 videos. He just ignores what the video I posted shows. I just watched it. You know what I'm saying? I just now addressed it specifically. So, and then
Shit,
what they're
that could
doing
only
is they're
happen.
trying to find like mountains. They're finding mountains in the distance and saying, look, the star trails intersect the mountain. That does not count, right? Like optically with perspective, the mountains are up in the sky. No. If you look at a marine horizon where there's not topographical obstruction, you will never see the star trails come down to the water. They don't. And most of these star trails end before them anyway, even end before
What
the
you're
mountain.
saying sort of implies that the stars are on the same plane and it's flat and they're on a plane as well.
Yeah, maybe so, yeah. And one thing's for sure is that it's all happening above us. That's why we don't see it. The reason we don't see shooting stars shoot up from the horizon is because the shooting stars are traveling above us. They're not coming from underneath us.
Who was asking what was it? New perspective asking what are shooting stars? I think Bob from Globebusters he had no idea of what they were. It's like some type of a flux. It's like when you're welding, it's like a flux in the sky.
Like a spark?
Like electric discharge.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the discharge.
Yeah.
Shooting stars called sporadic meteors is not what the name implies. Sporadics. Even the researchers say they don't come from random places of the sky. It's from specific areas in the sky. It's not a random event that, like Wizard was saying, that should be happening in the globe, coming from all angles, but it's a actual specific phenomena from certain points.
Yeah, you were talking about this before. You and Witsit were going off about this, right? The nodules or there's certain areas that this is.
The radiance, the North Helion, South Helion, North Antihelion, South Antihelion, the North Toroidal, South Toroidal, and then which is helium will be the sun, anti-helium will be helium will be the area of the sky of the sun. You have the daily showers that they call, then the nightly showers, which is on the opposite side of the sky of the sun, anti-helium. Then the north toroidal, which is basically the celestial north, the south toroidal, which is celestial south, and then the celestial equator has an apex, a north apex, and a south apex. So it's spreading around these specific areas of the sky, which basically the luminaries, all of them, including the sun, the moon, the wandering stars, and the stars themselves, all are moving around a certain central area of the sky. So all of the lights in the sky are in conjunction moving around a certain point in the sky, which I will say it's heaven or something like that.
Well, I have noticed that all the falling stars that I see, I never see them coming from the south. They're always either going east, west, or towards the south from the north. Yeah, I can't recall seeing any coming from the south. And I'm in New Zealand. Don't know what that means, but
Yeah, what you're looking at also, like the perspective was saying, it's almost like a projection. So you're looking at an expression between the medium, which is in between heaven and earth. So you're seeing an expression of I will say the input or the cause, which is above that medium that we can see from the ground. Almost like there's layers. The sun, the moon, probably in their layers, the wandering stars layers, and then the stars above with Polaris, celestial north and celestial south. And we all look in kind of like an expression that is being, in a sense, projected into those mediums or those layers between heaven and earth. And that's what we see from the ground. Oh, when we're looking at the sun, in my opinion, we're not looking at the source of the sun. You're looking at an effect that is being caused. So, yeah. But it's
Like,
not
it's just so
random
weird.
event.
Like, they're literally just going down swinging on the stars. Like, I don't know. I find it so weird. Whatever. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen it? Because I'm willing to update my position if it's actually a thing. But what I did was I went and took time lapse over the ocean in like 10 different places. Like 10 different places looking over the ocean. And you never see it, bro. It's like I almost want to move to the ocean. Because you can get
there's
so many
armchair critics. They don't get out and do any observations.
Well,
yeah, they're like Googling images and talking about. They look like they're if you continue the path, they intersect. I'm like, dude, I know what they look like. I did it. Like, what the?
I think you mentioned this correctly, because they even is the gentleman here riding on eggshells. I remember one of his arguments, one of the biggest arguments that he brought in the past is that star trails prove the globe, right? And that's a big argument for the globers, star trails. But I don't think they can be claiming that easily, like they actually been doing it. Actually disprove the globe, in my opinion.
You would see star trails intersect with the marine horizon, and you would see meteors, and you would see shooting stars shooting directly up from the horizon.
You do.
Just common sense. The globe is supposedly blocking the sky. the surface of the Earth. The curvature blocks out the sky. That's why we can't see things. You know, why they say that the sun goes away, why they say that everything happens, like the Earth's curvature is blocking the sky. So we're looking out into this vast vacuum of space, and we're on a ball, and the curve blocks the vacuum of space with all the stars in it. Which means if you have shooting stars coming from all different directions randomly, you would have them popping straight up from the horizon as they become visible beyond the Earth's curvature.
Have you heard Banjo's explanation about waves? I like your one, which that you were talking about the ether once, and you were explaining how the ripple goes around the rock in the pond and continues in its path and joins up after the rock again. Well, he's explaining how that happens in the oceans, and you can have a tsunami heading towards from Jakarta, from Indonesia to Australia. It will wrap around Australia and it'll keep going in the same direction after Australia, but when it hits the so-called continent of Antarctica, it hits Antarctica and it bounces back. He's basically proving that Antarctica cannot be a continent because the tsunami doesn't continue to wrap around the continent; it bounces back. The tsunami should go around it, come up from the other side, and it doesn't do that. Just another proof that Antarctica is not a continent.
It's so funny, dude.
And there was some argument the other day, someone saying that the waves are 2D and ballers have to somehow say that they're 3D.
Waves.
Anyway, have a good night, guys.
Good night, brother.
Hey, Carlos. Still there? Did he leave?
I think he left. Yeah, really fast.
Oh shit. He had a good scenario that he brought up. I was going to comment. Or did you hear that one about what if the first guy to mount Everest to climb to the top of Mount Everest? Like, what if in the middle of him going up, like he's documenting it all, it's completely real, and like in the middle of him getting up there, there's like a cartoon cut in where like it goes to the top, and we're watching a cartoon guy go up there and put a pole up there and shit. Like, what would ballers say to that? Like, would they accept that as acceptable as proof that he went to the top of Mount Everest? Like the way they cut to CGI when it gets right out of our atmosphere.
I was typing.
Did you were you familiar with the guy in here earlier that was trying to argue that he didn't have a religion and kept thinking you were insulting his biblical religion rather than his ball religion? He couldn't get that. It was hilarious.
Oh,
You see,
yeah,
he's
he
got
got so mad.
yeah. Do you see he's got a YouTube channel? No. I'll post one of his flat Earth debunk videos in the live stream.
Dude, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. There's like a 0% chance I'm gonna watch that, dude.
No, I know. Might be good for a laugh.
Who was the first person to climb Mount Everest? Just a trivia thing.
No idea.
I looked
Is
it
it like
up. It looks
someone
like
famous that we would know outside of that or something?
Well,
Do you know?
It's just a trivia question that most people know.
I know the answer now.
Kind of like not a trick question, kind of like what is the highest mountain in the world?
I didn't say it was a trick question. Dude.
Riding on eggshells. I can see you lighting up.
Sorry, I thought I muted myself.
Interesting. What's the only place in the world that flat earthers claim they can't go to?
No one claims you can't go anywhere.
Yes, you do.
No, we claim you can't freely and privately explore. Try again.
You can.
No, you can't.
I've heard people say you can't go there.
No. If they do, you know
No,
what they're saying.
I haven't
Everyone
heard that.
knows that you can go on like little tours to certain places. And you guys love to just repeat the script and say, you can go there for
Right, you're speaking for other
$20,000.
flat
If you
earthers.
really thought the earth is flat, you would just go to Antarctica. It's called sophistry. It's intentional, fallacious arguments with the intention to deceive.
But you said nobody says that, and we're saying, yeah, we've heard people say that. It's that simple.
Are you claiming that there are flat earthers that deny you can go on like approved guided tours to Antarctica?
No, I never mentioned approved guided tours. You brought that up. The discussion, what Jazz has said was you can't go there, and you said nobody says that. I'm calling you out on that. Yes, there are many places they say people can't go. I mean, the other day you said people can't go to the North Pole. They'll hit a force field.
Yeah, you can't freely and privately explore the. No, first of all, I did say that I think that the very center will not be materially accessible. But yeah, you can't freely and privately explore the alleged North Pole. They claim that it's too dangerous to fly over because they don't have the infrastructure for rescue.
Well, that's what you say.
No, that's what they say. That's what the FAA says.
I don't think that's what all flat earthers say.
But
I think I've heard
No
some
flat
say
earther.
you can't go there.
Dude, writing. The reason I brought up private guided tours is because no flat earther denies those. So when they say you can't go there, they're obviously, it takes some good faith, something seemingly foreign to certain ballers, but they're clearly saying that we can't just go privately explore the area that pertains to this discussion, which would be a full circumnavigation over the continent back up. None of them deny private guided tours. So when you pretend that they're saying you can't go there, as in the literal, no one can go there, you know that's not what they're saying. They know you can go on
I've heard some
approved guided.
people say you can't go below the 60th parallel. Was it 60th or 70th
You
parallel?
can't privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. That's right. And this is objective. And instead of you guys addressing the actual argument, you guys want to
Addressing the argument, you said something that was incorrect, and I corrected you.
No, I already corrected you, which is that all it takes is good faith. You're being pedantic about do they technically say it? Sure, there are flat earthers that say we can't even go to Antarctica, but they're not being literal saying that you can't go there at all. They're not being literal saying you can't go there at all. I just said it requires just an ounce of good faith because we all know what's actually being said.
But I'm the one being pedantic where you wanted to make it about freely explore. Okay. All right.
That's what they're all talking about. So do either one of you guys have an actual rebuttal to that? Do you guys agree we can't freely and privately explore Antarctica?
What's it? I
believe you
know.
can, yeah. I believe you would find it quite
Personally, I know
difficult to.
about 16 mates that have been to Antarctica for 6 months.
So do I know people that have been there for 6 months.
And are you calling your friends liars, or are you just making that up and you don't want to hear what they had to say?
Now, see, Writing, you see what he just did?
What do you mean? What I just
I'm not talking to you. Writing, do you see what he just did?
Well, he said he's got friends that went there.
See what I'm saying? Like, this is why I lose respect for you, man. Like, I try to like you, but then it's like you do stuff like this. So I just pointed out my actual position is that
Not,
they can't
but
privately
your
and freely
point is that
explore.
it's not on freely and privately explore, is it?
Yeah, I said you can't privately and
And
freely
then
explore. Then he said, I have friends that went there for 6 months. I said, okay, I know people that have been there for 6 months as well. And then he says, so are you calling your friends liars or are you just making it up?
Well, you must be.
Writing, what do you think about that? Do you support that?
What? No, I don't know. I don't agree with it. If I did, I would have said it, but I didn't say it. Are you upset with me that I didn't jump to your defense?
No. I'm just saying, like, you agree that that's very
saying-
dishonest, disingenuous, and manipulative behavior.
No, I mean, no more than yours is normally when you call people stupid mid-conversation. I mean, it's just par for the course in here.
You see what I'm saying?
Like, if you're going to get
But then when I
butthurt
asked you,
about
what
that,
you said was,
if
wait,
you're going to
he
get
just
butthurt
said da
about
da da
that,
da, and you ignored the blatant dishonesty that he's using. So,
if
Jazz,
you're
do
going
you
to get
see why
butthurt
what you're
about
saying is
that,
dishonest?
then I don't understand. Like, then you're being hypocritical.
Jazz, do you
Because
see
you
why what you're
regularly
saying?
Hold on,
regularly
wait.
misrepresent
Right,
my views and insult me
Jazz,
mid-conversation.
right,
Nobody
you
leaps
missed it.
to my defense, nor do I
Jazz said,
call them out for not leaping to my defense.
I call flat earthers out all the time for being dishonest.
yeah, Jazz
You totally
just
missed the point.
assumed that
Sorry.
his friend must have had the conclusion that other people have had. He didn't even try to confirm what Witsit's person said after being there for 6 months, right? He just said, well, he must be lying. No, his friend said the opposite of what the other people are saying is the point that you.
Well, no, he's not even claiming. He's not even going to claim they said anything. You're kind of jumping the gun because you know who I'm talking about, and yeah, what he says happened
Right.
is not good for them. But it's like he is trying to pretend that I'm denying people can go there, dude. My
No. Right.
dude, my wife's grandparents just went a couple years ago. I know people that were stationed there on behalf of NASA for 6 months. Okay, so no one's denying that you can go there. They had to pay 20 grand, and they ended up not even letting them get off the boat. Okay, no one's denying that you can go there. I've actually read through all the paperwork, right? So in America, you have to give them 3 months advance notice. You have to tell them your intended activities. And you have to send in your planned routes, exactly what you're going to bring, and the duration that you intend to visit. And then they have to approve your route, right? After you give them 3 months advance notice. And you have to obviously pay a permit fee to even send it in. You have to send an application fee, then you have to pay a permit fee, and then they have to approve where you go. So this is just blatantly written in the legislation and the rules. So why is it that you guys don't just be honest and be like, okay, yeah, as it pertains to the flat earth discussion, what would help us is if we could privately go on our own. We could go explore and go directly over Antarctica, go over the continent, keep going, and then pop back up on the other side of the ball, right? That's what's going to help us in this discussion. But you can't do that. They openly admit they're not going to approve that route. It's actually even worse than you just have to ask them, and they may deny it. They say, no, we don't approve that route because they don't have the infrastructure to rescue you or for communication, to even communicate with the planes or whatever you're going to be on. So they openly and preemptively tell you that that route is not allowed. Now, this is a totally different perspective of the conversation than your guys' script via the strawman, which is flat earthers are so stupid. They say you can't go to Antarctica, and I've had friends that have been there. What a stupid ass flurf. If they really believe this, they would just go to Antarctica themselves. They don't even really believe it. They just lie.
It's a blatant overlooking of the details that no person is trying to claim isn't the case. Like no flat earthers trying to say you can't go there, but there's no ballers coming to the defense of the or at least putting down the other ballers that keep claiming that we say that when we're not saying that. Talking about freely exploring, and they know that it's not possible, you know. And there's a good point to be made. The better point on their side is that, well, you can't go to any country and freely explore. You need permits for everything. You know, that's true. All right,
Yeah,
that's the better.
But you just need like a passport to go a certain place or to cross a certain place, but you're allowed to go there, right? I mean, this is preemptive. We're preemptively told we're not allowed to take the route that would actually prove the Earth's a globe. And then they go, this is their first step of dishonesty when it comes to Antarctica. See, this is weird for me too, because out of all the things I talked to about with people on the streets for like the year and a half all around the US, right? This was the one thing that no normal person like fought at all. When I showed them the legislation, I told them about it. They were just like, wow, that is kind of suspect. They didn't just start believing the earth is flat or anything, but they admitted like that's very inconvenient and that is kind of suspicious. Every single normal person. The only person that was the exception is the occasional person that was like not new to flat Earth and was fighting it and had looked into it and had come across channels like MC Toon or Professor Dave and just were repeating the scripts. And it was a very rare. It was like 1 out of every 10,000 people or something.
Yeah. Yeah. There's certain arguments like that. Like the new people have to say, okay, wait, that doesn't make any sense. And then there's the people that have looked into it and are in cognitive dissonance, and then they have to like fall into this. Okay, here's my answer that I'm going to cling to.
So then after they do this, after they misrepresent all this, and they say that flurfs are so stupid they claim you can't go and blah, 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 right? Even though I've had friends that go there, they lie about what we're actually saying, they misrepresent it, and then they run that narrative. Then the second thing they do is they say, flurfs are so stupid, it's already been done. Circumnavigation's already been done many times. It happens all the time.
Yeah, but they just have to hear it. They don't have to look at. They're not going to look at the actual route and see that it just dips down and then comes back up. They're not going to have any speculation about it. They're just going to keep repeating that it's already been done many times. You know,
Yeah.
and when you look at it, it's hard to deny that that's not just dipping down.
Yeah, here is one of the routes. Here is a lot of the routes. This is east to west circumnavigation. Here is one of the routes on a flat Earth. Oh wait, wrong picture. Right here. So it's like,
yeah,
it's like, why don't you just be honest, right? It's weird. This is not what we need to happen. What we need is for you to go over the ball, through the middle of Antarctica, keep going that same way, and pop back up on the other side of the ball, and keep going till you get back to where you started. Not dip down to Antarctica for a second, then turn around and go back north.
It's amazing how consistent it seems to be. I mean, there are a few ballers that seem to want to keep their intellectual integrity intact, but you know, a lot of times you'll find them falling into these kind of claims that they really either haven't investigated or they've actually looked at, and they just choose their interpretation to be the baller supporting one.
And dude, to a normal person, they're like, this is crazy that this is like this.
Anybody being objective and keeping, you know, common sense about them has to
This
see.
is weird. Same thing with this. This is the undersea cables mapped out. And you see there's a ton of them from continent to continent in the north, right? But there's none from continent to continent in the south.
Right.
Which doesn't make any sense because they're going to have to build them all the way up to the north, send them over the ocean in the north, and send them all the way back down to the south. Which so that's like drastically greater distance. It's going to cost millions of more dollars to do that because you're going to have to constantly add to the infrastructure that's up in the north because you're basically bogging it down with additional transmissions from the south. And it's going to mess with latency and bandwidth and overall ability to sustain the transmission via infrastructure. So you have to constantly build more and more. And of course, southern to southern transmission is going to be slower with worse ping time, worse latency, all this stuff, right? So you would just build it.
Because it's too long, right? It's actually longer than the distances they're showing us.
Exactly. It's because there's more ocean there, and the South has lied about. It's the same thing with shipping routes. Shipping routes don't go from continent to continent right there, south to south. Why would they not do that? Why would a ship not take its supplies and go right over to the south?
Right.
So a normal person sees this. This isn't proof of anything. You can make up all kinds of excuses. I can argue the excuses better than they can. But the point is that a normal person sees it and they're like, that's kind of crazy.
I love how you say normal person what's it because you do realize that distance is speed over time, right?
I do realize that, yeah.
Yeah, so if the Earth's flat, it's going to take a fuck ton longer to travel in the south, yet it doesn't.
I guess you're not actually following the conversation, but I just pointed out. I just pointed out that actually the path isn't done by ships. Transport ships don't actually go that route, which they should. So you're going to bring up a plane. which I can easily refute your position.
So there's some kind of plane that takes over the containers from container ships that does all the cargo in the south. Is that what you're saying?
What are you talking about? I said that the cargo ships don't go from the southern continent directly over to the other southern continent. On the globe, that's exactly what you would do. So why do they not do that?
Well, they do that.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, drop the evidence.
I shouldn't have to do that. You're a shit hot researcher. Do it yourself.
I've already done it.
Well, you clearly haven't.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
Have you done it?
It doesn't work to
Why
just
don't
come in and make a claim and then not even support your claims and say, do your own research.
hang on, what's that? Look up a shipping company from Chile to fucking Sydney in Australia.
Look, I'm about to drop it for everyone to see it.
Yeah, do it.
Oh, I'm going to.
Yeah, do it.
I'm going to.
Love it. Check it first, though, because you might get caught out.
What? So you agree that it's sketchy. It would be sketchy if cargo ships don't consistently go from southern continent to southern continent directly over, and that they don't have the undersea cables built from south continent to southern continent.
No, that would be logical human ingenuity.
It would be logical not to build at the shortest distance.
That's what the cables are for.
What?
Have you
Okay, here, let's take this little screenshot here for you.
have you heard of Starlink?
Okay, now you're changing the subject. That's unfortunate.
No, I'm not. I'm not, because you just brought up undersea cables, meaning internet. Have you heard of Starlink? Of course you've had. Yeah, of course you have. But the second
Now you're just changing the subject.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, first of all, those are pretty new anyway. Starlinks is pretty new. You have to be pointing towards the northern sky. So you just brought up something you have no idea what you're talking about. They put a few allegedly out in Antarctica. Has nothing to do with my point, though, which is long before they even put Starlinks up, they had these undersea cables that transmit the internet, and they never built it from southern continent to southern continent. So Starlinks is a complete red herring from the fact that they don't have undersea cables from south to south.
What's it? I'll take that. And they've got undersea cables. Totally do.
I just dropped a picture that they literally don't.
Okay, so they don't have undersea cables now. So how does the internet and Sky TV and satellite TV and all that work if you just said that?
Yeah, you're so lost, right? So I just dropped the picture of the undersea cable showing that there are none going from southern continent to southern continent. I just dropped another screenshot. That's his live marine vessel traffic tracking, and you see that none of the ships go from southern continent to southern continent. And then we can just move on to what you think shows something, which is planes. So it's like really bad because you guys have nothing. And this is why I said to normal people, they'd be like, when I said, did you know that they don't run undersea cables from the southern continents to the other southern continents, even though we have tons of them from each continent in the north? And this is where 99% of transmission of data comes from. They would say, there's no way. And I'd be like, yeah, check it out.
What's it? Don't say normal people and then 99% in the same monologue, because that's just fucking out the gate.
What? Normal people wasn't talking about the percentage. The percentage was about the transmission percentage.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just weird, right? Because when I say honest, I just mean like normal, non-biased. They don't have any motive to be deceptive. They're just like honest about it.
But what's it? Do you realize that the people you're talking about, it's a very small minority? Like a couple of thousand that are paranoid.
No, I'm talking about normal, honest people that don't really have a dog in the fight.
Normal, honest people that are paranoid so much that they disbelieve the government, they disbelieve anyone in authority, and they just have to do things themselves. And if you have to do everything yourself, do you realize that you're never going to achieve anything?
First of all, man, no one said that we were talking about flat earthers. So everything that you've responded with so far has just been a straw man.
No, it's been right. Open the gate, up your alley, because I
Literally
know
a straw man every time.
Jazza, again, you're not even following what people are saying. That's the problem. You
Guys,
don't
would you
even
like to admit that you were wrong? I just dropped 2 screenshots of live marine traffic tracking vessels, and there are no vessels going from south to south.
Do you realize why that is?
Oh, now you have an excuse for why. A second ago, they definitely do it, and now you're going to tell us why they don't do it. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, that was good right there. That was nice.
Okay. Yeah, nice. It's going to be nice because from the 22nd of December, which is next week or the week after, every aircraft in the southern hemisphere has to have an ADS-B transponder, so you'll be able to see every airplane going across the South Pacific, South Atlantic.
Now this dude's talking about aircrafts.
And you'll be able to see every ship too.
What is that? Wow. Okay.
Oh, it's that.
You said that I could look it up. I said, "Can you prove it?" You said, "No, you're just a shit researcher. You could look it up yourself." I said, "I have looked it up." You said,
No,
you haven't. But be scared. Be careful because you're going to prove yourself wrong." And I went and took the screenshots live, dropped them.
What's it? I never said you're a shit researcher. I said you're a shit hot researcher, meaning you are the top of the line. Not meaning just you. All flat earthers are the fucking top of the line researchers in the world / on the flat earth.
You lost interest. You're very like. There's no fruitful conversation to be had with you, dude.
Jazza was like kind of like he wants to be a flat earther and he respects flat earthers and he thinks flat earthers are the shit. So he's a little bit different than most Globers because he wants to be like a flat earther because he realizes we do research and all that. He's a helicopter pilot, believe it or not, and he still thinks it's a globe, but that he knows it's flat. And I've heard him admit it many times when he was a little than he is now.
Is this new perspective?
Yeah, Jazza, what's up? Yeah, we've been talking for years, bro.
Yeah, we have.
You know you want to be flat Earth, but you just can't get there in your head.
He's not that paranoid. New perspective. He's not that fucking paranoid.
What is this new argument about shipping traffic?
I've been trying to be a flat earther since April the 15th,
You just
2015.
can't learn not to trust your government, right, Jazz? You just can't. You can't do it.
Pete, I just can't not trust my government because I've got nothing to untrust them about.
Jazza, what are they arguing? What is the shipping traffic argument?
It stems to paranoia.
Okay.
Stems is in South Australia, and Paranoia is a little village somewhere in eastern Indonesia. Just in case you didn't know.
Let's backtrack all the way to the beginning. Let's see if Negator, because new perspective, we were just talking about this. Let's see if Negator will pass the test. Do you agree that you can't just privately and freely explore Antarctica?
What parts? Just any of it?
Yeah, like, can we just go try to prove the Earth's a globe by going over Antarctica and popping back up on the other side of the ball?
There's, I guess, yeah. I don't think you need.
No. So
you
in
don't need-
America, you have to give a 3 months advance notice of your planned trip. You have to tell them your planned activities. You have to tell them what you're going to bring with you, how many people are going to be with you, and you have to give them your route. And then they have to approve it after you pay an application fee and then a permit fee.
Hang on,
they
what's
have
it?
to approve your route, They
I don't know
openly
about that.
say in
Even
advance.
even if any of that were true, I don't know that it matters.
Hang on, what's it? What's it? And Pete, because you're laughing. Do you know what the population of Antarctica is?
That's
It's
completely
like
Why does that
non
matter?
sequitur.
It's like a couple of thousand people. And do you know why they don't want people going there?
No amount of like rational reasoning is going to matter.
No, this is not the
Why are you
point.
doing
So
here then,
I
Negator?
already
Why do you
said
piss
what
on
they
me?
say. I already
No,
said what they say.
What's
I
it?
said what they say. Is
No,
that it's
no,
too
no.
dangerous. It's
It
too.
doesn't matter, Wit.
I already
it?
said it. They say it's too dangerous, specifically the route to go directly over Antarctica. It's too dangerous because we don't have the infrastructure for rescue or communication.
They don't want drone.
You let us.
They don't
You let
want
us
drone
know what
helicopter.
happens when
They don't
you try
want
to do
drone
it. What's it?
helicopter
You
pilots
guys just are the
going there.
Like you're just liars.
Just like all this. I don't know. I walked in and you guys were talking about shipping traffic. It sounds like you're asserting there's no south-to-south shipping traffic for some reason. I don't know why you latch onto these dumb things. Like I just linked you a live map that shows all kinds of
You walked
south-to-south.
in, dickhead.
Actually, no, it
You walked
doesn't.
in.
All the I just
Stop
looked at. First of
enforcing
all,
your
I
label,
dropped
dickhead.
pictures from a live map. I dropped many
Which
screenshots
one?
from a live map, and it is the
Was
official
Vessel Finder?
marine traffic. Now I see your website here, and if you look at the boats, they're actually a vast majority of them are in the north, and the other ones that are near the southern continents are coming from northern directions.
Except
if
for
you-
the ones that are going south to south. Wit, you're wrong again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
Look at the boats. Look at the ones between
Sorry,
South
Dave.
America and Australia that are going westward. Like there's a cargo vessel out there. Last updated 20 minutes ago. There's another cargo vessel. There's dozens, man. Come on.
Sorry, what's it?
Or Africa to South America, or Africa to the Philippines, or Australia to South America, or Africa. It's all there.
There's
What?
probably one gator going to Port of Littleton, I would imagine, and
So let's see if Witsit will admit he was wrong about that.
No. What I said was the vast. I'm sitting here looking at it, right? So like, I see maybe 3 different ships that you could claim are coming from.
Hey, but let me go find the live stream. I'll be right back.
and
Hey,
narcissists will never say that they're wrong.
No,
Witsit.
I don't care if I'm.
Exactly.
Which
You
is-
just said it. What's it? You just did it.
No, I literally just said that it doesn't make sense for there not to be tons of shipping routes going south to south, and for there not to be undersea cables going south to south.
And
Okay.
you just were shown that there were, and you just said
No,
that you
I'm
can't.
looking at it. Okay, so I showed a screenshot which shows none, right? And I'll drop the link. Now he shows this other one, and I'm looking at it now because I didn't see this one, right? And there does look like there could be a couple that can be argued it's coming from south to south, but the rest of them don't. So I need to know exactly where they're coming from to actually validate that it's going all the way over to the south, and then we would have to track and see it all the way over there. If it starts to go west from a southern continent and then go up north, then that doesn't help you. There would be tons of them.
What you should have done when you linked your picture is thought to yourself, why in my picture are all the boats only near land? Rather than presume these are the actual boats that are out there and there's 0 boats out in the middle of the oceans right now. But you didn't think about that.
Well, I just went to the south and didn't see any in
because
the
you
ocean to the
thought
south.
you had found your answer and you stopped there.
But luckily we have you, Negator.
I'm trying to see. Can it show the route that they took?
No, I assume you could just look at the direction it's traveling. And if
Yeah,
you
but
really
that doesn't
want, you
mean
can
anything
track
to me, dude. If this boat turns up north in a second, then how's that somehow going to verify that position? Of like, what is it? 98% of them are north, and then
So,
98% of the ones that are in the south are going to the north or from the north.
So the dozen or so that are around the words South Pacific Ocean that are moving laterally.
I'm looking at these. Yeah, there's not even a dozen. Like I see a few. We'll see a bunch of them are pointed north. Right, they're going
bunch of
up
them-
north.
Oh my god!
Because they're going away from the
Anything
South
to
Pole.
maintain the ego.
They're not coming from the South Pole.
They're going away from it.
No, they're not.
That's why they're pointing north.
No, it's not. They're
He's
leaving.
ignoring the ones that are
They're
pointing
leaving
east and
South
west.
America and going up north.
Seems like there's a lot of fishing boats out there too.
Like there's a shitload that are just pointed east and pointed west, and they're not. They clearly came from the east and came from the west.
Yeah, I
Holy
agree that
fuck,
there are
I'm
certainly some
grinding my
here
own
that are
spitball
pointed
lenses into
directly
my eyes.
towards Australia from South America. What I'm saying is, like, can we look at the route? Because if this red boat, I have clicked a red boat right here, right? It's one of the few. There's like a red one and a green one right in the middle, right? Because like coming from the south doesn't help us at all. Coming from the south, going up north doesn't help us. We need to go like from southern continent to southern continent. There are a couple that look like they could be, but if they're coming from like this southern position over here, that doesn't really help us. So I need to. What?
Why does it matter if they're going from continent to continent? Like, I don't understand why that matters.
Oh, so you actually don't understand the argument, but you were just coming in here to tell me to
Why
admit
does
I was
I'm
wrong.
not going to tell me why it matters.
Do you ever understand arguments?
Just tell me why it matters.
Look, man.
Because that is the actual discussion, is if the map is accurate, we would have tons of navigation from southern continent to southern continent, and we would have undersea cables from southern continent to southern continent. Logically
Why would they
speaking,
want to? Why would they want to do that?
why would they want to have? Why would they do which part?
Why would they have? Why would they have to have extra long cables when they could just bounce them around on a landmass close?
Today.
Okay, so you're asking why would they have extra long undersea cables?
Yeah.
That's what 99% of international transmission is done with.
No, I mean it doesn't matter. That
It
I also
doesn't matter. Now, Earth
you
is like,
didn't mention
you're wrong
south
right now, or is Negator
flights.
going to change the subject away from that?
What was
Just
I wrong
admit you're wrong,
about?
and we can go back to our conversation.
Admit what am I admitting to be wrong?
No, I'm not telling you to admit anything. You're trying to jump in to save Earth is life, so you can stop. So
The non-existence of undersea cables from Australia to Africa is some sort of proof that the Earth is flat.
okay,
I'm
so
just trying to
first
get-
you were saying, first you were saying that it makes no sense for them to do that when they could just do it with land or something like that. So
Yeah,
the way that
more
just admit that you were wrong and that
no,
we
I'm not-
send
no.
99% of the transmissions through undersea cables.
I'm trying to understand your
Sorry,
position.
Negator, I just want to ask Woodson a quick question.
My position is that you build huge infrastructure for undersea cables for 99% of international transmissions. Okay? It sends it through the cable under the sea to the other continent. Now we have tons of these in the north, like a ton of them. Okay? But we don't have any from the southern continent to the other southern continents.
Yeah, we
Now, it
do.
doesn't make any sense though, because what they have to do is they have to build undersea. What they've done is they've built undersea cables that go up north, and
Nowhere
then
near as
go
many, and then we have
across to the other
Starlink.
north continent, and come back down south. So, say you're shooting a signal from Australia to South America, it's going to send the transmission all the way up north, then across the northern ocean, then all the way back down south to South America. Why would they not just build one that is like less than half the distance? I did the math last night. It's less than half the distance.
You
right?
Don't
It
you
would save
think
you
that if
millions
we
of
were
dollars,
land
and it would be way faster.
Why would
Let's
it save
say that
millions of dollars?
Because you wouldn't have to build. You wouldn't have to build near as much cable. It's half the distance. I don't understand that.
Don't you think that there were more, if there were more land masses in the southern, let's say Southern Pacific, don't you think that they would make those?
Why did you just completely ignore the point?
Answer the question. If there were
You didn't
more
have
land
one,
masses
that's it.
in the south,
Simple
in the
as
southern
that.
Dude, you
hemisphere,
guys are all soft.
listen to what I'm
Like,
saying.
you three negators, hands down, the best debater. Like,
And,
it's not
and,
even
and
close.
you just listen to what I'm saying and stop trying to showboat, pat yourself on the back.
Yeah.
No, I'm
If
saying
there was
Negator at least
more
actually
humor
can
with these
pretend to
guys,
hold a
what's that?
coherent conversation. You guys are just not even trying. Like you're just blatantly
I'm gonna
obfuscating.
ask my question. I'm gonna ask my question.
Yeah,
If
make
there
sure you
was
don't
more-
answer my question though. Go ahead.
I'm gonna start over.
Actually, you are in the
If there
army
were-
now.
If there were more land masses in the southern hemisphere, don't you think that they would make more cables to go to those land masses?
There are huge land masses in the southern hemisphere.
Like what?
Australia.
That's okay. That's
Here we
one.
go.
What else?
South
What else?
America.
Are they? How close together are they? They're pretty far apart, aren't they?
Which is actually supporting my point. Why would you build cables all the way up north and come back all the way across the northern ocean and come all the way back south when you could
Because it
have just a
makes more
direct
sense.
line?
Because it makes more sense to do that. It's more cost effective.
It's literally the opposite of more cost effective. That's my argument, because you have to build way
He's a
more
dumbass,
distance in cables.
because it's not cost effective, because the amount of users and subscribers and data that you're going to have is a fraction of what you get in the northern hemisphere.
Exactly.
The routes are already
This dude
laid.
says exactly. He
There's
unbearable.
more
You're
people living in the
unbearably
northern
lame.
hemisphere
Stop
than the southern
being
hemisphere.
stop acting like that, dude.
Exactly. Negator, you're trying to save him
Wait.
because you know that he
No,
can't debate me. So
There's
this is the
more
5th
people
time in a
living
row
We are in
that
the
when
army
B-Ball
together.
doesn't know what to say, Negator comes
There's
in and
more
gives him some
there's more
bullshit
land
answer.
mass.
Well,
There's more
Negator,
land
why
mass.
is it that you have to keep jumping in and white knighting for Earth?
Nobody's white knighting or saving
They're
anybody.
in
I'm
the
telling you.
army. They're in the war
Hold
zone.
on.
That's it. They're
Hold
both
on. Let
army
me
men.
It
let me
makes
jump
more
in.
sense.
Apoc,
Old.
let him
It
respond.
makes more sense to have the cables and going to northern hemisphere. Doesn't
Let me
make
jump
sense
in.
to freaking put long cables across water.
Let me
For
jump in
what?
real quick.
He's so stupid.
Let me
Dude,
jump in
that's
real quick.
No,
So
the
they're
problem here
using.
is that you're
Exactly.
stupid.
Let me
Okay.
jump
so
in. Let
you
me jump
agree
in real
with what he
quick.
just said? It
Poster
doesn't make
child
sense to
for
build
Gunny.
long cables
Let
in
me
the water.
let me jump in real quick. Let me jump in because I've been quiet a long time
Come
listening to you
by.
guys.
Far away.
But
That's perfect.
you guys are using the same example that they use for flights. They say, well, they have to go north to pick up more people, so it makes sense to pay for the air flight because now they're going to fly another 1,000 miles off course to go pick up people to make up for the 1,000 miles. But if you didn't take this 1,000 miles to begin with, you would have saved money just going straight across. I've heard that argument from ballers before. They're like, oh, you have to go pick up more people. To say that you're laying down lines that are literally thousands of miles off course. Do you know how much it costs to lay 1 foot of line?
Apoc.
You want to cut me off? Even though I've been hearing you fucking talk this whole fucking time?
Go on. Finish off. Go
Because
on.
you're
Go on,
asserting that there are no
Negator, he wasn't
south-to-south
finished
flights,
yet.
and there
He
are.
wasn't finished,
Your premise
Negator.
is
Yeah,
wrong.
but why are we
He wasn't
changing the
finished,
subject?
I
Negator.
can
Let him
provide you
finish.
evidence
Because
of
APOC brought
flights
it up.
going from Australia to South
Hold on.
America.
Look, now
Hold
they
on,
want to
hold
jump
on.
in and jump on the flight thing. Why do flat earthers do this? Why do flat earthers try
No,
to give them
I'm a
a way out?
glober, literally.
Listen.
You're saying
I
something
only
relevant to the conversation.
hold on. I only said that.
All of these are dumb
Let
arguments
me
for flat
finish.
Earth,
Let me
made by
fucking
dumb
finish.
people.
Let me
Okay?
fucking
Stop
finish.
projecting your low IQ on other people.
Token.
I'm not the one that was wrong.
Why do flat
Quit.
earthers not answer the DMs or listen to other flat
Dude,
earthers?
why
Let
can
them
you fucking
talk?
let me finish?
Let
Why
Apocryphon
would you let
finish,
me
please.
finish?
Where's the moderators when you need them to shut these fucking
So
ballers
what
up?
I'm saying is the reason why I mentioned the flights is because it's the same argument. They're saying they're using it to save money. Okay, fine. You want to say there are flights that go that way? That's fine. But you know what? There isn't. There's not wires laying that way, and it would make just as Wits is saying, it would make way more sense for any company because they're always going to find the shortest route and the least way to do something because they're a company and they need to save money. So the fact that they can do that, it's not that they can't do it because they can do it because the technology they have these rovers that go deep. I know exactly how they lay the fucking lines across deep in the fucking ocean and they could do it. But why didn't they go 1,000 miles less travel of laid cable when they could have just went straight across? But to say that they had to go all the way north and then come all the way south, that is
No, it's like
ridiculous.
It's like 8,000 miles more.
Let me ask this question: How long would those cables be? Let's say from Australia
15,000
to South
miles,
America.
and the one straight to continent would be like 7,000. Thanks for playing. Twice as
So
much. It would cost
the
twice
one
as much.
the one from Australia to South America, how far would that be?
Straight across would be like 7,000 miles, I believe. If I did the math last night,
And do you
the
think
one that
that's
they
the same
have is
distance
like
on the flat Earth?
16,000 or something.
And do you think that's the same distance on flat Earth?
See, you're doing
Yeah, you don't want
anything
to go
but
there. Don't
avoiding.
even go there.
Dude,
Because you'll post a picture of your flat Earth, but then you'll call it a straw man as soon as we point out the distances are incorrect.
See, now he's trying desperately to change the subject to the. So now he's interrupting me, which is why I had to use priority speaker because I knew that you were going to interrupt me because that's all the ballers can do. He's still talking through me right now, like he's literally still lighting up and talking through me. It's insane. So the point was actually that you don't have undersea cables from southern continent to southern continent, right? So I'm not arguing that that distance is accurate. That's actually my whole point is that I'm skeptical of the claimed distance on the globe because it wouldn't make sense to not build the undersea cable from southern continent to southern continent when it's over half the distance on a globe. You would save millions of dollars to do that. You would also have a much faster and efficient transmission. You also would not be clogging down and bogging down the signals sent in the north.
No, off
So
we
how
go
long
now.
will those
Earth
cables
for
be?
Life, off we go. Want to respond
How
to
long will
that?
those cables be
Okay,
from Australia
according
to
to
South
the
America?
globe, it would be like 7,000 miles directly from continent to continent.
And how
But
far would it be on flat Earth?
the actual thing, I'm not making that claim. That's called a red herring fallacy because you're
Let's
trying
not make it.
desperately to get over here to where you talk
Don't make
about
that.
distances and your flight paths and all this bullshit because you're trying to divert away from the actual argument, which is it makes no sense
I'm
that
not
they would
diverting.
they would build as like
How
over
the argument
twice.
is incorrect.
Hey, Earth for
You're
Life,
like
he was
you're
talking bad. You
a
ignorant
little
little
bit.
fuck.
So
Shut up. Shut up, T.
You're literally just repeating yourself over and over. What's it?
what?
Listen,
Because he
Waller,
keeps on
argument in
responding
here.
with
Not a
red
debate.
herring fallacies.
It's not a
So
red herring.
yeah, it is. You're asking me what the distance would be on a flat Earth. That's completely irrelevant. I'm not claiming a distance on
He
a
just
flat Earth. What I'm
posted
saying
a
is it
picture of
doesn't
a
make
flat
sense on the globe.
Earth.
And
You
And
just posted a picture. Let me go back and post it again.
he's just
Now you're
so
gonna run away.
desperate. It's so bad.
So,
then
Now you're
the
gonna
point
run away.
is that,
if this
yeah.
isn't a globe versus flat argument, why are you arguing it?
Okay, once
Just the
again,
business decisions of these companies.
yeah,
That's
you're
all.
gonna actually
Because
aid
it doesn't
his
hurt the
obfuscation.
globe, right?
So now you're just gonna aid his
People are getting paid for
obfuscation.
this.
This is
You know
why
you're
I
dealing with
talk.
people getting
Like I
paid
don't
for their
respect
time
your
here.
approach to debate. I find it disingenuous and deceptive because
Here's the picture
I'm
you
very
posted. You wanna run
simply.
away from this now?
You guys are terrible.
These
It's like,
people
do
are
I
on the
have to use
army clock. They're
priority
getting
Because
paid
speakers
for
just
what
to
they're
you
talk?
saying.
spend so much time talking about you and about us.
Okay. So what I was actually saying was that it doesn't make sense on the globe. If you look at the claim distances on the globe, right, it doesn't make sense. So to talk about, well, what are the distance on a flat Earth is a complete red herring fallacy. Okay, that's not in
Because
any
we
way
know
what's
the
being
distances are
discussed. Try to actually respond. I'm happy to discuss the next conversation if you guys would be honest and just address what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
I
should always
think you're just mad about our last conversation. You got backed into a corner and fucking ran off.
Okay, diversion attempt number 1. So negator obfuscated. Earth is life. What do you got?
So I posted a picture of the flat Earth you posted, right? So now you're gonna run away from it?
So
can
he's
you
going to
answer the
obfuscate as
question?
well. So
You're not
Answer his
gonna so you're
question,
not
or else
gonna
there's no
address
point in doing this with these people.
that's kind
There's
of
none
fun.
at all.
yeah, Pete, do you see how funny this is? He won't
No,
just
you see how funny
respond.
this is?
No,
He posted a
exactly.
picture of the flat
I
Earth,
see
right?
exactly.
Now he's gonna run away from it when we show how the
So
distances
answer
are
his
fucked.
question.
Is that
Answer
what he
his
linked?
questions, or
Is that what he
his
linked,
life,
Earth?
and then he'll get back
Now
to
he's
your
gonna
further
call it a
question.
straw man. Go ahead and call it a straw man after you posted it.
You
Jesus
see,
way.
so I'm first of all, I don't in any way care to have that discussion. It is that I'm not going to take your bait to change the subject because that is not how debate works. It's a dishonest tactic. Okay,
Because you want to steer
you're
the conversation into
obfuscating.
something else. Why?
You're
But once
obfuscating.
again, he wasn't even finished speaking, and you jumped in, and you didn't answer
What
his
should he be
question. The
saying right
Earth is
now?
life.
Because it
You could
doesn't
just
sound like you're
respond to it.
attacking.
Just to fucking
Are you
talk more.
attacking the globe Earth? Is that what you're doing in support of flat Earth?
I'm
He's
not
asking-
arguing a positive claim for flat Earth. I am
Okay,
attacking
so why are you attacking the globe Earth?
because do you not know how logic works? So the
Look,
globe is a
motherfucker,
positive
just
claim.
answer the question. You don't need to be condescending to me like that, okay?
People are
Because I'm actually calling into question the claimed southern hemisphere on the globe because it doesn't make sense not to just build the shortest distance in undersea cables, and there's none there. Whenever it would cost you many more millions of dollars to do it the other way.
So why do you feel the need to attack the globe? What's your position that produces that?
Looking for you to
Another
justify why
obfuscation
this is the
attempt.
case.
That's 3 in a row from Negative.
You know exactly why.
And 5 in a row from Earth is Life.
Clearly state your position.
This
Once
guy's been
again,
doing this
I
for
am
7
challenging
years, and he's still tolerated. Honest to God, I
It's
don't know why.
insane. Like, it's so insane that you guys can't respond with anything other than obfuscation.
What do you want us to respond with? Yeah, Whit, you're right. That is weird. Would that end the conversation? Is that the
So,
only valid
just
response we
express
can
your
have
true
to you?
opinion on it. Is
No,
it
it
weird or
doesn't-
is it not weird?
Yeah, like it doesn't even have to be that you consider anything. It has to just be an actual response to the point instead of blatantly obfuscating away over and over. It's very disrespectful to
Okay.
do that to people.
Okay, so can you give us an example? Can you play devil's advocate and give us an example of a response that you would be okay with hearing to this?
This is
No,
all.
because once I say it, you'll just immediately adopt it as your position. I'm not gonna debate it for you.
Give it.
So you don't have a response that you believe would be a valid
But
defense
this
of
guy
this
now
at
is
all. You
working
don't
for the
believe that
army and he's
exists.
getting paid to
Therefore,
waste
the
their time
only
here, right
response
now.
that you think would be honest and upfront would be to
Good for your
admit to you,
response.
yeah, Whit, you're entirely correct. All these companies are fucking up, and
What's
Earth
your
may not be a
response?
globe. Is that the only response we can give?
No, I didn't say anything like that.
Then help us out here.
Immediate
Help us dumb globers and
Well,
give us an
you're definitely
example
very
of a
annoying,
response
Jeff.
that you would
Here, be
acknowledge.
gone.
You're just gonna keep
Be gone.
interrupting me,
Waste
and then when I
time.
mute you, you're gonna claim I'm a coward because the only way that I can actually communicate is to mute you.
So stop complaining and just answer the
And
question.
then you have the other ballers showing they have no
because you
concern at
spend
all
so
for
much time
intellectual
bitching,
integrity, and they're gonna support the behavior of the
It's
other.
all this time condescending and bitching when you
More
could just
interruptions.
have an honest conversation.
Jesus,
Well,
man.
I'm
You made
continually
a very good point, and you asked for some return, and you got no return from any of the ball earthers, the truthers out there.
Yeah,
Now,
like I'm
why did you
I'm
not?
like continually and
What's
calmly.
it? Just answer the question. It's so simple. It's not science and
He's
rockets.
asking you to
It's
answer
funny
his question.
that all of a sudden it's, oh my gosh, Austin's not answering the question, when that's the very problem that we've been experiencing from your side, 3 people
Okay.
deep for 10 straight
Which
minutes.
question would you like us to answer?
Okay, why
Okay,
would
neighbor.
you not build undersea cables from southern continent to the other southern continent when it would be millions of dollars less expensive and it
Been
would
there,
be
done that,
more
pulled the
efficient for transmission?
So one of the reasons why
Because go ahead.
Go ahead.
I would say number
One
one.
thing I found was that there's no the economics. It's all about economics, right? So Australia is a pretty wealthy country, right? And South America, I mean South Africa is not really wealthy. So there's no internet. There's not much internet traffic going through those two places. So what
We're
would be the
talking bullshit. We're talking
what would be the
absolute bullshit, man.
We're talking about Australia to South America right now.
So what exactly? What would be the point?
South
When you
America
could
has hundreds of millions of internet users. What are you talking about?
You don't.
There's
So
lots
you
of
don't
rich
think they get
countries
connection?
around. What the heck is that with him?
What?
You don't think they can get? You don't think that people in Australia wouldn't be able to connect with people in South America just as fast?
Just another no, it wouldn't be just as
Go
fast.
around.
It's over twice the distance.
It is a long distance, I can tell you.